The mysterious voice says that he knows the name of this uncontrollable youth very well. He says that the boy who was locked within 4 walls has reached the level of a sword master. The mysterious voice is sure that the young man was slowly going mad while he was in his chambers. He called the boy Count Boring's useless eldest son, Creed Boring. The man couldn't believe that he, the strongest knight in the north, had managed to lose to some freak. Creed said he spent a lot of money making this hot night trap. Large-scale fires raged in the area, covering vast areas. Creed slowly approached his defeated opponent, who could not believe what was happening. The young man asked if the strongest knight of the north liked this comfort and warmth, and if it was really so. The man can't believe that that lousy, boring boy found out about his plans. Creed said that he knew not only about the plans of the strongest knight of the north. The young man said that he knew about the number of troops gathered in the northern lands. The guy said that he also knew who was spying and transmitting information to the man. Creed is sure that he even knows who sent reinforcements to the strongest knight of the north. The Boring's eldest son said he knew about it all along. The man said that this couldn't be because he always had an ace up his sleeve. The strongest knight in the north shouted out how such a talentless piece of shit could have managed all this. The young man didn't want to listen to the loser's screams any longer, so he decided to calm him down. Creed ordered the man to close his mouth immediately. The guy is confident that the northern army will attack again and again, and he will be the only winner. Creed asked the man if he knew why their futile attempts would not produce results. The Boring's eldest son said that all this was because he knew all their plans and intentions in advance. About 10 years ago, in the kingdom of Ludania, not far from the Boring's mansion, Creed shouted something unintelligible, not having time to fully figure out what exactly had happened to him. The young man asked himself how this could have happened, why he remained alive. The guy didn't understand what was happening now. He was watching his own death with his own eyes. Young Boring lost his last battle with unprecedented defeat. Creed understood that there had never been an opponent before who could even begin to compare with him. The young man couldn't find another word that would convey all his feelings, and he squeezed this out of himself, bitch. The winner of the duel shouted that this was how he appeared, the end of the king of mercenaries. The knight announced that Creed Boring, one of the 7 strongest swordsmen, had fallen by his hand. Buzzy, the noble swordsman and one of the 7 great swordsmen, offered the enemy the final word. Creed muttered hoarsely that he was left with only regret for the unfulfilled revenge. King of mercenaries, Boring shouted out that he wanted to see this creeping bastard die. Boozy said that the young man in front of him was so arrogant that he felt sick just looking at him. The winner said that this eldest son of a fallen clan left his family after the death of his sister. Creed asked how a stranger from another kingdom could know such a forgotten story. Boozy said he was running around trying to track down the mercenary king's past. The winner said that it was they who worked with the Delphine family to overthrow the Borings. Creed suddenly realized that it was not only the Duke of the Delphin family who was behind the death of his family. The young man realized that there were many people behind this incident who had not yet been punished. Boozy said that all his crucifixions were meaningless because he was talking to a man who was about to die. Creed Boring found the strength to shout that he would never forgive the noble swordsman. The winner said he couldn't believe it because he was in danger of being doomed to die. Buzzy swung his sword without a shred of pity or doubt, and now the Boring line was cut off. Creed thought he had been decapitated, but he was still alive, and his head was still in place. The rejuvenated guy noticed this and thought that everything he saw was a hallucination and nothing more. Creed thought that he had been handed over to the magicians for experiments, and that this was part of their cunningly planned experiment. A cry was heard from behind, directed at the young master of the Boring family. Rico looked into the tent and told the master to come out, because he knew that the young man was already awake. Creed threatened him with a blade and told the knight to be quiet and not try to call for help. Young Boring said that he would let Rico live if he obediently answered his questions. The guy said he could change his mind if he really didn't like something in the answers. The knight, who entered frantically, called out to the young gentleman because he could not believe what was happening. Rico said he found such threats to be excessive and asked that they not be made again. Creed thought the knight was out of his mind since he wasn't reacting to the threat, and asked what he was talking about. The man who entered abruptly pushed the young man away and shouted that he, with his hysteria, had worn everyone out. Rico said that the gentleman was hysterical because he wanted to lead a squad to clean up dangerous orcs. Creed Boring was surprised by what the knight said and asked again which orcs exactly he was talking about. The young man did not agree that he could have thrown a tantrum, and Rico asked the gentleman to come to his senses. Creed asked his subordinate where exactly he was going to take young Boring. Rico replied that they were, of course, heading towards the Boring mansion right now. Creed couldn't believe his subordinate's words. To him, they sounded like something incredibly offensive. The young man shouted for Rico to repeat what he had just said because he had heard poorly. Creed asked if they were talking about the same boring mansion that the dolphins destroyed. The young man realized that his family estate was still standing in its place and was safe and sound. Young Boring couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how something like this could happen. Creed thought that he personally witnessed the destruction and decline that reigned in these lands. Rico whispered that the young master was tormented by nightmares, since he called the family mansion destroyed. Young Boring thought that he was still in a dream. He could not give any other explanation. The guy was convinced that he was no longer sleeping because the pain felt like it was real. Creed thought seriously about what he saw today. He compared his rejuvenated face with the intact castle of the Boring family estate. The young man thought that it turned out that he had somehow managed to return back to the past. Creed remembered that in his youth, everything about this place had irritated him incredibly. But now he felt differently. The boy admitted that he was creating problems because of feelings of inferiority caused by immaturity. Gradually, all the inhabitants of the mansion turned away from him, and then he could not stand the criticism and ran away. Creed knows that a couple of years after that, he managed to become a mercenary and survived many battles. The guy remembers when he decided to atone for all the mistakes of the past. He returned to the mansion, but found it in ruins. The Boring family's ancestral mansion, his family's estate, was razed to the ground, leaving not a single stone standing. The young man thought that he had lost everything then, but now he still had not escaped from the family estate. Creed realized that the people he cared about so much were also in their places. The young gentleman thought that he could barely restrain himself from breaking into a dance from the overwhelming joy. Young Boring realized that it was too early for him to rejoice, because Knight Rico spoke about the clearing of the orcs. Creed thought that he would definitely not forget that day because most of the squad members died. The guy remembered that in his past life he had tagged along with a cleanup squad to gain fame. That day, intelligence reported that there were only 3 orcs, and young Boring decided that he could handle command of the squad. Creed remembers that he saw at least 20 orcs on the spot, but he continued to command and killed the people. The young man understands that this is a completely feasible task because the orcs do not understand tactics. Young Boring thought the only problem was that the troops wouldn't listen to his orders. Creed realized that something was different from last time because he didn't remember such an incident. The guards shouted that the orcs were already breaking through the walls of their camp. The guards, unprepared for battle, shouted that the orcs had already entered the camp. Young Boring realized that the orcs had not attacked so suddenly last time. Something had definitely changed. The orcs that flew into the camp crushed the people, knocking their bodies aside left and right. The monsters advanced at a rapid pace, crushing more and more frightened soldiers. Some of the orcs were armed with massive weapons, which made them slower. The clearing commander shouted for everyone to take their position and meet the battle with dignity. Scoven shouted that the knights must not give in to panic and fear. Everyone was obliged to go on the defensive. The commander miscalculated the strength of the enemy, who easily broke through his block. The man realized that they had let their guard down and were now thrown off balance by the sudden attack. Scoven heard the familiar voice of the young Mr. Boring call out to him. The young man shouted that the orc was attacking the squad leader, but he understood that he did not have time to react. The guy decided not to hesitate and personally cover the commander of the purge, so as not to deprive the army of confidence. Scoven didn't even understand what was happening now because he didn't even have time to look around properly. Creed decided to meet the orc's attack and show him who the real warrior was. The commander understood what was about to happen. He saw how the young gentleman was about to die in his place. Scoven managed to shout for the young master to run and not to fight this monster. The commander of the cleanup squad didn't know that the young man was no longer the irritable and loud-mouthed brat. Young Boring skillfully twisted the blade of his sword and cut the arm of his attacker in half. The entire cleansing squad was able to observe these magnificent movements of the young gentleman. The orc lost his fight and lost his limbs, and so could only scream furiously at the one who defeated him. Young Boring became convinced that the monster was no longer going to attack or show aggression. Creed said that mana was still unavailable to him, but he wished he would return a little earlier. The boy asked if he was the commander, and Scoven asked in response what the young gentleman wanted. The young man extended his hand to the fallen man and told him to hand over the right to command the detachment to him. The man didn't understand what exactly this rascal had in mind, so he hesitated with his unambiguous answer. Creed repeated that he wanted to have the right to command a cleansing squad and punish the filthy orcs. The commander still could not answer the young man. This was a fairly expected request from him. The commander realized that the boy had always been a fool, but to ask such a thing when so many lives were at stake. The man said that he could not hand over command to the young master. He was not ready yet. Skovan said that they were not playing games here, and noted that he was not able to transfer such power. Creed thought that if he were in the commander's place, he would have done exactly the same. Another ferocious monster decided to attack the commander of the cleansing squad. The squad leader shouted at the boy to take cover. He didn't have enough experience to fight anyway. Young Boring said he had no other choice and swung his arm to strike. Skovan barely managed to avoid such an attack from the young man, which would have almost killed him. The squad commander shouted at what this unbearable boy was doing. The man heard the death roar of the dying orc that had just attacked them. Skovan wondered what could have just happened, why he no longer heard the monster approaching. The sword of the young master of Borings hit the vulnerable spot of the orc, who was already ready to attack. The monster continued to roar and choke on its own blood, but could no longer take a step. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. The boy had dealt with another orc. Skovan wondered how this rascal had managed to hit the monster's vulnerable spot. Creed asked the commander of the cleanup squad if he knew what was most important in a fight. The young man is sure that the Boring troops will not win if they continue to tremble with fear. The young gentleman said that in order to achieve a successful victory, the army needs incentive. The guy immediately jumped up to make his plans a reality. Creed decided to show that victory would be theirs, and to do this, he had to give it his all. Everyone watched how deftly the young gentleman jumped on one of the orcs and finished him off. The commander looked on in disbelief. The uncontrollable offspring of the Borings was fighting ahead of everyone else. Creed told the orcs not to slow down and to keep advancing, otherwise he would get very bored. The guy shouted that he would cut all the local monsters into pieces and not even break a sweat. Having noticed the strong boy, the monsters immediately realized who their real enemy was. However, they couldn't even imagine how big the difference was between them and the young master. Creed gradually dealt with the giant monsters that had recently crushed his troops. Watching what was happening, Skovan could only assume that this was all a bad dream, nothing else. The commander realized that even he would have a hard time pulling something like this off, but this skinny kid could handle it. Skovan realized that Creed was about to run out of steam, but he still gave in and continued to fight. The commander noticed that the young man was using a minimal amount of movement to dodge. He is confident that the young master is striking exclusively at the orc's weak points. Skovan thought that the one fighting in front of him was a sword master who was unable to use mana. The squad leader admitted that the young man could be a true genius, strong beyond his years. Creed shouted that he expected more from these monsters, who couldn't even touch him. The young master shouted that these orcs did not really live up to their reputation as a warlike species. The knights and guards noticed that all the monsters were chasing the master, who was trying to escape. The soldiers shouted out why Commander Skovan was simply standing and watching the matured youth. The commander wondered what the hell he was expecting by calling everyone to attack him. Skovan noted that the young man's attack and his ability to attract attention were quite good and confident. However, the commander noted that he ran away, and in that direction there was a cliff. The squad leader was able to quickly figure out the plan of young Master Creed Boring. Skovan ordered all the servants to raise their shields and form a wall formation. The commander said that they would follow the young master because they could not abandon him. Meanwhile, Creed ran as fast as he could, hoping to succeed in his plan. The young man thought that since Skovan was such an experienced commander, he would be able to guess what the boy was up to. Creed knew perfectly well that he didn't have enough stamina to cut down all the monsters in front of him. The young man admitted that his life could end like this, but at least he was able to help deal with the orcs. A phalanx of warriors was rapidly advancing on the backs of an enraged crowd of distracted monsters. The orcs realized that they had been outsmarted, but it was practically impossible to rectify the situation. The knights closed ranks and rapidly advanced on the monsters trapped at the cliff. Creed admitted that Commander Skovan had managed to read his plan perfectly. The young man made a difficult decision so as not to create unnecessary obstacles for the allied knights. Already in flight, the young master told the knights to push harder and throw the orcs down. To ensure that no one dared to slow down the pace of the attack, Skovan shouted out the order, "Forward." The commander ordered the army to cast aside their fear and push all the monsters off the cliff. The knights did not even think of disobeying Skovan, and therefore they attacked the orcs with all their strength. The soldiers continued to press the enemy with all their might in order to achieve victory in this unequal battle. A small detachment of Boring successfully carried out their plan and threw off monsters that were stronger than them. The orcs screamed with all their might as they fell like loose stones. They were shattered into pieces under the cliff, with no chance at all of surviving such a fall. The boring warriors, out of breath, rejoiced at their victory, exclaiming that they had gotten rid of the orcs. Meanwhile, Scoven and Rico looked down and, searching with their eyes, called out to the young Master Creed. The young man clutched the hilt of his sword and held on with all his might, just to see his comrades one last time. Creed saw how well his subordinates had done and smiled as he looked at their frightened faces. Scoven noticed the young gentleman and quickly assessed the situation the boy found himself in. The squad leader smiled, showing that he had finally recognized the unbearable boy. The commander shouted at Creed to grab his hand because it was dangerous to hang like that. The young man replied that he had lost all his strength and could no longer even hold the handle. Creed saw how the expressions on his subordinates' faces changed, how happy they were when they noticed him. As soon as the squad noticed how the young man began to fall, they all shouted at once, "Young master!" The young man heard his younger sister, Elaine, call him by name. Creed asked what happened to her, why she suddenly decided to call him now. Young Boringov saw his younger sister asking him why his mother was no longer around. Then he saw a fragment of memory in which Elaine thanked her older brother. Creed noticed changes in his relationship with his sister. She asked what was wrong with him lately. Elaine said that her older brother is the worst person in this world. Young Boring watched all the fragments of memories and asked what was happening to him now. Creed said that these were his memories, from a past life, about his little sister Elaine. Suddenly the young man felt someone's touch. It was his sister who was talking to him. Elaine asked her older brother not to leave her and to go with her. Creed opened his eyes abruptly and noticed that he woke up in his own chambers. The young man thought that he had survived, that Scoven's squad had managed to pull him out. The guy suggested that all of this could very well have been a simple nightmare. Creed realized that his whole body was aching with terrible pain. He realized that this was the result of the rapid jumps. Young Boring said that he was alive, which meant that things weren't so bad after all. A maid entered Creed's room. She noticed that the guy had woken up and turned to him. The girl was incredibly happy that the guy woke up right now. Creed asked if it was Valinda, and the maid said that she was incredibly worried about the master. The girl said that the young man could have easily stayed on the estate and shifted all the fuss onto the soldiers. Valinda asked why the young master had such a reaction and whether she had done something wrong. Creed replied that he was simply incredibly glad to see his mentor. The young man understands that she was the only one who stayed with him until the very end and endured all his antics. The guy understands that after the fall of the family, they were unable to find her, so he never saw her again. Valinda asked where the gentleman got so much joy since they see each other every day. Creed decided that he simply had to tell his mentor the whole truth about what had happened. The young man said that very soon a great misfortune would befall the Boring mansion. The girl asked what her master was saying, and he said that he had returned to life after death. Valinda played along and agreed with Creed's words, saying that the orcs had given him a good beating. The mentor said that misfortune would soon befall the young master, and not the Boring mansion. The maid asked what Creed would do if he got so hurt that he even had to miss the festival. The young Boringov asked what other festival it was, and the girl asked if he had forgotten. Valinda said that Lady Elaine was looking forward to the day when Creed would take her to the festival. The young man chuckled, and the mentor said that this was just a great chance to get closer again. Creed thought that there was one festival that was celebrated during this period of the year. The boy remembers that in his past life, due to negativity, he was unable to enjoy the festival with his sister. Young Boring asked how much time was left until the festival, and the maid replied that it was about a week. Creed thought for a moment and said, "That means the festival is next week. It's practically right around the corner." Elaine peered through the doorway and asked if her big brother was there. The young man wondered if the day that would change his whole life would really happen so soon. The young man's memories flashed again to his younger sister's request to go with her. Young Boring realized that his beloved little sister was about to die in a week. Creed couldn't resist and rushed to his sister to finally hug her for real. Valinda realized that the young master had indeed changed a lot. Elaine asked what had happened to her older brother, whether he had decided to play a prank on her again. The young man said that he missed his sister so much that he could not stay still. Elaine screamed at Creed to let her go because he was starting to scare her really bad. The boy thought that his sister had incredible strength and asked himself if she had always been like this. Elaine said that Valinda asked her to come. The girl thinks that such jokes will not change anything. Creed's younger sister remembers well how he constantly drove her away, not even allowing her to come close. Elaine asked if her brother had lost his memory, and the boy was surprised that he could even say such a thing. The young man admitted that in his past life he was a complete piece of shit and apologized to his sister. The girls were surprised that Creed apologized first, and the sister was scared. The orcs had beaten her brother severely. Young Boring shouted out that it was he who had hit the monsters over the heads quite hard. The young man asked why everyone was saying he was bruised, after which he felt a sharp pain. Elaine sarcastically agreed with her brother's words and said that this was why he was brought in unconscious. Creed realized that the girls remained the same as the guy remembered them all this long time. The young man asked himself why he, in his past life, had worried so much about all sorts of nonsense. Young Boring remembers not going to the festival with his younger sister because of the disappointing results of the trip. Creed understands that that was the last time he saw his sister, and after she was found cut into pieces. The guy realizes that he should have been there for her to protect her. Someone knocked on the door of the young master's chambers and asked permission to enter. Bodyguards Jack and Phil looked into the room and were delighted to find Miss Elaine. The girl said she had asked them to stay outside, but the servants asked her to assess the preparations for the festival. Creed asked why they were asking his sister for such a thing while ignoring him. Valinda said that my lord was too idle and that the estate was currently short of workers. The sister asked her brother to be careful, and the young man thought that he did not know that there was a shortage of workers. Young Boring said he was ready to provide any assistance he could in preparing for the festival. Elaine couldn't believe what she had just heard and even turned around to look at her brother. The girls are sure that the young gentleman is clearly not himself, since he volunteers to provide assistance, after some short time in the area where the festival was held. Creed shouted that he would help his sister, and Elaine told him to back off and not interfere with the others' work. The young man said that this is exactly how she treats those who sincerely want to help her. Young Boring realized that his younger sister's body would be far from the festival. She would be taken there by force. The guy must prevent this, and this means that he needs to find all the exits from the castle. One of the guards turned to the young gentleman. The matter was urgent. The young man recognized the face of the man who ran up to him. It was his personal servant, old Ferdinand. The elderly knight let out a sigh when he saw that young Master Creed was safe and sound. Ferdinand said that he immediately rushed to the master when he heard the disturbing news from the detachment. Elaine said her brother had recently woken up and was acting very strangely and needed bed rest. The young man is sure that his image as an idiot will hinder him for a very long time. Creed said he wanted to visit the long-abandoned training ground. The young gentleman is confident that he could do with some extra training. Ferdinand realized that Creed Boring had begun to think about more than just senseless pranks. The old man said that he would, of course, show the way to the abandoned training grounds of the Boring Castle. When the young man arrived at the place, he was surprised because he saw something completely different from what he thought. The guy said that this training ground was better than he imagined. Creed thought that in all his years as a mercenary, he had never seen such a training place. Ferdinand said they were keeping a close eye on the equipment in case the young man wanted to train. The old servant said that he was confident that the young master's difficulties would one day be resolved. Creed realized that in his past life, Ferdinand had been waiting for young Boring to grow up. The young man said that he wanted to live a long life and would try to postpone death as long as possible. Ferdinand apologized, the young gentleman's words reminding him of the recent incident with the cleanup squad. The boy said that his servant saw to the very root of the matter, because he had indeed died and been born again. Creed said the old man could wait for him outside because he was going to have a good workout. The young man understands that in his past life he treated others with hostility. The young gentleman is sure that he was simply too blind and stupid to realize the simple truth. Creed thought he had about a week to get stronger and protect his little sister. The boy remembers that in a past life, the Borings learned that a neighboring lord was behind Elaine's death. The young man is sure that it was after this that the war began, in which the Boring family suffered collapse. The young master realized that the death of his younger sister was the starting point of the downfall of his family. Creed decided that he had to save Elaine and save his family at any cost. The guy realized that at the very beginning he should focus on his non-physical shell. The young man thought that he should have time to at least open the paths for the mana surrounding him. Creed knows that mana is a supernatural power that allows one to surpass one's limits. The young master understands that it is difficult to accumulate it, but he managed even in the chaos of battle. The guy thinks that he should at least feel the particles of mana that float in the surrounding air. Creed imagined himself concentrating the noticed threads and winding them into a spool. The young man knows that for a seasoned warrior, creating a mana core is a simple matter. However, the guy notes that this is not the only thing that allowed him to become one of the best swordsmen on the continent. The The boring youth remembers that he learned a special method of mana control in an ancient burnt library. Creed knows that this method doesn't just work with a person's natural mana core. The guy understands that he can already create all three linked mana cores. The young man notes that such a network of linked cores allows for the creation of destructive power. Creed realized that the 3 linked mana cores were his limit, at least for now. Young Boringov says that in his past life he managed to create 5 linked nuclei at once. The boy understands that this method allows one to master destructive power, but at a huge cost in mana. Creed realizes that in his past life he lost to Boozy precisely because of this particular feature of the technique. The young man understands that this is not the most reliable technique, but for now it should be enough. The young boring heir thought that this time he would definitely cut off the head of the nasty Boozy. The guy decided that he would deal with the Dolphin family and all the henchmen of these scum. Creed promises himself that he will destroy everyone who in one way or another had a hand in the collapse of the boring family. A whole week passed with this attitude, and the long-awaited day arrived, the day of the festival. Young Boringov prepared thoroughly for this significant date. Creed tried to take into account every possible scenario of an attack on his little sister. The guy couldn't screw up like he did in his past life. Now everything was completely different. Elaine was surprised that her older brother had come and asked what had been going on with him lately. The young man said that he was a representative of the boring family, and therefore was obliged to attend such events. The sister said that her brother had come to his senses since he hadn't left the gym all week. Creed said he didn't see anything wrong with the boring heir training hard. Elaine said her older brother used to say the exact opposite. The girl said that she was filled with joy from such changes in Creed. The younger sister said that she even felt like her old brother, whom she loved, had returned. Young Boring decided that he shouldn't say anything because now was not the time. The guy thought that over the past week he realized that the present and the future were already changing. Valinda asked Elaine's bodyguards to keep an eye on the gentleman so that there would be no problems with the visitors. Creed understands that major events will not change, but he will not be able to keep track of the small ones. The young man decided that he must definitely take advantage of his knowledge from the future. The guy knows that he must use the most effective actions in every possible situation. Elaine enjoyed herself at this holiday as much as she could, because it was not every year that her brother was with her. The young man did not like all the fun of his younger sister, but he could not leave her that day. Elaine said that she had a lot of fun today, but the festival will be over soon. The girl said that every year she sees the same thing, but she wants something new and interesting. Creed thought the festival was over, but nothing much happened. The young man realized that all this was because he was next to his sister, but he heard someone's familiar voice. The guard who approached said that one of his friends told him about a new and interesting entertainment nearby. Elaine didn't even have to be coaxed. She was hoping it would be incredibly fun. Young Boring realized who was to blame for the turning point in his past life. Creed realized that the Boring family had harbored 2 snakes who were about to reveal their true nature. The young man understands that everyone trusts Jack and Phil unconditionally because they have protected Elaine since birth. Young Boring said that after his sister's death, there was talk that her bodyguards had also been killed. Jack and Phil took the Boring children out into the alley and told them that this was the most fun place. Elaine asked what kind of miserable place this was. How could she have fun if there was nothing there? Jack said that it didn't seem like anything was ready here yet, but the right people would arrive soon and put on a show. Creed's younger sister shouted that no one would put on a show in such a terrible place. The young man looked around and realized that everything was exactly as he had initially assumed. The guy thought that at first glance it was a simple, unremarkable alley. However, Creed saw barricades erected that cut off the path of retreat. Young Boring realized that everything here had been prepared in advance, and Elaine shouted that they were leaving. Jack asked my lady to wait for the show, but the girl said that this was not an appropriate place for a show. The young man asked why his sister was so strong and whether she really exercised physically. Phil blocked the path of Elaine, who was running away, and turned to her, singling out the young lady. He said rather angrily that the girl would be better off waiting for the people who had prepared the performance. Creed's younger sister asked why Phil was addressing her in such an unkind tone. Elaine asked fearfully what had happened to her bodyguards, why they were acting so strange today. Jack said they really didn't mean to scare their little mistress. He clapped his hands and said that they had a simple order, nothing personal, but she would have to put up with it. The girl realized that standing in front of her were no longer those kind bodyguards, but traitors without dignity. Nearby, we heard the footsteps of people who were confidently approaching. Creed thought that the ones who came up looked strange and more like some kind of bandits. Frank said it was a clean job, as he expected from the girl's personal bodyguards. Jack said that the conditions had been met on their part and he wanted to complete this deal as soon as possible. The man said he was seeing a few more people than the contract stated. Frank said he was certain the Boring family's eldest son was not part of their deal. Jack said the guy was a bonus because the idiot tagged along with them to his own detriment. Creed asked why the bodyguard was so confident that he could get away with such deals. Jack told the young man to worry about himself because he and Phil would run far, far away. The bodyguard is sure that the impoverished lands of the Borings are getting on their nerves. Jack is sure that all decent people have long since fled the lands of the Borings. Creed could no longer allow the lands that belonged to the Borings, even if not rich ones, to be denigrated in this way. The young man cut the traitor in two in an instant. Jack didn't even realize what had happened. Everyone present did not expect such decisive actions from the young master of these lands. Creed said that at least his family doesn't manage to trade other people's lives. The young man asked Phil if he did not agree with the young heir to these impoverished lands. The remaining bodyguard said how could a knight of such a level let this weakling get close to him? Creed noticed that the traitor wanted to hide behind his younger sister, so he decided to solve the issue differently. The man in the afterlife said that it was simply unthinkable that this brat could do such a thing. Phil's body collapsed onto the dirty stones of the small area prepared for Elaine's capture. Frank's henchman said that this guy couldn't be the Boring's eldest son. The man said that the boy looked exactly like the Boring's stupid son. Frank thought that the young man couldn't deal with two knights. Mana was put into his attacks. Elaine asked her brother what was happening now, why they were behaving like this. Creed decided that his little sister should not see everything that would happen in this place today. The young man carefully laid his sister down and said that she needed to rest a little. Frank said he had to thank the boy for doing all their work. The man said they were planning to kill the two and noted that the guy was different from the rumors. Frank asked if Creed Boring was hiding his skills from others for moments like this. The boy asked why this vile man cared what the young man was doing. Creed thought that there were only 3 opponents against him. It didn't even look like a difficult fight. The young man realized that the people behind the man were weaklings, but he himself was emitting an abnormal amount of mana. The guy decided that he had to deal with Frank quickly so that there wouldn't be any big problems. Creed asked who was the customer for his sister, and the man replied that a dead man had no need to know. The young man said that he knew that this bastard would not so easily give him the whole background of this matter. The Boring's eldest son said that he would now get Frank to talk and find out everything that interested him. The man told his henchman not to kill the boy, but to break all his limbs. Frank is convinced that in order for a young man to become a masterpiece, he must undergo a lesson in hellish pain. The men's pawns did not think for long, but immediately began to carry out the order given to them. Creed decided to use the tools he had prepared for battle. It was a good moment. The young man knew that in the heat of battle, wax candles could easily be confused with bombs and powerful firecrackers. The robber thought that someone had thrown a joke toy at him, but that wouldn't work with him. The Boring's eldest son realized that this moment of confusion was just what he needed. The guy realized that Frank's first henchman had deflated quite easily, which meant his judgments were correct. The second bandit asked what kind of tricks this young brat was showing. Was he really that lucky? Creed blocked the blow in his blind spot. Such tricks wouldn't work on the seasoned mercenary. The young man already had some unenviable experience in battles, and therefore knew how to most easily turn the situation to his advantage. The Boring's eldest son easily pinned his opponent's sword to launch a counterattack. The robber couldn't understand how this brat, who hadn't even trained, could move so confidently. Frank was left without his assistants, who were unable to carry out the last order. Creed suddenly realized that he was missing the most dangerous piece on this table. The man could not help but take advantage of such a miscalculation on the part of the young Mr. Boring. Frank shouted as the boy managed to block his attack, which was perfectly aimed. The abnormally strong villain thought as the guy blocked his attack from this position. Creed decided not to hesitate and went on the counterattack to catch his opponent off guard. However, the young man's attempt was not the most successful. The robber managed to jump back and break the distance. Frank realized that there had been a miscalculation in his movements if such an inexperienced brat had managed to touch him. The Boring's eldest son cut the bandit's smoking pipe and stunned him with his movements. The guy noticed that his opponent was not losing his grip and continued to attack from awkward positions. Creed successfully blocked this attack from his opponent, who said that he was impressed by what he saw here. Frank admitted that if he didn't have such mana, he would have lost his head. The young man was surprised and wondered if his opponent had concentrated his mana to reduce the damage. Frank said he had no idea where the brat got such skills from, but he was very sorry about today. The man with abnormal mana is sure that the guy will die here and now from his sword. The thug is confident that the young man, with his meager mana reserves, will not be able to defeat him. Frank shouted that this intolerable bastard with an incredible gift for fencing would die here. Creed smiled as he fought against such a skilled opponent as this suspicious man. Frank asked himself why this kid was smiling when he was fighting him and blocking his attacks. The Boring's eldest son decided to use all available methods to teach the scoundrel a lesson. The experience of one of the 7 strongest people, the king of mercenaries, will not allow him to lose such a fight. Frank realized that he wasn't facing some brat. He was in for a real fight. The man confidently raised his hat and said that with such a small amount of mana, the blows would not work. The thug realized that the boy had a pretty strong ace up his sleeve. Frank fell to his knees. The pain from the blow from Creed Boring, an incompetent brat with no training, pierced him. The man thought that this brat had managed to break through his protective enchantment. The young man said he could not have imagined that there was a real conspiracy behind his sister's death. Creed confidently asked if this conspiracy was Frank's doing or if there was a more influential person behind it. The young man shouted at the man to hold on with all his strength because it was going to hurt. The guy decided to use his special skill called Third Core Release. Frank shouted out what kind of nonsense was happening in front of him. Why did the boy have such an increase in mana? The thug didn't have time to figure out what had happened when the young man's blades were already heading towards him. The man admitted that the enemy's speed was incredibly high. He would even call it prohibitive. Frank was late in following the young man's movements, but still managed to respond to each of Creed's attacks. The guy was pushing back a strong opponent who initially had an abnormally high level of mana. The Boring's eldest son swung his swords again and again, but he could not reach the man. Frank blocked the attacks of his young opponent and did not understand where he got such great power from. The man realized that this fight wouldn't last long. His hands were going numb from blocking. The thug understood that no matter how much mana a person had, its effect was always limited. Frank admitted that he didn't know of any way to release mana in such bursts. The man realized that the young man in front of him had become a completely different, more powerful person. The thug's weapon gave way much faster than his absolute confidence in his victory. Creed delivered the finishing blow and cut Frank's chest. The victory was quite easy. The thug couldn't understand how something like this could happen. He was defeated by some little bastard. The young man understood that he should not kill such an important person as Frank now. However, the guy had to create a favorable environment for the upcoming negotiations. Creed knew perfectly well that this was one of the best options of all. When the Boring's eldest son realized that the man was completely ready for dialogue, he stopped. The young man asked if Frank, his friend, would like to continue the simple conversation. The guy clearly asked who ordered the thugs to do this to his little sister. The man thought that he couldn't just give in and tell the brat such information. Frank realized that he needed to at least take the girl with him to the grave. The thug calculated the trajectory of his hidden dagger and swung it to throw. Creed Boring was able to foresee this outcome, so he used mana threads and stopped the villain. The young man realized that the man could not simply give up, even under the pretext of death. The guy said he was ready to make a deal. The man had to answer questions, and he would take out the sword. Frank realized that the threads the boy used were made of mana, so he couldn't move. The man asked himself when the guy could have managed to prepare like this, and remembered the beginning of the fight. The young man said that he was confident that such a seasoned warrior would be able to lick his wounds. Creed said that if he destroyed his opponent's mana core, it would be all over for him. Frank couldn't believe his own ears. How could such a green brat know such things? The guy decided to show that he was completely serious, and to do this, he directed his mana into the sword. The man roared in pain as he realized his mana was slowly beginning to dissipate. The thug clearly felt a serious crack appear on his mana core. Frank screamed that the guy had decided to die because the mana that had escaped would blow everything to hell. Creed said that such a fate awaited only amateurs, but he could definitely cope with something like that. The man realized that the young man was not bluffing, because he could clearly see the boy's frightening gaze. Frank asked himself if this was really how he would die, at the hands of some boy. The thug shouted that his employer was Count Duncan. It was he who ordered the boy's younger sister. The man shouted that his employer had ordered him to create a precedent between the Boring family and the Gradys. Creed said he believed the stranger's words and thought that Duncan had been their enemy all along. The young man could not understand how the Duke of Delphine could conduct so skillfully from behind the scenes. The reincarnated mercenary king said that it was now clear to him why the thugs needed his little sister. Having learned the truth, Creed only thrust his sword harder to inflict even more pain on Frank. The man shouted out what this impudent fellow was doing, but he himself said that he would let him go immediately. The young man asked what had happened to the thug. Had he wet his pants? Frank burst out laughing, which only puzzled the guy who was carrying out his justice. The man shouted that he had already settled the matter with the Grady family, so his death would not change anything. The thug is sure that no one will believe such a brat, so the Borings will be drawn into the war. Creed stopped and said that the man did not understand the young man, so he would explain everything clearly. The guy said that he was reborn after death, so this time everything will be completely different. The man's body felt incredible pain. Creed decided to destroy his mana core and end the skirmish. The released mana energy of the thug rushed upwards towards the night sky. A fireworks display of unprecedented beauty and brightness illuminated the slums in the less wealthy lands of the Borings. Creed literally blew up Frank's body and thought about how exactly he had resolved the issue with the Grady family. The young man thought that this small area in the slums was now strewn with bloody bodies. The guy understood that there were both the bodies of unknown mercenaries and the bodies of Elaine's brave bodyguards. However, he considered the most important thing to be that his little sister remained safe and sound. She was out of it and had no idea how their skirmish with the thugs had ended. Creed threw down his sword. The fight was already over. He realized that he could breathe a sigh of relief. The event that had weighed heavily on him in his past life had finally come to an end. The young man felt incredibly terrible pain and was unable to quickly get his bearings. Over time, the Borings' eldest son realized that this was a side effect of his mana manipulation method. The youth said that the retribution from 3 cores was not a problem when he was the mercenary king. Creed realized that he couldn't give up so easily and remembered that there was one more place. He remembered that the elders had spoken of another place with bodies not far from the square in these slums. The guy understood what kind of bodies these could be, but to be sure he had to see them. Creed managed to find the right building and realized that the thug had not lied and had already resolved the necessary issue. The young man knows what the Earl of the Grady family looked like, so he immediately recognized his son. The Borings' eldest son realized that the heir of the Grady family had been killed along with all his guards. Creed realized that his family had framed the Gradys as Elaine's killers and silenced them. The boy thought that as soon as the Grady family opened their mouths, a brutal war began. The Borings' eldest son got rid of all the evidence to prevent the Dolphins' plans from coming to fruition. Count Duncan's spies saw everything that happened perfectly well, but Creed didn't even suspect it. All the necessary information had already been received by the eyes and ears of the Dolphins. The mercenary had disappeared. One of the conspirators shouted out why the thugs couldn't take care of one little girl. One of the conspirators asked if it was really so difficult to make any effort to achieve the result. The mercenary said that Creed Boring was there, and the Count asked what this useless cretin had done to interfere. Duncan's subordinate shouted that everyone had known for a long time that this young man was a stupid piece of shit. One of the Dolphins shouted how this scum could even be used as an argument. The mercenary said that the guy turned out to be not such a piece of shit as the widespread rumors described him as. It seemed to the man that a completely different person was in the skin of this unbearable good-for-nothing. The mercenary asked to give him another chance because the issue with the Grady family had already been resolved. All the members of the conspiracy shouted that the thug couldn't even get information about Creed Boring. Count Delphin asked everyone to be silent because the room had become too noisy. The man on the throne asked what kind of chance this worthless mercenary was talking about. The thug shouted that he would personally get rid of Creed Boring and his little sister. He is confident that he has a great trump card that will help him defeat this little ghoul. The council thought for a moment and asked who exactly they were talking about, if all the strong mercenaries had already fizzled out. The man replied that he was talking about Kane Lloyd, who was famous for his sword-fighting skills. The mercenary is confident that he is a true embodiment of strength, despite his relatively young age. The thug shouted that Kane was Creed's cousin, so there would be no problem with the clash. Everyone gathered wondered if this eldest son of the Borings was really that strong and if the rumors were false. Count Delphin said that if this was another failure, it would be the last failure in the mercenary's life. The head of the entire conspiracy warned that the mercenary would not have another chance to justify himself. The next day, Ferdinand's voice was heard in the old training hall of the Boring mansion. The old man said that it was already lunchtime. The young master should postpone his training. The young man's subordinate saw an incredibly clear stream of mana rushing towards him. Creed was training to control mana from a distance, and for this purpose he decided to place the sword at the entrance. Ferdinand was incredibly surprised by such jokes, because he did not think that his master was so powerful. The young man successfully picked up the sword, By and large, such training was simply a warm-up for the air. The guy said that he was generally pleased with the result, but admitted that he was still not perfect in control. Creed noticed his subject enter the training hall and said that he was glad to see the old man. Ferdinand apologized to the young gentleman. He didn't think the young man was so passionate about training. The old man asked how the guy managed to make the flow of mana something tangible. Creed said that these are mana threads. They allow you to use mana as something material and interact with the world. The young man thought that in his past life he had used this property of mana very often. However, Creed understands that under the current circumstances, he is running low on mana. The boring son thinks he can use just one thread and then his mana will be enough. Ferdinand thought he was filled with mana from training, but he had never seen her like this. The old man thought that recently the guy didn't even use mana. How did he manage to come up with something like this? Creed asked why his loyal subject had come to him, whether something special had happened. Ferdinand said that he came here to convey the following words to the master. The old man said that he was incredibly grateful to the young master for saving his younger sister. The young man said that he could not act differently. There was no need to thank him for such actions. Creed said he was very hungry and suggested that the old man go out for lunch. The boy realizes that the festival was suspended to keep his little sister safe. Elaine said people don't believe her when she tells them her older brother saved her. The sister asked her brother to tell her what happened in person, but Creed said it didn't make sense. Valinda said she knew Jack and Phil were the perverts, but she couldn't prove it. Creed understands that Elaine is keeping quiet about a lot, although she herself cannot know the whole truth. The young man thought that he was satisfied that he had at least temporarily prevented the war. The guy admits that he alone will not be enough to stop the dolphins. A maid entered the room and immediately apologized for the delay in dinner. Creed thought that in order to get an army, he had to get more power. The young man saw a very meager dinner, and all his thoughts instantly switched. The guy asked the maid if they had brought him dessert straight away and where was the main course. Valinda asked if the young master was aware of the current situation in their not very prosperous lands. Creed heard the crowd's cries of discontent growing outside the window, asking for compensation for the damage. The people demanded that they be compensated for the losses they suffered as a result of the cancellation of the festival. People broke down the iron gates of the castle and demanded that their conditions be met. The man shouted that he was sure that even the guards behind the gates were rolling in money. Creed looked out the window and asked what the hell was going on. Why were those people screaming? Valinda understood perfectly well that something like this was bound to happen, so she decided to share her opinion. The girl said that their country is full of traitors who live off the proceeds from such festivals. The boy's mentor said that last year, for example, they received colossal revenue. Creed said that he didn't expect this. Was the situation really that bad and completely hopeless? The boring's eldest son realized that if his family didn't do something, things would only get worse. The young man asked the old man what the soldiers were doing now and whether they couldn't pacify this crowd. Ferdinand smiled and said that the soldiers were not yet in their positions. The old man said that the soldiers were sent to clear the forests of monsters. Their raids had become too frequent. The boy understands that their lands are constantly at war with barbarians in the north and monsters in the west. Creed wondered how his family had come to this, since they had neither soldiers nor money. The young man said that he urgently needed to talk to Valinda face to face. The boring son told the girl to use all his money to calm the crowd. The young gentleman's mentor said that he had no cash reserves. The girl said that the count doesn't give him money because the guy spends it on all sorts of nonsense. The young man realized that he now had no money at all. He was, in fact, a real beggar. Creed asked if Valinda could lend him some, and she replied that she had absolutely no money either. The boring's eldest son asked, since they had neither soldiers nor money, what they had left. The guy thought that without a penny in his pocket, even knowledge of the future would not help him. The young man thought that there must be at least something in the estate, at least some way to solve the problem. Rico ran into the room and called out to the young gentleman who was deep in thought. Creed asked the knight why there was such a rush. What had happened that was so incredibly urgent? Rico shouted out that the young man was in big trouble and that young Master Kane Lloyd wanted to see him. The young man quickly realized that his cousin had wanted to see him for a reason. This was just another adventure. Captain Scoven had already managed to take a good portion of blows from which his face was distorted. Creed's cousin didn't stop there. He enjoyed causing pain to those around him. The strongman struck again and again, leaving not even the slightest chance for respite for the beaten knight. Young Master Kane's blows were incredibly heavy. They literally dented the armor. The captain could no longer hold back the uninvited guest. His strength to stand quickly ran out. Creed saw Skovan, with no living space left on him, fall to the floor. The loser could barely make out the figure of the young gentleman, but he already understood what was about to happen. The Boring's eldest son saw his subordinate suffering, and his expression instantly changed. Kane said that he had finally found Creed, who did not have to hide behind the servants' backs. The Lloyd's son greeted the little one who came out for the long-awaited meeting of the cousins. The strong man said that he was very glad to see the naughty rascal who was to blame for all the troubles. Creed said that he was also glad to see his cousin, but did not expect their meeting to be so soon. The young man remembers this face because it is simply impossible to forget it, no matter how much he would like to. The Boring's eldest son realizes that he is facing the heir of the Lloyds, allies of his family. Creed remembers that in his past life he was the only friend of a restless guy. However, the young man noted that, in fact, Kane was his most significant and intolerant enemy. The Boring's eldest son asked Rico what exactly had happened here. Such beatings were not accidental. The faithful knight said that they had received a report that someone had gone berserk in one of the local taverns. The guy said that at the scene they found Kane in the company of an escort knight. Creed's cousin began to question whether the widespread rumors about the young Boring heir were true. Rico said that the commander began to tell everything, in great detail, without missing a single crumb of events. The subordinate is sure that Kane suddenly went berserk and grabbed Skahan in a death grip. Creed's cousin asked how dare this insolent knight lie to the Lloyd heir's face. Rico said that this is exactly how it all came together to what he can see right now. Kane said that the report was incomplete, saying that his brother had defeated a bunch of orcs and then managed to identify the traitors. Creed's cousin said he decided to use the liar to keep what was left of his common sense. Kane said that this would not have happened if his cousin had not spread such tales. The young man thought that this was exactly how his cousin had always been, and he would remember him for a long time. Creed thought that the Lloyd heir had always treated him like his own lackey. The boy remembers that every time his brother visited the Boring lands, he made a mess. The young man understands that no one even dared to look down on Kane because of his brute strength. Creed realizes that he, with his old inferiority complex, also submitted to his muscular brother. The guy is sure that his brother's arrogance is perceived as a positive trait in the Lloyd heir. The young man is sure that it was precisely because of this trait that he was subjected to even more terrible criticism from others. Kane thought that something had indeed changed slightly in the guy across from him. Creed's cousin thought that he usually started screaming even from such a small provocation. At the estate of Count Lloyd, shortly before the current events, the following took place. Kane asked if he understood correctly that he would simply kill his foolish cousin. The man said that if the boy succeeds, his family will be able to count on support from an influential person. Creed's cousin said it was not a difficult task, but his brother was also the heir to the Boring lands. The employer said that the thug only needed to provoke the guy into a duel and stage an accident. The man said that he would go with the strong man and specified that this was an excellent opportunity for Kane. The young man said he couldn't even imagine that they would order his own cousin. The Lloyd heir said that they could start right now, he couldn't wait. Kane thought that the employers wanted to get rid of the Boring heir because of the changes in him. The brute thought he knew a great way to do this and asked what his brother was doing now. The Lloyd heir said the boy should have brought what was owed to him long ago. Kane said he heard about the festival being cancelled and offered to liven things up and pass the time. The jock is sure that he and his cousin always think about the same thing when they want to have fun. The Lloyd heir asked if he was wrong, then why they had so much fun together before. The Boring heir thought about it. He wanted to remember what they might have enjoyed doing together. Creed asked if his cousin was still thinking about the same thing. The young man remembered that his cousin always demanded women and plenty of strong drink. The boy thought he obeyed his brother because he didn't want to be beaten. But now everything is different. Creed remembered that Valinda had told him that the Count had forbidden him from receiving any monetary allowances. The young man realized that the source of his income had been so close all this time. The Boring heir wondered how he could make effective use of his cousin. Kane shouted, if his brother figured it out, then why was he still standing in front of him, rooted to the spot? The brute asked if his cousin couldn't see that he was already sitting and waiting for the results. Creed said that, of course, he completely understood his brother and would immediately run for the presents. However, first, the bodybuilder needs to pay off the bills for all previous meetings. Kane's employer decided that this was the moment when it would be easy to escalate the tension to a duel. The Lloyd heir asked what kind of bills this young brat was asking him to settle. Creed said that his cousin had been living in luxury at his expense all this time, which meant he owed him 1,000 gold pieces. Kane said that not even 100 gold pieces were spent there, and in general, his brother treated him in a friendly manner. The Boring's heir said, "What kind of friendship is there? He was just wiping his feet on a weak guy." Creed told his cousin to pay him the money that was currently missing. All the visitors in the room fell silent, because everyone understood how the dialogue between the heirs would end. Rico wondered what had come over his master. Why he had suddenly decided to say such a thing to his brother Cain. The brute stood up and asked if his brother really thought he would be fine after such ignorance. The Lloyd heir asked if his brother seemed to have gained confidence from a couple of false rumors. Cain said that the youth before him was nothing more than a plague that had infected these poor lands of the Borings. Creed's cousin thinks he's considered a piece of shit in the north because he's talking nonsense. The Lloyd heir shouted that this was precisely why he deserved to be punched in the face. The thug missed his cousin, who barely moved. Rico and the employer were surprised that Creed did not even try to run away or beg for mercy. The boy's cousin shouted that the young man was a useless brat who didn't even know how to fight. Creed decided not to waste time on trifles, because he needed to put this mountain of muscles in its place. Cain didn't understand why this little eccentric's blow was so painful. The young man didn't stop at a blow to the liver because it was unlikely to affect his cousin. The Lloyd heir managed to block the second blow from the guy who wanted to put him in his place. The guy realized that something was wrong with his cousin. He turned pale, although he was grinning at that moment. Creed's blow was quite successful and knocked Cain out for a while. The employer ran closer and asked what had happened to his master. Was he in pain? The boring heir said his brother was putting on an act because he couldn't be hurt. The knight accompanying his cousin shouted out what this intolerable boy Boringoff was doing. Visitors were surprised that Creed had managed to break through the muscle defense of the big guy Cain Lloyd. The young man quickly realized what his cousin was up to, so he decided to play along. However, the Boring's heir decided not to drag out this senseless performance and quickly resolved the differences. Cain asked in a whisper if he had played his role of victim in this easy game normally. The employer replied that the young man had shown everyone perfectly well that it was Creed who had started the mess. The Lloyd heir thought he had to secure the Dolphins' support. It was a rare opportunity. Cain realizes that this is simply a great opportunity to get rid of the impoverished Borings. He shouted that this insolent man dared to attack him while he was trying to restore the truth to his stories. The Lloyd heir tried to shout that he was challenging his brother to a duel, but he was successfully interrupted. While the muscle man was coming to his senses, Creed confidently said that he was challenging Cain Lloyd to a duel. The young gentleman said that he had been unfairly accused, right in front of his people and subjects. Creed said that his cousin had vilely attacked his man, and this had dishonored the honor of the aristocrat. Rico did not understand where the young gentleman got so much confidence and unprecedented dignity from. The Boring's eldest son said his cousin could not deny what he had just said. Cain said he always knew his cousin was a bit dense, but never to this extent. The Lloyd heir grinned and asked what it was like to dig his own grave in full view of everyone. Cain said that everything was just fine. He saw no reason not to accept this challenge to a duel. The young man said that his frail little brother should not regret such a decision, even if he dies. Creed didn't even bat an eyelid as his cousin drew his massive two-handed sword. The boy called out to his knight, who did not expect the young master to address him. The Boring's eldest son told his subordinate to bring all the protesters at the gate here. The young man asked to tell them that he was sure that he would get money for them very soon. Everyone understood that the festival had been canceled, and the festive atmosphere had suddenly subsided. This incident left behind many dissatisfied people who were not freed from regret. Creed understands that people remained in a state of tension because they were unable to spend their time idly. The guy decided that in such a situation, a good show would help them let off steam and change their minds. The appointed judge declared the duel between young Master Creed and Cain open. Traders got the idea and decided not to miss such a rare opportunity to earn coins. People were lured in by fairly low prices, so demand skyrocketed. Some special individuals even opened betting shops on duelists. Money started flowing in, and everyone admitted that they had long dreamed of someone beating Creed. People kept betting on young Master Cain because the outcome was obvious. The heir to the Lloyd lands asked how his cousin dared to turn a sacred duel into a show. The strongman made it clear before the duel that his sword would not stop even when his brother begged for mercy. The young man thought that this was his main and real goal under the guise of today's visit. The guy easily saw through his cousin, who decided to easily gain a strong ally. Creed said that enough people had already gathered so they could start right away. The knight accompanying the heir to the Lloyd lands shouted that it was not yet possible to begin. Cain's employer said that personally he felt that the rates could not be fair. People wondered what this could mean, whether the betting company was really trying to cheat everyone. The bettor looked at the records and said that no one was betting on Mr. Creed to win. The young lord of the Boring Lands heard that the people were convinced that the result was too obvious. All the people gathered are sure that the boy has no chance, and there is no fool who would bet on him. Mocking his brother, Cain said that even the market did not value him. He was so insignificant. The employer of the Lloyd family heir offered to change the bet to how long the short man would last. The knight approached, dumped a heavy bag of gold on the bettor's table, and sighed with relief. Having barely recovered, Scovan said that he was betting all his savings on the Boring heir. No one expected that there would be those very people who hopelessly believed in their young master. Elaine said she wanted to participate too and put that bag of gold on her brother. Rico thought that Mr. Creed's younger sister had managed to forgive him for his many stupid antics. The heir of the Boring family was surprised that his sister believed in him, even though they were currently not getting along well. The onlookers shouted out what Lady Elaine was even thinking about. She certainly knew what she was doing. Valinda reminded her mistress that the maid had warned her that this was an inadvisable bet. The bettor said that this was quite enough not to change the bet, but to fix the final odds. Cain was indignant that they were making him wait without a proper reason. Creed said that he was older than the strong man, so he would not perform first. It would be more correct. The young heir of the Boring family decided to draw his sword to declare his readiness for a duel. The guy swung his sword and declared that he was completely ready to meet the opponent. He could attack. Cain still didn't understand what was going on in the head of his talentless little brother, who had apparently gone crazy. The heir to the Lloyd lands asked the boy if he thought it was too late to build an elder. The judge made the gestures of readiness and shouted that the duel between the brothers was beginning right now. Cain decided not to drag out this battle, so he wanted to cut his brother down with just one blow. Creed tried to block the blow with his sword, but his cousin had much more brute force. The guy realized that his brother wanted to kill him, no doubt, which meant that everything was getting very serious. The heir to the Lloyd lands cried out that his brother had fallen too low to save face. The brute yanked at his brother's block, causing him to lose his balance and find himself at a disadvantage. Cain didn't even turn his sword around to attack his cousin as quickly as possible, and Creed skillfully dodged. The heir to the Lloyd lands realized that his cousin was too agile due to his height. The giant's powerful blows shattered the stone base of the ring into dust and small rubble. The observers are confident that even one hit from Mr. Cain will be enough to kill the young man. The strong man grinned because he was supported by all the people present outside the ring. Creed Boring thought his brother's face looked incredibly pleased, so he didn't want to ruin it. Valinda asked the young lady if they should stop this dangerous duel immediately. The employer of the Lloyd heir is certain that anyone who crossed blades with Cain was doomed. The man thinks that such a huge advantage in strength makes the opponent's counterattack impossible. The employer is confident that all he can do from this enormous strongman's attacks is to dodge and pray frantically. The man understands that dodging wastes energy, so Cain's opponent becomes exhausted and accepts defeat. The heir to the Lloyd lands always won according to exactly this scenario. He involuntarily got used to it. The strong man said that his cousin was as nimble as ever, but had nevertheless noticeably improved in his skills. Cain thought that Creed's behavior in battle quickly found an explanation in his life. The cousin of the young heir to the Boring lands shouted that the boy had always been very good at running away. The strong man cut the young man with the broad guard of his sword and strained himself to push the boy away. Creed Boring didn't expect such a move from his cousin, who mercilessly pulled him up. Cain decided that throwing his brother into the air to an incredible height was the best idea possible. The onlookers held their breath in fear, waiting to see how the Boring heir would manage to get out of this. Frightened, Rico could not contain his feelings and emotions and shouted out, "Young master!" The employer of the heir to the Lloyd lands chuckled and thought that this was the end for the slacker Creed Boring. Cain watched the falling man with only one thought and desire, for his cousin to die. The young man decided that his cousin had gone too far when he acted so treacherously towards him. Creed said that up until this point, he had tried to be lenient with his younger brother. The former mercenary king said that the heir to the Lloyd lands had crossed the line with such a gesture. Young Mr. Boringov prepared to attack and abruptly closed the distance to his cousin. Cain Lloyd couldn't believe his cousin had landed safely and was immediately on the attack. The heir of the Boring family decided not to hurt his brother, but managed to show his true strength. The guy was motionless, but tried to keep an eye on his cousin, who turned out to be lightning fast. Cain's escort thought that the lousy Boring child had regained his balance with the mana in his legs. Creed said that his cousin was somehow lousy with a sword, which made him not look like the heir of the Lloyds. The young man is sure that this is because he always intimidated his opponents with brute force, and they gave in. The elder brother warned that now he would open his cousin's eyes and a real fight would appear. Young Master Lloyd realized that faking the death of his stupid brother would not be so easy. The Lloyd heir shouted out how his insufferable cousin could do this. The guy decided that in this difficult situation, the best solution would be visual actions. The young man began to teach a lesson to his younger cousin, who had become too arrogant. The strong man could not keep up with the nimble and precise actions of his smaller opponent. The boring heir inflicted shallow wounds to show that he was capable of cutting the enormous opponent. Cain was almost losing his composure from the accumulating rage. It seemed like he was about to reach the limit. The heir of the Lloyd family did not understand why his cousin did not get tired and continued to dodge with ease. Creed knew it was all over for his strongman cousin because his defeat was imminent. The guy decided that he could stop there so as not to cause his brother more suffering. The boring heir decided that Cain had had enough, the multitude of wounds being the best proof of defeat. Creed understood perfectly well that now his brother would involuntarily relax and blood would flow from his wounds. Those watching this sacred duel saw that the heir of Lloyd had wounds all over his body. The realization of what had happened slowly reached those who had recently placed their confident bets on Cain. People were asking what had just happened, whether the boring heir had really advanced so much in fencing. The spectators shouted that Creed had managed to win, and they had lost all their savings in bets. Elaine said that she didn't even doubt her older brother because she knew about his abilities. Meanwhile, Scovan chuckled. He could not have expected any other result. Creed had changed a long time ago. The employer of the heir to the Lloydlands realized that he had once again suffered a fatal fiasco. Cain realized that all the wounds were not deep, although his brother could have acted differently, perhaps on purpose. The guy asked himself when this idiot could have mastered such sword art so well. Creed looked silently at his cousin, who was making angry faces at that moment. The heir of the boring family realized that the sword was his element, and fists were the element of his huge cousin. The boy threw away his sword to show that he was still capable of giving his overgrown little brother a beating without it. The former mercenary king said that such a large difference in strength was not spectacular enough. The guy said that from now on he will fight with his bare hands because his cousin is a complete zero. The heir to the Lloydlands shouted that this bastard was getting away with too much. Creed said that he simply had to take advantage of this situation and teach his cousin a lesson. The guy is confident that he can handle this task without any weapons, just with his fists. Cain asked what his cousin meant when he said he wanted to teach him a lesson. The young man said that the strong man was no match for him in fencing, so he would give his cousin a good head start. The boring heir said he was betting twice his previous bet that he would win. People began to be indignant. What does all this mean? What kind of fists should we fight with? It should be a duel. Cain's employer realized that luck had smiled on him once again. The strong man would definitely win with his fists. The man thought that he had never imagined that he would be thanking someone for their incredible stupidity. The bettor realized that this was another opportunity to make some extra money and announced a new bet. People realized that this was a fist fight between brothers, and the duel was already over. Everyone decided to bet on Cain. However, some in the crowd said they would like to bet on the young gentleman, Creed Boring. The heir to the Lloydlands said his cousin made him laugh when he thought he could beat him with his fists. The guy said he accepted the challenge, but his bro wouldn't have to regret what was about to happen. Cain decided that now he simply had to take revenge for all the shame that this bastard had inflicted on him. The heir of the Lloyd family shouted that he had no intention of throwing away his sword like his cousin. The strongman said that he would fight with a sword since his cousin was so confident in his own strength. Valinda shouted that this was not fair and asked the young master to raise his blade. Cain shouted for his brother to not move and just die quietly, because there were no other options. Creed said that now was the time to knock a little sense into his cousin's stupid head. The heir to the Lloydlands was never able to correct his previous mistakes. The guy repeated himself. The young man deftly dodged the swift blade and thought that his brother was not at all one to learn from his mistakes. Creed decided that he shouldn't repeat himself. It could be a rather stupid trick of his cousin. Onlookers saw the heir to the Boring Lands circle his opponent and prepare to strike. The young man thought through his next attack well and immediately realized it, right after the rebound. The guy understands that such a mountain of muscles would hardly have felt such a blow, he decided to add. The young, boring heir slammed his fist into the strong chin of his overgrown cousin. The strong young man barely managed to stay on his feet when his frail and clueless opponent hit him in the jaw. All the people who watched the fight saw how young Boring drove his fist across Cain's jaw. The man hired to eliminate young Boring wondered how he could know such movements. Creed was ready to continue, but he was waiting for his cousin, who did not raise his fists. The announcer shouted out that the passions in the ring were so intense that young Boring was capable of winning. The guy told his worthless cousin to get up because he couldn't even warm up. The onlookers saw Kane's rage and thought that the veins in his temples were about to bulge from the tension. The boy could no longer bear such humiliation from his physically developed brother. The heir of the Lloyd family swung his sword mindlessly, and Creed tried to understand what he was thinking. The strongman thought that until that day, his frail cousin had not even dared to raise a simple glance at him. Kane remembers that his worthless cousin personally bowed his head in his presence. Creed Boring confidently struck his cousin's healthy body, which was unable to even resist. The heir of the Lloyd family thought that he had to kill his cousin for the good future of the Lloyd family. However, the attacking youth could not stop. He wanted to knock all the nonsense out of the one who had stepped onto the wrong path. The heir of the Boring family continued to beat his cousin, who was unable to put up a decent fight. Everyone saw how Kane took blows one after another. The fight now looked more like a beating. Creed Boring didn't tire and continued to deal quite painful blows to his overgrown cousin. The young man asked himself why he had lost this fight, why the worthless offspring of the Borings was so strong. Creed turned to the beaten man and said that he felt genuine pity for Kane Lloyd's father. The young gentleman said that Earl Lloyd had helped the Boring family when they were at their wits' end. The guy is sure that it was gratuitous help, only because they were good friends. Creed said he was confident that Kane Lloyd was alien to his father's ideals. Young Mr. Lloyd opened his eyes and saw events that were already several years old. Kane's voice was heard in the Lloyd estate, asking if the family was going to help the Borings again. The young man shouted that it was useless to invest in the fading lands, even if they were friends with the Borings. Kane shouted that not even a week had passed since his father's return, and he was again going to help the neighbors. The guy thinks that the Lloyds have enough troubles now, so why try to collect water in a colander? The young heir asked that his father not send aid to lands that were in hopeless decline. Kane said that the entire estate is trying to dissuade his father, but for some reason he wants to help the worthless Borings. Count Lloyd turned around to say just one phrase to his impossibly loud son. The boy remembers that his father said then that it was all because they were good friends. Kane thought that there were no more reasons. It was all just because they were friends. Creed thinks his cousin has learned his lesson and won't need such a reminder again. The young man looked at his cousin and could not believe his eyes. He was standing opposite him with his hand outstretched. The young heir to the Boring lands offered a helping hand and told his brother to get up. Kane looked at what was happening in a new way. He couldn't believe that even Creed had managed to grow up. A strange feeling was growing in his soul. It was incredibly bitter, but somehow pleasant. The heir to the Lloyd family said he had lost and fully accepted his crushing defeat. Those watching the fight couldn't believe that someone could defeat the strongest guy in the North. However, what was more frightening was that the winner was the unbearable and uncontrollable Boring boy. The employer did not understand how this could happen, why the strongman simply gave up without even putting up a fight. Some fans rejoiced at the big win, while others were outraged that Kane lost to a weakling. Elaine shouted that it was her older brother who had managed to achieve such an easy victory. The accompanying knight jumped into the ring and ran towards the loser, shouting his name. The man shouted at the Lloyd heir, asking why he was giving up when the thug trusted him. The guy told the employer to leave because Creed's cousin was returning to the estate. The employer thought that Kane was such a weakling that he couldn't even be relied on. The young lord of the Boring lands said that he now wished to move on to the next question. Creed asked if the knight accompanying his cousin thought it was time for the young man to get what he was due. Kane's employer was indignant at what the incompetent Boringoff was asking for. What could possibly be due to him? The Boring heir shouted out that the man had volunteered to pay for the meat and drinks of everyone who came. Almost immediately, joyful cries from the people could be heard that they would be able to eat to their heart's content. The accompanying knight shouted out that he had not given such consent and demanded that the announcement be cancelled. Creed said that this is their price for defeat. The young man is sure that the man should at least fulfill this. The young Boring heir added, for the sake of clarity, that this payment was not included in their rate. The young man asked the knight not to forget about the 2,000 gold coins, on top of the 1,000 they had bet. The guy asked the man if he understood what would happen to him if he decided to run away and not pay the debt. Creed scared his cousin's employer so much that he was speechless in front of the young man. The accompanying knight blurted out that he understood everything and would immediately order the coins to be collected. The day after the duel, a surprised cry from the young heir was heard at the Boring estate. Creed received a reward for a bet with his cousin Kane Lloyd, a chest full of gold coins. The young man was delighted and thought that with so much money he would be able to hire a squad of mercenaries. The guy understands that this is not a small amount of gold, and the mercenaries will take a long time to work it off. Young Mr. Boring thought that he needed to quickly finish the rest of the preparations. Creed was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice his younger sister and mentor approaching. The guy asked why Elaine and Valinda were so happy. It was no coincidence that they had come up to him at that particular moment. The little sister asked what her beloved older brother wanted to spend the money on. Creed asked if his sister needed anything, and Elaine said she was just wondering. The maid said that she knew where these gold coins would go. It was incredibly obvious. Valinda is sure that the young gentleman deliberately staged such a show in order to pay for Amelia's gift. The younger sister was outraged that her brother had put on such a show just to please some bride. Creed was surprised and asked if he really already had a bride that he had no idea about. Valinda asked how the young master was not ashamed and suggested that he was pretending. Elaine proved to be more realistic, so she said that Amelia was the daughter of the Earl of Redfield. As soon as the guy heard his bride's last name, he immediately realized who she really was. Creed said with surprise that he was already beginning to remember. This was that woman, Amelia Redfield. The guy understands that she is the noblest of aristocrats, loved by the people. The young man remembers that in his past life, she led a rebellion and became famous as the Witch of the North. Creed noted that she also happily assisted the Duke of Delphine in overthrowing the Boring family. The guy suddenly realized that it was not too late to change such a future, and to do this, he had to intervene. The heir asked when his father would return, and the maid asked again if he was the lord of the Boring lands. Valinda said that the gentleman would return in about a week, and Creed realized that he could easily make it in time. The boy said he had to go to the Redfields, but the teacher said it was too early. Creed said that he was not going to give a gift to the bride, but to collect certain debts. Meanwhile, near the estate of the Earl Redfield family, a young lady was making a tour of the lands. Amelia couldn't pass by the barefoot worker and decided to give her shoes for free. The lady said that it was the least she could do for the girl in front of her. The people watched the act of mercy of Amelia Redfield, who always bestowed her mercy on them. The girl said that this was an incredible generosity that she could not even count on. Amelia said that if anyone should walk barefoot on her lands, it should be her. The lady gave orders to the guards to immediately provide the homeless with shelter and food. The guards of the Redfield lands immediately brought boxes of food to the destroyed houses. The common people shouted out many words of gratitude after the departing young Mrs. Redfield. Sometime later, in Amelia Redfield's small personal garden near the Redfield estate, the young lady's bodyguard, Barney, said she had done a great job this morning. The girl said that her father constantly demands absolute obedience from the common people. Amelia said that the stupid gray mass more willingly follows those who provide them with warmth and bread. The lady's personal bodyguard is confident that she has certainly won the hearts of many people in the slums. The man said that he would definitely be able to turn the race for inheritance in favor of his ruler. The girl thought that her servant talked too much and it was time for him to shut his filthy mouth. Amelia asked what about the duel between her bodyguard and the swordmaster from the northern lands. Barney said he had to apologize because he didn't want to attract too much attention. The man said that if he defeated that worthless swordsman, he would definitely attract attention. The bodyguard said that the time had not yet come for them to bare their fangs. Barney declared that his sword would always serve his one and only mistress, Amelia Redfield. The girl asked if this was really how she had raised her strict and imperturbable bodyguard. The young lady declared that he must not be weak, that he must not show such feelings of weakness. The girl asked her subordinate what was going on with that worthless trading guild. The man said that if we are talking about the Action Trade Guild, then they have already carried out the mistress's order. The bodyguard said that they had bought all the materials intended for fortifications in the Boring forests. Amelia's subordinate said that they had bought off all the soldiers and knights who had left the Borings. The girl said that until they were ready, all their plans and actions should remain unnoticed. The butler approached the young lady and asked for forgiveness for interrupting her peace. The servant said that the guards at the gate reported that his lordship, Creed Boring, had come to visit. The girl asked the butler what this walking problem had forgotten in their peaceful lands. The man who approached swallowed nervously and tried to collect his thoughts so as not to anger the young lady. The servant said that Mr. Creed Boringoff wanted to discuss something concerning the Action Trade Guild. The dear guest who came to visit was asked to wait for Milady Amelia in the guest room. The girl did not keep the young man waiting. She quickly settled into a conversation with the loser she knew. The young heir of the Borings greeted the lady of these lands, Amelia Redfield, in a friendly manner. The young lady said that such behavior was bad form for a true aristocrat. The girl asked if the Borings guy had really managed to lose even the smallest remnants of his manners. The young man said that Amelia's birthday was coming up soon, so he decided to give her the gift early. Creed said that he found these flowers at the facade of one guild. They have a very wonderful, enticing scent. The boring heir said that he intended to buy exclusively from those wonderful merchants from now on. The young man asked what the guild was called, and immediately remembered that it was the Action Trade Guild. Amelia said that she thought she couldn't understand the boy, what he was trying to say with this. The girl said that the young man's gift had been accepted and that he could now get out, and that was the end of their conversation. Creed demanded that the girl come back and sit down, because the conversation had not yet begun. Amelia froze. She did not expect such a tone from the boring young man and wondered what kind of pressure this was. The girl thought that the guy who came to her was not the one who could only bleed at the mere sight of her. The young boring heir said he would be quite brief. He needed some money. The guy said that he would be quite happy with some handfuls, like 10,000 gold coins. Amelia asked if the guy had really shown up to borrow money from his bride, and if this was the Boring's will. Creed replied that his father had nothing to do with it and didn't even know about this spontaneous visit. The boring heir is confident that Amelia is not even going to marry him. There is no need for a masquerade. The guy said that she would most likely marry the knight who was standing behind the door to the guest room. The young man said that once Amelia takes the place of the head of the family, this will become a completely achievable desire. Creed said that everything would fail if anyone found out that she was building up her forces to seize power. The young lady of the Redfield lands said that such words should not be spoken even in jest. The Boring's heir said he would keep the girl's secret if he received the necessary sum. The young man felt that the situation had escalated and that something unpleasant was about to happen. The girl said that Creed need not worry because he would never leave this room. Amelia called her faithful bodyguard, who was standing just outside the door to the room. The man immediately entered and walked confidently, heading straight toward the demanding young man. The bodyguard said that he had not seen his lordship Creed, heir to the Boring lands, for a long time. The boy realized that it was Barney, an incredibly powerful support for Amelia Redfield at all times. Creed understands that the bodyguard already at this stage possesses power comparable to a swordmaster. The young man said that if he died here, a land war would start that the Redfields would not be able to cope with. Amelia said that the walking nuisance was killed by a bodyguard for entering the ladies' quarters. The girl, without regret, gave the order for Barney to immediately get rid of the annoying, brainless guy. The bodyguard drew his sword and said that if such was the will of his mistress, he would immediately carry it out. Creed thought that if Amelia was going to go this far, he couldn't keep quiet any longer. The young man decided that from now on he too would have to become more serious in order to remain headless. The young heir to the Boring lands thought that this fight would be quite difficult, but he would cope. Barney tried to hide his grin, but he couldn't help but feel the icky anticipation of someone else's death. Creed realized that Amelia's bodyguard was in no hurry to join the fight, which meant there was something else. A barely noticeable rustling sound was heard behind the guy, and he immediately realized that it was a trained assassin. The stranger suddenly rushed towards the dear guest, and the young man realized that his head had been ordered in advance. The killer plunged the blade into the back of the furniture, hoping to kill young Boring instantly. However, Creed jumped off the sofa in time and even kindly helped the assassin knock him over. The young man concentrated mana into his limbs to push the attacker as far away as possible. The guy watched as the unlucky mercenary flew out of the window of the spacious guest room. Barney and Amelia couldn't believe their eyes. Creed had killed the hired professional killer in no time. The young man said that they even hired an assassin to talk to him, a sudden attack under the guise of politeness. The young heir to the Boring lands said the Redfields had incredibly terrible hospitality. Creed said that the Redfield household clearly didn't teach even the most basic manners. Barney apologized to young Lord Boring and said that he was the one who had been rude in the first place. The bodyguard is sure that the guy burst into the mistress's chambers without warning and upset her. The man said that such a gesture did not deserve a warm welcome. Did not the young man agree with him? Creed did not lose concentration due to the dialogue and continued to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Barney couldn't understand why his opponent was so quick and clear-headed. Having easily outwitted his opponent, the young man rewarded the knight with a kick to the chest. The Boring heir's blow was so strong that the bodyguard barely remained on his feet. Barney thought that Creed was known as an arrogant idiot with no special abilities. However, the man realized that the young man in front of him was far from an amateur in handling a sword and fighting. Amelia asked what her faithful bodyguard was doing and why Creed was still safe and sound. The girl told Barney to quickly bring the bastard's head to her if he still served her. The man realized that because of his delays, the lady was beginning to doubt his impeccable fidelity. The bodyguard gripped his rapier and said that he would not let down his mistress, Amelia Redfield. Barney said they needed to start a serious fight now, not this childish thing. The boring heir said that some knight could not dictate to him. He must watch his language. The man said it was just an invitation, but if Mr. Creed so wished. Barney said that let it be as the young gentleman thought. He could not argue with him. The young lady's bodyguard instantly closed the distance to deliver a swift blow. Creed tried to pull himself together to make the best decision, drawing on his past experience. The man's lunge was tangential, barely hitting Boring, who escaped death. The guy thought that his opponent was very fast, standing against him like this was not the best idea. Barney couldn't believe that a normal person could pull off such a dodge and escape his attack. Mrs. Redfield's bodyguard continued to attack swiftly, but the young man parried and dodged. Amelia wondered how that worthless, boring bastard could possibly fight someone like Barney. However, the girl admits that her bodyguard has an order of magnitude more experience, so the outcome is obvious. The man made another lunge, which the inexperienced youth easily blocked. Creed decided that this was the very moment that would allow him to launch a successful counterattack. Barney quickly understood what the young man wanted, so he allowed him to get closer and repeat the already familiar actions. The man decided to force his opponent to make a mistake, and for this he again decided to grab his opponent's sword. The young, boring heir wondered if his opponent would make the same mistake again. Barney copied his previous actions to force the young man to do the same as before. The guy asked if the bodyguard of young Mrs. Amelia really wanted to repeat what he had already gone through. Creed decided to repeat his hold, but felt something was wrong, as if everything was going according to his opponent's plan. The young man realized too late that all this had been deliberately planned by the cunning Barney. The man used mana to stop the attacker and quickly launch a counterattack that would be fatal for the enemy. Young Lady Amelia's bodyguard said that such tricks would not work on him twice. Creed realized that things were bad. He needed to do something urgently, otherwise he would die. The young man had not fought so fiercely for a long time. He had been badly damaged by his opponent's latest trick. Barney didn't even think about stopping. He had the perfect chance to take the guy's life. Creed decided that he couldn't give up so easily because he still hadn't put up a decent fight. The young man asked if his opponent had used mana to counter a familiar move. The man said that Lord Boring was indeed very different from the rumors that were circulating about him. Barney said that it is not for nothing that they say that a person can only be recognized in action. The bodyguard noticed that the young man's fencing skills indicated that he was seasoned by real battles. The man thought it was from barbarian raids and said that such techniques only work in the chaos of battle. Barney is confident that in a one-on-one duel, the young man would not be even close to a worthy opponent for him. The young man thought that this was going beyond all bounds, and noted the precise blows aimed at his head. The guy understands that the man has excellent timing and a sense of distance, and it's hard to overcome him. The boring heir thought that he should never have run into such an opponent. The young man said that he didn't have much time either, so he had to make do somehow. Barney had never encountered mana threads before, so he didn't pay any attention to the boy's overt actions. Only at the very last moment was the man able to see the material mana flowing nearby. The bodyguard realized that this was the guy's doing, but when was he able to use such an ability? The young heir of the Borings had already managed to gain considerable training in controlling the only available mana thread. Creed understood perfectly well that there might not be another chance, so he resolutely rushed at the enemy. The young man hit his opponent with all his strength, causing him to completely lose control of the situation. The bodyguard didn't understand how the guy managed to pull off such an evil trick. The young mistress of the Redfields shouted for her servant to gather himself and meet the blow aimed at him. Creed Boringoff realized that this moment could not be missed. It must be brought to an end immediately. However, Barney managed to react and cover himself with his rapier at the very last moment. The man used mana to resist the crushing force of the boy's blow. The young Mrs. Redfield's bodyguard didn't understand why he had to put in so much force. Young Mr. Boring realized that he had lost his superiority. Everything had returned to the very beginning. Barney turned to his mistress and asked her to leave the dangerous premises immediately. The man said that from this moment on, he could no longer guarantee my lady's safety. Creed realized that the jokes were over and said that this is exactly how Amelia's bodyguard should fight him. The young man said that it had been a long time since he had seen a truly worthy opponent. The young lady of the Redfield lands ran as fast as she could and thought how this Creed dared to humiliate her. The girl asked herself what kind of idiot could have leaked information about the trading guild to this lunatic. Emily understood perfectly well that this was the only way to find out so many details of her plan. Mrs. Redfield had previously thought that all the rumors about the heir to the boring lands were complete nonsense. The girl wondered if it was luck or a fake, if it was all real. Emily asked why the guards she had posted for such an occasion could not be heard in the corridors. The girl opened the door and saw that there were no more guards. Someone had changed her plans. The assassin turned around and saw the young mistress of these prosperous, vast lands of the Redfields. Valinda said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She was glad to meet Milady Amelia Redfield. The young lady cried out, "Was this really the boring servant in front of her? Who was she anyway?" The mentor of the young heir of the boring family suggested that the girl behave less loudly. Valinda understands that she shouldn't kill Amelia, but she also can't let the one who is running away go. The heiress did not understand how this was even possible. Why all these misfortunes were pouring in one after another. The boring's unusual maid asked why the girl was still carrying that creature on her lips. Valinda thought that Amelia was doing this because of the engagement, and she remembered the conversation between the heads of their families. The assassin is sure that her relatives teased the girl because creepy spiders were following her. The maid said that she does not even suspect that such behavior is due to trauma or for self-affirmation. Valinda apologized and said that such accessories did not suit Mrs. Amelia at all. The boring family's unusual maid said she had something very profitable to offer. Valinda asked if she could count on the girl to cooperate with her. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the young Mrs. Redfield, a battle between Barney and Creed is about to break out. The young man thought that even the air in the room became heavy from the bodyguard's concentrated mana. The young heir to the boring lands thought that his opponent had an unimaginable amount of mana. Barney asked if he had misheard when the young lord called the man a worthy opponent. The bodyguard is sure that this phrase can only belong to pathetic mercenaries and not aristocrats. The former mercenary king said that he could not understand such a claim coming from a servant. Creed Boring said that he is a purebred aristocrat and should not be mixed with common people. Barney turned to the young master of the Boring family and said that he could only advise one thing. He told the young man to immediately stop dishonoring the pure honor of the true aristocracy. The next moment, the guy saw a barrage of rapid attacks falling upon him. Creed knew he had to parry each of the blows because he couldn't dodge them. Barney saw that the young man was doing well at his level of fencing and thought he was good. However, the man understood that the boy still had a lot of growing to do to reach his level, absorbing the experience of battles. The young heir to the boring lands didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, why he was so fast. The guy thought that his opponent's attacks had become incredibly furious, heavy and crushing. The young man decided that he had had enough. Further risk was not justified due to the high cost of error. Creed decided to use the mana cores to power up and turn the tide of this long battle. All the accumulated experience of his past life helped young Boring to successfully parry and counterattack. Barney chalked up the situation to the simple luck of a brat who was unworthy of being an aristocrat. The young heir to the Boring lands continued to fend off the swift attacks of Amelia's bodyguard. The man noticed that the guy's attacks became heavier, but at the same time, he became much slower. From the expression on his opponent's face, the young man realized that his last mistake could be fatal. Barney turned to young Master Creed and told him that this attack would be the last one in his life. The man aimed his rapier at the center of the young opponent's body, who took the blow. The bodyguard let out a sigh of relief when he saw a fountain of scarlet liquid gushing out of the guy. Relief suddenly turned to fear. Barney realized that there was too little blood for such a wound. The man thought Creed was willing to hurt himself to use his shoulder to deflect the blade. Amelia's bodyguard was surprised that the young man was prepared for such a strong gesture. Barney said that in the fight against young Master Creed, one must not let down one's guard until the very end. However, the man said that this was not all because he had not used all his capabilities. Amelia's bodyguard decided to push the guy away so that he would lose control of his breathing and become weak. Barney said that this is the difference between him and someone who waves a blade just for show. The young man realized that the man's sudden maneuver had been very successful and had allowed him to seize the initiative. The guy admitted that he really likes these kinds of battles. They don't end too quickly. Young Boring felt the thrill of battle consume him completely, drawing him into a whirlpool of events. The young man thought that his opponent had overwhelming control of the fight due to his speed and skill. The guy is sure that the man is creating the appearance of their swords interlocking and becoming one. Herr Borinov understands that he cannot overcome his opponent in strength due to his weak mana. The young man thought that this only concerned the mana that he possessed at the moment. The young, boring heir felt that their fight would have to stop at this point. The guy said that his formidable opponent was missing just one detail, but it was incredibly important for victory. The young man said that this significant thing was his unique technique of controlling human mana cores. The Boronov heir activated the third mana core to gain a colossal boost in strength. The guy decided to use a special ability called Third Mana Core Release. The young man understands that for a short time, he became the strongest in this estate. Confidence completely overwhelmed Creed Boring, who rushed to perform unprecedented miracles. The man didn't understand why his opponent had increased in strength. He easily parried every attack. Barney realized he couldn't hold out much longer. His arms were starting to go numb from the blocks and attacks. The bodyguard did not continue his defense for long. Creed Boring quickly and skillfully disarmed him. The man thought that this was the end for him. Mr. Creed had won a crushing victory. Barney didn't understand where such destructive mana came from in this young body. Right in the middle of battle, Amelia's desperate cry was heard from the front door, asking for the fight to be stopped immediately. The girls arrived at the very last moment. Mr. Boringoff had already brought his opponent to his knees. The young lady of the Redfields told Creed to take his 10,000 gold pieces and get out. The young man exhaled and said that Milady Amelia had managed to cause him enough unpleasant trouble. The guy asked if she couldn't give him the money when he asked for it calmly and politely. Mrs. Redfield was surprised and said that this could not even be called a quarrel between young lovers. Creed said they simply had a disagreement and added that he had some bad news. The young man told his bride that now only 20,000 gold coins would satisfy him. The young Mrs. Redfield saw many soulless bodies in her small estate. Mr. Creed caused a real pogrom and managed to emerge from the pond practically unscathed. Lady Amelia understood perfectly well that all her plans were now disrupted and had to be completely rebuilt. Barney apologized and said that the guy turned out to be much stronger than recent rumors had suggested. The man is confident that Creed can release mana that surpasses that of a high-ranking knight. The girl said that this unbearable brat had changed a lot, as if he had been replaced by a different person. Barney asked if his mistress would like to report this unpleasant incident to Duchess Delphine. Amelie asked the servant to watch his language because he didn't realize how terrifying the Delphines were. Ms. Redfield is sure that their heads will roll if today's events become public knowledge. The girl said that their alliance with the Duke of Delphine was a secret that could not be revealed. Amelia said that if Creed told anyone about the secret of the trade guild, her brothers would finish her off. Milady said they needed to find a way to kill Creed Boring so he would be silenced forever. The girl asked what condition the boy was in. The servant replied that he had a deep wound on his shoulder. The man is sure that Creed has many small cuts, and his mana has been wasted in huge quantities. Amelia's bodyguard is confident that he is currently at his weakest, but he cannot go head-on. Barney is confident that their knights will cause a lot of noise, so they need to find another way to do it. The girl said that it was precisely for such purposes that they separately bred professional hunting dogs. The servant asked if his mistress really meant that same inhuman squad of killers. The bodyguard realizes that his mistress is talking about a squad called the Wildcats. Barney thought that just thinking about them gave him a strange, eerie shudder. Amelia said that she was talking specifically about them, a detachment of war orphans without family or status. The girl ordered to collect a dozen that are good at mana control to send them to the Borings. The bodyguard understood his mistress's plan. He realized that in the Boring forests there was an excellent place. Barney realizes that this place is a valley between the Boring and Redfeld territories. The man knows that practically no one enters this area, which means it is an excellent area for operations. Amelia's bodyguard said that he would properly train the selected dozen special mercenaries. The lady thought that Creed Boring would pay very dearly for daring to humiliate the girl. Meanwhile, the carriage with the young master of the Boring family rushed to its fating lands. The young man bandaged a serious wound on his shoulder to stop the bleeding and prevent infection. Creed understood that Amelia would definitely take revenge. She would definitely not let what happened go without consequences. Ferdinand asked the young gentleman if everything was okay with him. The wound on his shoulder was quite serious. The young man thought that the wound was not particularly deep, certainly not for such a risky act. The guy thought that 20,000 coins would be more than enough to start rebuilding his lands. Creed thinks it would be much better if he broke Amelia's neck, but he doesn't need a war. The guy understands that his territories are being protected from barbarians, and he must get by with as little bloodshed as possible. The young man understands that his knowledge of the secrets of the Action Guild seriously complicates Amelia's game. The young heir of the Boring family said that this time he would be the one using the daughter of the Earl of Redfield. Valinda asked the young Master Boring whether everything had gone exactly according to his plan. The boy's mentor said he told her to take over security if she heard sounds of a struggle. The girl said that the young Mrs. Redfield tried to escape, and she took her hostage. Creed said that this was exactly his plan, but it seemed that he asked Ferdinand about it. The young man felt severe pain throughout his body. The consequences of the battle did not appear immediately. The old servant was afraid for the health of the young master, who was attacked by a terrible cough. The guy thought that this time it wasn't as serious as the previous ones, but in the future it would become a problem. The Boring heir realized he needed a safer way to quickly build up his mana. The mentor decided to see what exactly was happening to her young master, where the blood came from. The girl concluded that the young master's mana flow was severely disrupted. Valinda decided that she could handle the correction of the magical flows of the Boring family heir. The young man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the maid grab his hand and begin the treatment. The guy felt an unpleasant effect from the support given to him and thought that it was a disaster. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief and realized that his body began to feel an unprecedented lightness. The young man realized that the stagnation had cleared a little. Creed knew that this healing was possible through mana compression. The heir to the Boring lands thought that Valinda was not an ordinary servant. He guessed about it. The guy knows that his mother brought this girl into the house, but who is his mentor really? Creed didn't understand why such a gifted man was working as the head of the servants in their mansion. The heir of the Boring family thought that the more strong allies he had behind him, the better. The guy knows that the talented people on his path are just the very beginning of a difficult journey. Creed's mentor said that she would always be ready to help the master, no matter what he did. The girl asked why her master needed to take such a large sum from Amelia. The young man said that he needed money, and Count Redfeld's daughter was the only one who always had it. Valinda screamed because her master had gotten involved in this dangerous business over some stupid trifle. Creed told his servants not to worry because Amelia would never tell what happened. The mentor said it would be polite to share with the person who had taken the risk with him. The young master realized that he really should tell about his plan, at least to his closest servants. The guy said that this money would go towards strengthening the posts in the Forest of Monsters, which is on the border of their possessions. All the inhabitants of the Boring lands know that this forest is now teeming with these dangerous creatures. The young man said that he needed resources to clear the Forest of Monsters in order to rid the lands of the plague. Ferdinand shouted that these were pipe dreams. Every attempt to cleanse him had failed. The old man knows that they have been trying to clear the forest since the time of Grandfather Creed, and the young man asked what happened to his request. Ferdinand was dumbfounded, because he did not know how to answer the young gentleman about the information he had received. The old knight said that the young man was right in assuming that the man was in that place. However, Ferdinand said that even if this was true, the man's condition was very sad. The guy decided to pay a visit immediately, but the maid objected, since Creed was seriously injured. The young man said that his wounds did not matter. All that mattered was that the man was still alive. Valinda exclaimed that she fought well, and the old man was also a knight. They would protect the young master. The heir to the Boring lands said that circumstances had changed and they needed a capable leader. The young man said that very soon they would be able to get such a responsible person. Creed arrived at a place he knew from his past life, hoping to find a new commander there. The young master's subordinates expressed concern. This place seemed long abandoned to them. To the surprise of the skeptics, the door of the crumbling house opened and an old man appeared on the threshold. Mr. Creed's group saw an old, overgrown man who gave them an unkind look. The old man asked who had decided to visit him in his old age. He had no relatives left anywhere for a long time. Young Boring's subordinates did not expect to see the man in such a terrible state. Valinda whispered that she doubted his responsibility because he looked rather pathetic. The man looked at the young man again and asked what brought the young aristocrat to these forgotten lands. The old man asked not to waste his and their time in vain, so he recommended that they go home. The young heir to the Boring lands turned to the departing man and said that he had come to see the captain of the Mercenaries. Creed is sure that in front of him now is none other than the commander of the legendary Rat Task group, Jillian. The unkempt man couldn't even guess how this young aristocrat knew about him. Creed Boring admitted that he desperately needed a person with such responsibility, experience, and skill. Ferdinand was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Could it really be a squad of Rat Task mercenaries?" Enrico couldn't believe what was happening. Everyone knew that the Rat Task group was extremely famous and only true masters could join it. Even foreign knights knew about them well, But this group of mercenaries had long since disbanded. Before young Boring could finish his thought, a sharply sharpened axe flew towards him. The young man was not afraid because he clearly saw that Jillian did not want to kill him just like that. The subordinates of the young lord of the Boring Lands immediately realized that the old man was extremely dangerous. Jillian asked how this minor aristocrat could know the name of the rat tax leader. The servants tried to cover the young master so that the unkempt man could not reach him. Trying to intimidate the guests, Jillian asked rather rudely what this guy could want. Valinda suggested that the young master retreat, because the old man was clearly not in his right mind. The guy said that he knew about the endless punishment. It is an extremely unpleasant, incurable disease. The old man thought that the young man did not understand what he was talking about, because this disease was not just unpleasant. Creed Boring claimed to know a way to cure his daughter Jillian's incurable disease. The boy asked if the old man had changed his mind, because their conversation could be very fruitful. The young man knows many of the symptoms of this difficult disease, such as high fever. He knows that these include hemoptysis and red rashes on the skin that do not have a clear shape. The old man understands that this is an incurable disease, in which the afflicted is doomed to writhe in agony. The boy knows that this is precisely the endless punishment, which medicine still cannot overcome. Jillian tried to calm his sick daughter's suffering. He said that everything would be fine. The man told Rachel to hold on. He would definitely find a way to cure her. Creed thought that it was not too late to hire this commander of the legendary mercenaries and save his daughter. The young man understands that in his past life he came to him when it was already too late. The boy sees that the old man is spending all his savings to help his dear and only relative. The girl screamed in pain and asked her daddy to just let her go to the next world in peace. Creed thought that he had no time to hesitate. He had to start treating the child immediately. Valinda suggested to the young master of Boring that they simply leave, that this was the best thing they could do. The mentor said that she didn't understand what exactly the guy wanted, but they definitely couldn't help. The girl is sure that even the priests failed, because this is not an illness, but a divine curse. Creed said that he was not a priest, so he was the only one who could help this doomed girl. The young man asked confidently whether Valinda had dared not to believe in her own master. The mentor was already beginning to regret what she had recently said to the young heir to the Boring Lands. The guy told his subordinate to take a piece of paper because the medicines were written on it. The young man told the girl to find and bring him all the medications listed. The mentor didn't understand how the boy even knew about some of the medicinal herbs on the list. Creed thought that for a mercenary who is not tied to a place, knowledge is the basis of survival. The guy knows that this disease was considered incurable, but in the future, people found a way to cure it. The Boring heir remembers it being such a hot topic that he memorized every ingredient. The young man realizes that the method for making this long-awaited medicine turned out to be terribly simple. The guy knows that the basis of the potion was a rare and expensive herb, Fairy's Blessing. Young Mr. Boringoff recalled that it needed to be ground thoroughly and mixed with the other herbs. The young man knows that the obtained pollen should be transferred into a bottle and filled with pure alcohol. The former king of mercenaries remembered every little detail of this simple potion well. The young Boring heir realizes he needs to add the remaining herbs and mix thoroughly. The old mercenary didn't believe the aristocrat who had appeared out of nowhere, but he had no other hope. The guy said that the patient with endless punishment should drink this medicine. It will definitely help. Jillian placed his complete trust in the Boring boy, who extended his helping hand. The leader of the former Rat Task mercenary group did everything Creed Boring told him to do. However, it seemed to him that his hopes were in vain. The symptoms of the disease still did not subside. The Boring heir understood that he could not have made a mistake in the recipe for the potion. He remembered it well. The unhappy father looked at his daughter and saw how her face became clear and bright again. Everyone present was surprised by what they saw. The once incurable disease was receding right before their eyes. Creed's servants exclaimed that the marks were fading and disappearing. The young master's potion had worked. Jillian cried out in a surge of joy that the young aristocrat's medicine really was helping. The young Boring heir said that at least it looked like it was working, that's all right. The former mercenary commander asked how this was possible if even the sacred healers had failed. The young man replied that the effect of holy power depends on the health of the body and its will to live. The guy is sure that holy power and real healing are tools for different situations. Jillian asked if his precious daughter would really make a full recovery now. The young heir of the Borings said that in 1 or 2 months she would definitely be completely cured of her illness. The former commander of the legendary mercenaries realized that he owed an unpayable debt to the young aristocrat. Jillian bowed before the young, boring heir, showing him all the respect he could. The man asked what the young gentleman wanted. Surely he had come this way for a reason. The old man decided to say right away that all he had left was this useless body and nothing else. Jillian shouted that if the guy ordered him to become a dog, he would become one, even if it was a slave. Creed said he didn't need slaves. He needed a real leader of a mercenary squad, the legendary Rat Task. The man raised his head to look into the young aristocrat's eyes and understood what they desired. The young man looked at the old man as if he really saw in him something more than a simple slave. Once upon a time, the legendary mercenary leader realized what exactly his daughter's savior wanted. The man decided to tidy himself up so as not to disgrace his young master Creed. The unkempt Gillian was transformed before our eyes, becoming much stronger and younger in appearance. The servants of the young, boring heir watched the old man's transformation closely. They thought that this simply couldn't be true. How could that plain-looking little man turn into this strong man? Creed Boring's servants now realized that they were facing a completely different person. The young man thought that the man no longer looked like a commoner. He seemed like a seasoned craftsman. Jillian suddenly went to his weapon. He asked if there was anyone outside. The man was sure that he sensed someone and assumed that they might be enemies. The young man said that all his subjects were now in this room. There was no one else. The old man asked if the young master had any envious people who could send assassins. Creed replied that he had no shortage of such acquaintances, and that in the future there would be even more of them. The man decided that in this case he would simply eliminate the unnecessary witness to what happened in this shack. Jillian confidently threw the raised spear in the direction where he thought the enemy was. The man hit exactly the spot he had intended, and the target was easily hit. The old man decided that the follower must know the one who sent him, which meant that information could be obtained. Creed Boring had no idea that he was being followed from the neighboring county of Redfield. Despite the considerable distance, Jillian managed to deftly pull the person watching them towards him. The captured knight of the Wildcat Special Squad shouted out how this old man could do such a thing. Jillian asked who had sent this misunderstanding to follow them. Had the gentleman really done something wrong? The knight did not believe that a man could possess such power and said that such a thing was impossible. The man asked what to do with this spy, and Creed replied that he already guessed who was behind this. The young man said he didn't want to get his hands dirty today, but apparently he was left with no other choice. Jillian asked the young master not to draw his sword, as this was not befitting a true aristocrat. The old man said that the master should not worry about such things because he would take care of it. The former leader of the legendary mercenary squad squeezed the enemy's throat without any regret. All the inhabitants of these places heard the piercing cry of a man who was dying in terrible agony. Valinda noticed that the transformed man did not even flinch as he carried out his master's will. The girl realized that there was not a drop of doubt in the old man's actions as to why the master needed such a person. Jillian turned to the Grand Duke of Boring and said that from now on his life belonged to the young man. Creed realized that the bulk of what was needed to restore the Boring territories had now been obtained. The young man said that he had full confidence in his new subordinate, the legendary Commander Jillian. Meanwhile, somewhere in the neutral territory between the Boring and Redfield holdings, the Wildcat Special Forces held a meeting where it was revealed that the reconnaissance squad had been destroyed. The thugs said that only idiots who didn't know how to hold a weapon were stationed there. The gang leader Vigo asked everyone to shut up or to be indignant more quietly. They were making too much noise. The squad captain wondered if the information he had received from Barney was inaccurate. Vigo is sure that the reconnaissance squad could not have been so incompetent to carry out a simple assignment. The gang member said that this happened because Creed hired an old man, Jillian, to work for him. The commander could not allow his subordinates to lie so brazenly to his face. It was hard to believe. The man asked if this was true and what evidence the subordinate had to support such statements. The subordinate blurted out that he personally saw how this legendary mercenary dealt with his comrade. The squad captain thought that piece of shit Jillian had finally made his presence known. Meanwhile, the young Master Boring's group moved towards his family's estate. Valinda said that this carriage was incredibly cramped. How could one even ride comfortably here? The girl said that this guy is not an arms dealer, so why would he carry so much hardware around with him? Creed Boring said they would have had to hire a wagon to transport the sick Rachel anyway. The guy understands that old Ferdinand and Rico are riding behind. They will definitely cope with protecting the girl. The young man asked his mentor to show a little patience. All these weapons could come in handy. The young Boring heir said they still had to get out of this nasty canyon. Valinda said she was sure the man who was following them was Amelia's spy. The guy said that this was probably the case, so he didn't see anything surprising in what happened. The girl said that this was a rather problematic situation because she was familiar with the mask of the enemies. Creed's mentor is sure that he was from the Wildcats Guild, which is quite influential in Redfield. The girl said that this is an illegal guild of wildcats that is engaged in vile deeds. She knows that they are involved in smuggling, murder, and trafficking in people and drugs. Valinda is sure that they are the dregs of society who take on any dirty job. Creed asked how his subordinate knew all this, and the girl said that she had a difficult childhood. Young Master Boring's mentor said she just wanted the young man to be careful. The guy chuckled to himself, because there was definitely no need to worry about him. He was not helpless. The Boring's heir said it was no big deal. He didn't see anything dangerous in the Wildcats Guild. The young man is confident in his abilities because he has the best possible ally, Jillian, with him. Mr. Creed's carriage rode in silence, broken only by the clatter of hooves and the grinding of wheels. None of the squad noticed the changes in the terrain behind them, which were appearing unnaturally. The hiding people went on the offensive. Their target was the horses. Without them, the cart would not move. The legendary mercenary could not allow such impudence. Such an open attack did not go unnoticed. The killers realized who was driving the vehicle, and their plan changed due to the dangerous target. Jillian said, "Did the mercenaries really use an underground ambush? What a banal tactic." The man easily blocked the attackers' attacks. They did not pose a serious threat to him. The legendary mercenary used the tiny amounts of mana to empower his arms and twist his opponent's weapons. The Wildcats couldn't figure out how this man had pulled off such a feat so skillfully. Jillian knew perfectly well that he couldn't leave them unpunished, but the cart continued to move. The old man chopped off the limbs of those who attacked him with one swing. This punishment was enough. The bodies of the Wildcat squad members fell onto the road, their spirit broken by the old mercenary's punishment. The rest of the squad understood that even for such a moment, distracting the coachman was quite sufficient. The mercenaries had been waiting for this moment, so they proceeded with the next part of their cunningly constructed plan. Jillian understood that the trees, cut down over time, if they did not block the path, would fall on the transport. The old man said that their enemies knew for sure that they would come here, and Valinda shouted that they were caught. The legendary mercenary pulled sharply on the reins, causing the spirited horses to stop immediately. The people sitting in the cart saw how massive tree trunks blocked their path. The young man realized that his worst fears about this ill-fated canyon had been realized with unprecedented accuracy. Members of the Wildcat gang surrounded the stopped cart, which contained 2 targets. The commander of the attacking squad turned to the old man and said that he knew about the former commander of Rat Task. Jillian was no longer surprised that someone still remembered him. This day had been quite eventful. The leader of the Wildcats called the old mercenary a coward who disbanded the gang because of his sick daughter. The former commander of the legendary mercenaries said that he couldn't figure out what this scum was talking about. The commander of the attacking squad shouted that because of Jillian, his whole life had gone down the drain. The robber asked if his former comrade hadn't recognized him. Senile dementia is no joke. The bandit asked if he was just pretending not to recognize him. Then he would make him remember everything. The commander ordered his subordinates to kill everyone and not leave a single living soul in the stopped cart. The young man asked his new subordinate if he needed help in this difficult battle. The old man said that he would refuse such gestures because he had a personal score to settle with them. Jillian is sure that these are all small fish with no experience, who are not even worth his attention. The former commander of the legendary mercenaries easily crushed the attacking opponents. The stupid mercenaries screamed at how this old man dared to treat them like this. Jillian didn't understand where such claims could come from, because he wasn't the one who started it all. The old man quickly dealt with everyone who attacked him. The difference between the combatants was obvious. The squad members rushed headlong and hoped that they would definitely cope with the old senile man. However, Jillian proved to be too much for them. The legendary master's experience decisively tipped the scales. The commander of the attackers saw that all the attempts of his subordinates were nothing more than pathetic attempts. The man thought that the strength of the greatest mercenary had not gone anywhere, but the long break was taking its toll. The Wildcat commander ordered the squad to immediately split up and attack from 2 sides at once. Jillian realized he would be more effective on horseback, so he freed his horse from the cart. The inexperienced attackers were surprised that the old man decided to use a horse that would limit him. Jillian took out his massive axe to easily chop down everyone in his path. The killers did not even realize what awaited them in this fight, because they were sure of the old man's weakness. The subordinate of the heir to the Boring Lands understood perfectly well that he had to get rid of the mercenaries. The thugs saw how easily this old man dealt with them, but they had orders to kill everyone. Some of the mercenaries screamed because they were sure that they needed to scare the horse. The legendary mercenary saw the confusion of those attacking the master, so he acted decisively. The bodies of the Wildcat Guild continued to fall to the cold ground, but their comrades did not stop. However, almost everyone understood that a similar fate awaited them in any outcome of this fight. Valinda looked at the meat grinder near the cart and understood that this was too much. They didn't need such an ally. One of the attackers stood out with his approach. He made a swift lunge from a blind spot. The old man drew his shield to counter the killing intent of this agile opponent. The thug rammed the shield at full speed and dug into it with the blades of his daggers. The leader of the Wildcat squad said that the old man could not have stopped the one whose life he had ruined. The man shouted that he would finish off the lousy Jillian, who was unworthy of his title. The nimble thug jumped back to resolve the issue of his old comrade's mobility. The legendary mercenary was forced to abandon his horse and halberd to avoid losing more. The captain of the Wildcat squad was already ready to attack the old man so that he would not have time to catch his breath. However, the attacker did not take into account that Jillian was still in shape and was capable of withstanding something like this. The old man said that he was no longer the leader of the Rat Task squad, and that he had nothing to do with it at all. The leader of the Wildcat group couldn't believe his ears. This old senile man had thrown away such a past. The man did not understand how he dared to do such a thing. Many people wanted the same thing, but he simply rejected it. The attacker's commander thought Jillian was bluffing and said he couldn't believe such a thing. The man is sure that if the old man in front of him is not the leader of the legendary squad, then who is he? The old man said that he really just up and left his past behind, and there was a good reason for it. Jillian said that he was now nothing more than the arms and legs of Duke Creed Boring. The Wildcat leader shouted that this idiot had not only trampled him into the dirt, but also the dreams of many. The man is sure that now he is simply obliged to kill the old man, not only for his own offense. The heir to the Boring Lands watched a brutal battle between old comrades of the Rat Task squad. The Wildcat squad leader attacked the old man again and again, delivering many swift blows. However, Jillian managed to reflect each one with his shield. Parrying was easy. The man said that with the old man's departure, their legendary Rat Task squad disintegrated almost instantly. The thug shouted that because of the old man, he had lost his purpose in this rotten world and had sunk to the bottom. The legendary mercenary thought that he was being accused of his own weakness, to calm his soul. The killer continued to dodge the ferocious swings of the sharp axe. The old man defended himself well. The thug understood that Jillian was still full of strength and quite capable of giving him a tough fight. However, the agility of the young leader of the Wildcat squad allowed him to move with amazing ease. The old man managed to react to the swift blows of his opponent, who seemed to never tire. Jillian realized that his shield had finally collapsed under the enemy's onslaught, and that things would be more difficult now. The Wildcat leader said that he dedicated his life to Rat Task, putting everything he had into it. The man said that his idol had wasted all his efforts to become some nobleman's dog. The Wildcat squad leader shouted that he would never forgive the old man for such an offense. The thug is sure that this damn senile man will die this night, along with all the mistakes he made. Jillian stood firm against the furious attacks of his opponent, who was becoming more and more angry with each passing second. The man decided that since he couldn't defeat this old man, he would wear him out with endless attacks. Each of the combatants understood that this battle would not last forever. Sooner or later, it would end. The leader of the small Wildcat Guild thought that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since the collapse of the Rat Task squad. The man thought that Jillian was incredibly strong when he was the commander of the legendary mercenaries. However, the thug understands that time does not stand still. Some improve, while others fade away. The Wildcat commander understands that while his idol was fussing over his sick daughter, the thug was hardening. The man is confident that the old senile man can no longer be a worthy opponent for him. The thug did not waste his opportunity and used his weapon, which he had used earlier in this fight. Jillian understood that such an attack was too unexpected. He would not be able to defend himself with anything. The old man put his shoulder under the darts, relying on the strength of his armor to protect himself. The agile opponent did not miss the opportunity for hasty attacks. He wanted to drive the elder one. The leader of the Wildcat squad was completely overcome by the surging rage, causing him to lose control. The thug turned to Jillian and shouted that he wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. The old man saw his chance and decided to take a risk to win this senseless duel. The servant of the young master Boring asked if this was the whole reason for such revenge. The Wildcat group leader thought that the old man had wrapped his hand in mana and blocked the blade with it. Jillian's former comrade realized that he had not been fighting him at full strength all this time. Creed's subordinate successfully hit the commander of the attacking killers, who was unable to keep him on his feet. The man set off on a short flight, and he realized that he had been wrong to consider himself stronger than his old comrade. The thug survived the blow, but felt that he could no longer continue the fight. The old man said that he could not understand this stupid killer. There was no logic in his actions. Jillian said the man had plenty of opportunities to get revenge on him before. The old man asked why the thug had not come for his soul earlier when he was depressed. The captain of the Wildcat squad laughed and asked if the old man couldn't understand something so basic. The man said that he came to visit him, but the mercenary commander Rat Task was not there. The thug shouted that he had only met an old man, and it was disgusting to even dirty his hands. The leader of the Wildcat squad shouted out where the very Jillian he idolized had gone. The old man thought about the man's words. Perhaps he really was right in some way. The former legendary mercenary made a decision and asked the thug to hear him. The former commander said he was serving another man now, but old Jillian was here too. The old man confidently declared that he would now do a great honor to his old workmate. The man who attacked the cart realized that the former commander of the Rat Task squad was indeed standing before him. The thug chuckled nervously, because he had been waiting for this moment for many painful years. The man said that a real fight was about to begin, which the winner would definitely not forget. Once upon a time, former comrades crossed blades again, but this time everything was different. The leader of the small Wildcat squad shouted out that this was exactly the kind of battle he had expected. Young Mr. Boringov saw how the battle was renewed with renewed vigor. His subordinate confidently attacked his opponent, but he managed to dodge in time. The thug also tried to hurt his idol, but all attempts were in vain. The old legendary mercenary skillfully wielded his weapon and gave his opponent practically no chance. Creed thought that despite the roughly equal odds, the winner was still clear. The young master's subordinate caught the Wildcat squad leader in a fatal mistake. However, even the terrible pain and bleeding did not stop the one driven by rage and grief. The man continued to fight with his idol, trying not to fall even lower in his eyes. Jillian saw this and noticed that his opponent's attacks were weakening. He decided to finish everything quickly. The old man said that he remembered the opponent. He was the captain of the 5th squad of the Rat Task mercenary group. Jillian said he never forgot for a moment about Vigo Valence, who fell that night. The commander of the small Wildcat detachment realized that he had been recognized from the very beginning. The old man completed what he had started. He could not do otherwise. His former comrade agreed with him. The former legendary mercenary picked up the fallen man's weapon, which would now serve as a reminder of that night. The young master said that his subordinate had done a good job. He was surprised. Valinda said that selling all this junk from fallen mercenaries could make a good profit. The old man apologized to the young master for dragging out this fight for too long. Creed said that he saw nothing wrong with his servant allowing himself to say goodbye to his comrade. The young man thought that the legendary mercenary commander Jillian had exceeded all his expectations. The guy remembers that at the beginning of his path as a mercenary, he was inspired by stories about the leader of the Rat Task group. Creed thought that such a man was a great help and asked if the old man remembered his comrade. Jillian replied that he remembered his comrade with whom he had many good adventures. The old mercenary said that it was his former comrade in arms, but a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then. The young man wondered if they had really gotten along so well in the past, and Creed had had comrades too. The young, boring heir wondered what his former comrades from his past life were doing now. The guy understands that each of his old comrades lived differently before meeting him. The group of young Mr. Boring decided to search for something valuable from those who attacked them. A couple of days later, the withering lands of his family were already visible from the young man's old cart. Valinda said that they were almost there, and Jillian asked if this was the Boring lands. Creed said that his subordinate had thought correctly, because this was the Boring family's property. The mere thought that the young man had somewhere to return to warmed him pleasantly in this new life. The guy thought that in his past life he left his family knowing that he could return at any moment. The young, boring heir asked the old man what he thought of the lands that now surrounded them. Jillian said the land was in pretty good shape, but the guy said the area was total crap. The young man said that the houses here were dilapidated and the fields were abandoned because all the able-bodied people had been taken into the army. The old man said that he had heard about the war with the barbarians, but he had no idea that everything was so bad. Creel said he intends to deal with all of these issues, but he needs help to do so. The The guy understands that this will be a long battle in which he will have to destroy everything connected with the dolphins. Creed realizes that he must first protect and restore these abandoned boring lands. The young gentleman's carriage rolled calmly along the main road that led to the boring castle. Valinda called out to the young gentleman, noticing that the head of the boring family himself was meeting them in front. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. The man in front really was his biological father. The head of the entire boring clan personally met Creed, who was returning to his native lands. The young man realized that he was too late in returning to the boring castle. His journey had been long. Sometime later, in the main hall of the boring estate, foreign and domestic policy was discussed. The advisor suggested cutting back the army, but the others said they'd better ask the Redfields for support. The third of the advisors said that the neighbors are no help here. They currently have their own problems with the army. The advisors said they needed to find money to rebuild the destroyed fortifications in the Forest of Monsters. Everyone agreed that these were good intentions, but that reducing combat power was too dangerous a decision. Creed thought that the commander of the boring Night Corps, Rudolph, had not changed since then. The young man understood that the boring's treasurer was still the same as in the old memories of the Mercenary King. The guy realized that the farm manager, Homer, had also remained the same, even after so much time. Creed understood that for him only a couple of months had passed, but for the Mercenary King, decades had passed. The young man turned to his father's advisors and said that they had done a good job in this military campaign. The heir of the boring family turned to his father, but hesitated because he remembered his past. The boy understood perfectly well that he was now addressing not his own father, but the head of the boring family. Creed thought that as a child he was afraid of his father because of his stern and severe face. However, now the heir to the boring lands realized that this was not just a menacing and demanding look. The young man saw that it was complete exhaustion and apathy due to the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Walter said that he had heard that his son had left the castle for a whole week where he was. The guy decided not to prevaricate and said that he went to the Redfields to resolve an important issue. The head of the Boring family asked if his son had caused any additional trouble to the neighboring county. Boring's treasurer said he had heard rumors that the young gentleman had won the duel with Cain. The man asked whether the young gentleman had managed to spend all his winnings on all sorts of trinkets. Creed Boring thought it was inappropriate to say anything here. Rather, he was investing in the future of the family. Homer told the young man not to forget his status as heir when he took any action. Walter asked everyone to calm down. The conversation began to go beyond the scope of the necessary meeting. The head of the Boring family said he had heard that there had been problems during his absence. The man said his son killed Jack and Phil, who were trying to kidnap and sell Elaine Boring. The boy understood what his father was asking about. The young man thought that those bastards had crossed the line. The commander of the Boring Night Corps said that the boy could hardly deal with them on his own. The young man realized that he shouldn't interfere just yet, and said that he had pitted them against each other and emerged victorious. Rudolph said he knew it because the guy just physically couldn't handle them. Walter said that his son was just great because he was able to stand up for his little sister. The Boring's leader is confident that no matter what actually happened, Elaine is safe and sound, and that's the main thing. Creed couldn't believe his ears because this was the first time his father had praised him. The young man asked permission to ask Walter Boring for one important favor. Homer said that if the young heir's request again concerned his salary, then this would not happen. Rudolph is sure that Creed has too many sins to be washed away by one good deed. The head of the Knights said that the boy sold military supplies, spent the proceeds on bets, and set fire to the castle. The guy said that he wanted to ask his father's permission out of politeness, but what he had planned would happen anyway. Valinda asked what could be so important that he was so obsessed with the idea. The young man thought that the plan should remain a secret because there could be problems due to rumors. The Boring heir understands that if the plan is successful, the profit will be simply colossal. Creed knows that not far from the Forest of Monsters there is one seemingly unremarkable place. However, the guy knows for sure that this place contains unprecedented deposits of expensive runestones. The Boring's heir realizes that this is a special miner imbued with magical power. The young man knows that it is considered an incredibly rare stone. All magicians go crazy at the mere mention of it. Everyone knows that magic circles, scrolls, and tools are made from it, and it is even used in alchemy. The guy remembers that in his past life as the Mercenary King, Count Delphin took over this place. The young heir of the Borings understands perfectly well that now only he knows about this place. Valinda thought that the young master could at least share such information with her. The girl said that she was, of course, sure that young Mr. Creed had thought everything through carefully. The young man asked to hire 200 mercenaries. Jillian is sure that this is an unsafe move from the master. The guy is confident that he and the old man will be able to select truly reliable and useful guys from among those hired. Creed Boring said he just knew of a small group in the north. Their skills are amazing. Jillian asked if his young master was really talking to him about those crazy cutthroat dogs now. The old man is sure that they are skilled warriors, but if they are not satisfied with something, they tear their employer to pieces. The young man says that the old legendary mercenary got his point right. This is the Cerberus squad. Creed is confident that he and Jillian will be able to tame these bloodthirsty little dogs quickly enough. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Windlod lands, in a small camp of dangerous mercenaries of the Cerberus squad, one of the camp guards was watching the approaching people closely, already anticipating easy profit. The observer reported what he had seen to his comrade, who said that they had no idea where they were going. The guard is sure that an aristocrat is coming to them, and if everything goes smoothly, they will snatch a big piece. The mercenary didn't have time to look through his telescope again. Creed's subject was already standing opposite him. The entire Cerberus camp immediately turned its attention to the screams of the guard that Jillian had grabbed. The old mercenary was not at all afraid of those standing opposite him, because he understood whose side held the power. The entire camp froze in its tracks. The bandits didn't know what to do. This was the first time something like this had happened. The camp guard shouted that the idiot who had come up was completely out of his mind to do something like that openly. Jillian found this extremely disrespectful, so he decided to calm the mercenary down a bit. The old man threw the poor fellow into the crowd behind him, which only confused and angered the unfriendly thugs. The boring heir saw that the Cerberus members were ready to tear his subordinate apart right then and there. The mercenaries started asking what was wrong with this damn brat. Had he really gone completely crazy? A man's voice was heard saying that even aristocrats should not enter their territory. The robber who approached said that those who came might not think that they would be able to leave here alive. The chief of the bandits quickly realized that the young aristocrat was not even paying attention to him. The young heir of the Boring family calmly rode up to the Cerberus mercenary camp on horseback. The guy asked the thugs standing in front of him why they were yapping. He wanted to see the boss. The bloodthirsty mercenaries were once again surprised by the incredible stupidity of the young aristocrat. The man chuckled, wondering if some crazy nobleman had really come to their camp. The bandit is simply convinced that they are facing another crazy aristocrat who doesn't know how to think. The mercenary shouted that if the young man wanted to climb into the mouth of the Cerberus, he must be prepared for the consequences. The man never doubted for a second his own strength or the incredible recklessness of the frail boy. Creed saw that a dangerous ball was heading towards him, but he didn't even bat an eyelid due to his confidence in his subordinate. Jillian managed to react. He intercepted the enemy's weapon chain to stop it. The old mercenary deftly pierced the chain link and prevented the bandit from injuring his young master. The rank-and-file mercenaries of the Cerberus squad were surprised that this old senile man managed to pull off such a thing. The chief of the mercenaries who met Creed realized that they were not dealing with a simple lost aristocrat. The young lord of the Boring Lands said that everything was exactly as he had expected, and nothing else. Creed said that such wayward mercenaries don't understand the good way, so it will be the bad way. The young man gave orders to his servant to act at his own discretion, but not to dare kill his opponents. The former commander of the legendary Rat Task squad said that he understood his young master. The old man grabbed the chain that served as part of the weapon of the Cerberus mercenary who attacked them. The old mercenary acted on orders to suppress the enemy's desire to resist the will of the master. The mercenaries didn't expect that some subordinate of an aristocrat was capable of performing such tricks. Jillian quickly dealt with the main threat, Creed's first attacker, Boring. The bandits took up arms and shouted at the old man to be more careful about who he attacked. The thugs are sure that even the title of aristocrat will not save the uninvited guests for such insolence. For the legendary mercenary from the Rat Task squad, the attacking bandits were nothing more than children. Jillian dealt with the bandits very quickly, and they didn't stand a chance. The Cerberus mercenaries remained on the sidelines. They understood well that they were no match for the old servant. The legendary mercenary did a good job with the task, and he gave the furious bandits quite a fright. The Cerberus mercenaries trembled at the sight of Jillian, who had just crushed their comrades. The young Boring heir jumped off his horse and said that those standing before him were incredibly tedious. The young heir said that these pathetic thugs were making him wait an incredibly long time. The guy is sure that it's time to finish with the small fry. It's time to meet with the leader of the Cerberus. A male voice was heard saying that he should not be disturbed as he slept peacefully. Creed saw that all the mercenaries had taken a position of attention, which meant that the leader of this gang was about to appear. The stranger said that his name was Kira, and that he was the commander of the Cerberus mercenary squad. Someone who came out of the crowd asked what this young aristocrat wanted from him. The boring heir replied that he had come here for only one purpose: to hire experienced Cerberuses. Kira said that the young man first wore out his men and then started talking about wanting to hire them. The Cerberus commander said that he was an aristocrat, which meant he should know manners. Creed said it was a special greeting because it was the best way to get them to obey. Kira is sure that next time the guy will decide to commit a massacre as a greeting to him. The commander said that he was ready to consider the guy's request, what kind of great plans he had in mind. The heir of the boring family said that he wanted to hire them for a special assignment in the Forest of Monsters. The guy said he wanted to hire all the available Cerberus to quickly clear out the monster forest. The Cerberus rank and file asked if they were talking about the same forest that was teeming with various creatures. Kira was surprised and asked who this young man was to invade such dangerous territory. The youth replied that he was Creed Boring, heir to the Boring lands, in person. The Cerberuses finally realized who they were dealing with: the very same famous son of Duke Boring. A wild laughter broke out in the commander's tent. The mercenaries immediately realized that this was another of Creed's pranks. Kira said that a spoiled child like the Boring heir doesn't know what kind of forest this is. The Cerberus commander said that he didn't even intend to listen to the guy any further. The negotiations were over. The young man thought that he had come across the wrong guys because Cerberuses are not such cowards. Creed Boring asked if the commander of the Cerberus mercenary squad was really afraid of such a proposal. The young man said that he had heard that Cerberus were good. Was this really just another exaggerated rumor? Kira told the Boring kid to tone it down because they are the best mercenaries. The commander of the serious mercenaries said that if they were not satisfied with the price, they would not work. The young Boring heir said that weaklings always look for excuses not to act. Kira said that this was idiotic. He would have played with the boy, but his pathetic provocation ruined everything. The commander said that he didn't want to dirty his hands with the child, and he would let the guy go if he paid for the damage. The young Boring heir said that this would not do. He did not want to leave empty-handed. Creed Boring approached Kira, the mercenary commander, and stated that he was requesting Mariana's confessions. Subordinates on both sides were surprised by such words from the young heir to the Boring lands. Kira asked the young aristocrat if he understood exactly what these difficult words meant. The young heir to the Boring lands replied that he understood perfectly well the meaning of these words. Creed realizes that this is a traditional duel in the mercenary world called Mariana's Confession. The former mercenary king knows that the participants must fight with daggers without using mana. The young man understands that this is a tough fight for life in the limited space of a tiny circle. The guy thinks that there were quite a few cases when both participants died as a result of a duel. Creed said that the loser is obliged to admit defeat and completely submit to the winner's orders. The young man is sure that such a fate for the loser is equivalent to him becoming the winner's dog. The young Boring heir confidently asked if Kira accepted his proposal. Jillian understands that the noble gentleman is going to follow the customs of simple mercenaries. All mercenaries know that in their world, refusing this fight is considered dishonorable, and a duel is inevitable. Kira burst out laughing and announced to his comrades that he would not mind honoring the little gentleman's request. The Cerberus squad leader said he was ready to accept this aristocrat's challenge according to the mercenary laws. A moment later, Jillian watched as his young master stood in a small circle with Kira. The camp erupted in screams. The Cerberuses supported the leader, demanding that he immediately finish off the boy. The mercenaries shouted at the commander to give the arrogant brat what he deserved: finish him off. Kira said that even if the guy learned a couple of tricks, he still can't go against Cerberus. The young Boring heir heard his opponent say there was no turning back. Kira said that he already has 5 victories in this duel, and a 6th won't be a big problem. Creed Boring chuckled at his opponent, wondering if the Cerberus leader only had 5 victories. The young man showed that he knew firsthand how to behave in such duels. Kira should not let her guard down. The former mercenary king confidently said that he had won hundreds of times. The Boring heir realized that his opponent was no longer going to delay. He took action. Kira understood that the young man was just fluttering his tongue. At his age, something like that was simply impossible. However, the commander of the Cerberus squad momentarily felt that such words were not just a simple invention of the poor fellow. Both opponents managed to dodge the attacks, but each understood that this was only the beginning. The young heir of the Borings no longer looked harmless in Kira's eyes. It was as if he had been replaced. The Cerberus commander wondered how this aristocrat could be so cold-blooded at his age. The young man tried to strike again, but his attempt was unsuccessful and proved futile. Young Boring and Kira exchanged unsuccessful blows, giving their opponent no time to catch his breath. Kira tried to pull his enemy over to deprive him of his stable balance on his legs, but Creed did not give up. The young heir to the Boring lands successfully defended himself even in the most unfavorable positions. The captain of the Cerberus mercenary squad didn't understand why this brat had such a good grasp of the situation. However, Kira did not lag behind either. The young aristocrat's movements seemed too predictable. The leader of the thugs decided that the young man was relaxing too much, so he should use force. Creed Boring had a clear view of his opponent's movements, which gave away his next moves. The young man understood that his body was still weak, so it would be difficult to rely on the experience of his past life alone. Kira said that the guy was holding up well and asked why he was lying so confidently. The Cerberus captain shouted that the young man should come up with more believable stories about himself. The mercenaries shouted that the captain would definitely crush this aristocrat, let him know his place. Jillian was tired of hearing such cries that dishonored the honor and dignity of his master. The old legendary mercenary understood perfectly well that this was a losing battle for the young master. The man knows that this is a fight in which everything is decided solely by the physical abilities of the person. The old man understands that the difference in weight is crucial and that his bound hands limit his mobility. Jillian is alarmed to realize that Kira could easily take over the initiative at any moment. The legendary mercenary decided that if things became too dangerous, he simply had to intervene. The captain of the Cerberus squad was already quite tired of messing around with the nimble little aristocrat. However, the young man continued to deftly dodge the swift attacks of the dangerous enemy from Cerberus. The young man was well aware that sooner or later he would run out of strength. The duel was dragging on for too long. The guy realized that after the powerful blows of his opponent, his leg was pierced by unbearable pain. Creed thought that his limb was being taken away due to the block. Without the protection of mana, the pain only accumulated. Kira shouted that, judging by his opponent's face, everything was just terrible for him. Did he really hope to continue? The Cerberus captain thought the boy's desperate attempts at resistance looked incredibly pathetic. The man is confident that he perfectly understands the things that are going on in the boy's head. Kira knows that the young heir to the Boring lands can only dodge and block his blows. The mercenary commander understands that the guy misses non-critical hits if they don't interfere. The Cerberus leader knows that Mariana's confession is a mana-less fight, meaning the damage accumulates. Kira is sure that the guy has long felt how his legs are starting to cramp. It's written on his face. The commander of the mercenary squad decided to mentally cheer up his opponent, because it only made things more fun that way. The man is confident that sooner or later he will be able to enjoy the grimace of a humiliated and trampled aristocrat. The Cerberus leader decided to put a little pressure on the guy to help him break a little faster. Jillian watched the fight carefully. He thought that the young master would soon fall. However, contrary to his subordinates' expectations, the young man continued to confidently evade his opponent's attacks. Creed Boring confidently parried the attacks, but the protracted battle took its toll, and his body ached with pain. All the Cerberuses watched as their captain deftly pinched and squeezed Count Boring's little son. The young man realized that he was now in a practically hopeless situation. He needed to defend himself. The boy again exposed his wounded leg to the blow, although every movement echoed with pain. The former mercenary king understands that this was the only right move in this situation. The incredible, crippling pain made the young man momentarily stupefied, which only revealed his state. Kira said that he did not intend to drag out this fight any longer. It was high time to finish the guy. The commander of the mercenary squad shouted at the guy to stop struggling uselessly. The Cerberuses shouted that there could be no other outcome to such a confession of Mariana. Jillian realized that this was the moment when he simply would not forgive himself for not intervening in the fight. However, Creed did not despair. He waited for the perfect moment, which was to be decisive. The young Boring heir twisted in an incredible way, letting the sharp blade pass over him. The old mercenary realized that this was no accident. The guy had calculated this moment precisely to counterattack. The Cerberus squad leader wondered how the young man had managed to evade such a desperate situation. Creed Boring didn't stop. He decided to make the most of the current situation. A precise swing of the former mercenary king's dagger, and the crowd surrounding the fighters saw blood. Kira couldn't believe that some brat had managed to get the better of him in a one-on-one duel like that. The Cerberuses involuntarily fell silent. They did not understand why their commander had suddenly given in to a boy from the aristocracy. Jillian realized that he had been wrong to underestimate the young gentleman. The guy had managed to seize the initiative. Everyone understood perfectly well that the scales had now tipped in favor of young Creed Boring. The old mercenary understood that the first blow often becomes decisive in such skirmishes. The Cerberus squad leader was confused and missed another blow from the young Boring heir. The Cerberuses watching the battle were surprised that their captain had received another cut. The mercenaries were confident that their captain had crushed his opponent, but the brat still snapped. Kira still hadn't lost faith in his victory over the guy, because he thought he was superior to him in experience. Creed Boring knew he had the fight in his hands. His opponent was beaten and crushed. The young man thought that the least he could do was hold out until his opponent fell. The guy struck one blow after another, trying to finally suppress the Cerberus commander's will to resist. The young Boring heir realized he would have to raise the stakes, so he prepared his dagger. Creed decided not to hesitate. The countdown was in split seconds, and his opponent was already beginning to gradually come to his senses. The Cerberus commander did not understand what could have happened in their duels that the young man had changed so much. Kira wondered how this little upstart could move so easily after receiving blows. The man is sure that his opponent was barely holding on from the pain. He personally saw it from the expression on the heir's face. Jillian thought he had figured out what was going on. The power jerks were overstraining the muscles, limiting movement. The old man is sure that in trying to seize the initiative, you will lose more in mobility. Mr. Boring's subordinate is confident that the boy did not resist, but rather conducted a calm defense. Jillian had no idea that his weight advantage could be exploited in this way. The Cerberuses were shouting what their captain was doing, why it had suddenly become so boring to watch the battle. The young man said that he was amazed by Kira's resilience. Many in his place would have already resorted to using mana. The man admitted that the guy was talking to him as if he had been through hundreds of similar fights. The Cerberus commander is confident that anyone who violates the rules of this ritual has no place in the world of mercenaries. Kira admitted that he was inferior to the young man in skill, but added that there was something that the boy had not taken into account. The man shouted that the victory conditions in Mariana's confession were not limited to just murder. Every mercenary understands perfectly well that besides the banal murder, there is another way to win. The young heir knew about this condition. Whoever steps beyond the circle line is considered the loser. Kira thought that victory would be his because the guy would fall outside the circle's boundaries. The Cerberus captain had no doubt that the young man would not get out of this. It was simply impossible. Young Mr. Boring thought that this situation was not as hopeless as it had initially seemed. However, the guy was well aware that his exit was incredibly close to failure. Creed relied on surprise for his opponent, and for this he needed to act quickly. The young man understood that he could use his fall to his advantage, which would give him additional strength. The guy pulled his opponent towards himself so that he would end up lower as he fell outside the circle. Creed Boring acted with confidence. He knew for sure that Kira would not be able to resist at this moment. Young Mr. Boringoff, without a shadow of a doubt, knocked his opponent to the ground of his own camp. All the Cerberuses present realized that the negligent offspring of the Borings had managed to defeat their commander. The mercenaries couldn't believe that their leader had crossed the circle's boundaries, which meant he had lost. The Cerberus squad leader was angry, hurt by the realization that some brat had gotten the better of him. The young Boring heir said it was all over. He had won a crushing victory. Kira shouted. He couldn't understand where someone like this young aristocrat got such skills from. The young man realized that his newly appointed subordinate was addressing him disrespectfully without respect. The young Boring heir decided that now was the time to teach such a disobedient dog a lesson. The commander of the Cerberus squad asked what the young man wanted, since their fight had already ended with the young man's victory. The guy is sure that Mariana's confession cannot end until he leaves the circle. Creed said that now was the time to begin training his unruly new subordinate. In front of the shocked onlookers, the young man suddenly hit the loser on the head. The Cerberi didn't understand what was happening now, why the young aristocrat continued to beat their commander. The leader of this mercenary camp shouted at the guy to stop because he had already won. The Cerberus commander had forgotten their conversation, so he didn't understand what exactly Creed Boring was trying to achieve. The guy asked if his new comrade would really question his opponents on the battlefield. The young man asked if his subordinate dared to doubt his words, which should be law. Kira shouted that the guy was just completely crazy. What kind of aristocrat was he? He was half-witted. The young heir of the Boring family beat up an unruly subordinate to discipline him. The watching mercenaries wondered whether they should intervene. The duel had long since ended. The Cerberus commander pitifully begged the young Master Boring to stop beating him. The young man once again lifted his opponent, who had relaxed due to the fact that he had accepted defeat. The young heir to the Boring Lands said that the commander of the mercenary squad had not yet dropped out of the duel. The man realized that the young man would not stop until he killed him cruelly and painfully. The Cerberus commander shouted for his men to pull themselves together immediately and kill the bastard. The mercenaries immediately decided to punish the young aristocrat who had beaten Kira with impunity. Jillian blocked the Cerberus path with his axe. They knew well that they were no match for the old man. The former legendary mercenary said he would kill anyone who laid a finger on the young master. The thugs realized that they would not be able to carry out the orders of the commander, who was now suffering. Kira realized that some brat from the aristocrats had managed to ruin his life with unprecedented ease. The man couldn't believe that the entire Cerberus mercenary group refused to listen to him out of fear of some old man. The young, boring heir approached the Cerberus leader and asked if he was ready to continue. Kira couldn't answer anything coherent. He just laughed in the face of the brat who had turned his world upside down. The Cerberus squad leader realized that before this little guy, he saw the nobles as pathetic cowards. The man thinks that now the entire Cerberus group cannot live up to their reputation as ferocious dogs. Kira did not forget the arrogance of the aristocrats. They always put mercenaries on the level of common cattle. The mercenary captain did not forget the cunning of the nobles. They always tried to pay less. The man also remembered the incredible narcissism of the nobility. They never soiled their hands. The mercenary is sure that it was worth scaring them a little, and they themselves would begin to grovel before him. Kira understood that he got incomparable pleasure from emptying the pockets of the aristocracy. The man realizes that he has earned a reputation as a real mad dog when he demonstrates his strength. The captain of the Cerberus squad realized that he had managed to break his fangs on this wayward, boring boy. The mercenaries shouted that their captain would soon die at this rate and asked what to do now. The young heir of the boring family wondered if such a performance might be enough for the Cerberuses. The young man asked why the mercenaries were standing rooted to the spot, so that they could immediately bring water and bandages. Creed Boring noted that if the captain was not given immediate assistance, he risked not living to see tomorrow. The Cerberuses realized that their commander was indeed in serious condition and needed help. The mercenaries shouted that they would immediately carry out the order of the young heir to the Boring Lands. Jillian thought that his young master had acted incredibly wisely. He was wise beyond his years. The old man understands that the rebellious mercenaries instantly obeyed the order of the Duke's descendant. Once upon a time, a legendary mercenary realized that in their world, the fist was a force that transcended the law. Jillian realized that his young master had imprinted his authority on their minds in the most effective way. The old man believes that the young man managed to show every Cerberus mercenary who is really in charge here. Kira's people could not deny the obvious. Their leader was crushed, a fact they had to reckon with. The young lord of the Boring Lands prepared a contract that hired people from the Cerberus squad. The young man ordered Kira to sign a document that offered good working conditions. The cornered man was sure that there could be nothing good for the Cerberus in this contract. The man understood perfectly well that he had no other choice. He was obliged to submit to the minor aristocrat. The commander of the Cerberus mercenary squad briefly threw here and handed over a signed sheet of paper. Creed Boring asked if the mercenary leader couldn't understand how the boy demanded to communicate with him. Kira realized his mistake and, having corrected himself, said that he hoped for cooperation between the Cerberus and the young man. The guy said that he was accepting a squad of Cerberus into his service and promised to take good care of them. The young heir to the Boring Lands said that from now on they were one family. The young man announced that they were now united by a common cause and would defend the same interests. A couple of days later, everyone hired by the young Duke's mentor gathered on the outskirts of the Boring Lands. The mercenaries did not understand why they were raised so early and gathered on the outskirts of the impoverished lands of the Borings. Someone present said that they had been gathered there because they were being hired by the Boring heir. The men are sure that he is still too green to command an army like theirs. One of the mercenaries said that he was betting that it would be possible to shirk work and still receive a salary. One of those gathered tried to attract attention to himself and asked to be listened to carefully. The strongman said that all mercenaries need one representative who will communicate with this unemployed person. The rank-and-file mercenaries immediately recognized the distinguished veteran, nicknamed Gordon Muscles. The man said that his comrades understood everything correctly. He is the same Gordon Steel Muscles. The mercenaries are confident that they must join forces, because otherwise they will not know the result. The strongman said that he would not make unreasonable demands or cross the boundaries of reason. Gordon Muscles said that he would act as a representative of all mercenaries and put some pressure on the employer. After some deliberation, everyone came to the conclusion that Gordon would succeed and would definitely not let them down. The mercenaries heard someone heading their way, straight from the direction of the impoverished, boring castle. Those gathered at the border of the boring lands saw a lone young man riding towards them on horseback. The rank-and-file mercenaries began to mock the poor guy because the mere sight of Gordon's muscles would frighten him. The man said that it was time for everyone to take their seats. His comrades should be responsible for creating the right atmosphere. Grodon Steel Muscles thinks he can definitely teach the minor noble a lesson. The strong man looked at the approaching man more closely and realized that they did not have the most pleasant news. Immediately behind the guy, a multitude of silhouettes appeared. These were the troops that were loyal to Creed Boring. The guy was not alone, as the hired mercenaries initially thought. He brought an army with him. One of those gathered shouted that he saw elongated helmets. Could this really be the famous Cerberus squad? The hired rabble asked what could have happened to these rebels that they began to obey peacefully. The young, boring heir rode up to the assembled group of mercenaries, confident in himself. The young man looked at everyone standing and realized who their leader was, who represented the interests of the group. The strong man did not deny this. On the contrary, he came forward and reported that this was indeed the case. Young Boring asked the name of this powerful mercenary. He was used to knowing his comrades. Gordon, nicknamed Muscles, introduced himself. He didn't know that this guy managed to subjugate the Cerberus. The young, boring heir said that such a nickname suited the big guy perfectly. The young man noted that the fighter's physique was impressive and added that he was counting on his loyalty. The boy stepped forward and announced that he was the heir of Count Boring, Creed Boring. The young master told Gordon Steel Muscles to gather his guys. It would be hot today. The young heir of the Boring said that today they were going to clear the forest of monsters. After a short time, the formed group reached the edge of the forest and began to set up camp. The young heir of the Borings was already preparing to lead a whole host of mercenaries. The young man understood perfectly well that all remaining preparations for exploring the forest were completed. The guy knew that a temporary base for the expedition was established in a safe place near the forest. Creed Boring had already ordered the delivery of all the necessary supplies. Everything was going according to the young man's plan. The former mercenary king saw that all the assembled fighters were also ready and awaiting his order. The young, boring heir told his mentor to count the assembled army. The girl accepted the order and said that they currently had 148 contract mercenaries. She also mentioned 41 fighters from the Cerberus squad, which makes 192 including them. The young man replied that everything was clear to him and asked whether the mentor had managed to convey the position to Scoven. Valinda said that contrary to her expectations, the commander of the knights agreed to cover the rear. The girl said that Scoven already had good experience commanding a garrison in the Forest of Monsters. The young heir to the Boring Lands said that the Forest of Monsters lay before his subordinates. The young man said that the mercenaries had probably already heard about the unknown dangers lurking within. The guy said that there could be monsters, secrets, and perhaps something more terrible and dangerous. The young, boring heir said that nevertheless, clearing this forest was a serious necessity. Valinda shouted at the worried mercenaries. Talking during the young master's speech is unacceptable. The Boring's heir announced that anyone who was afraid could go home. He would not keep them by force. However, Creed Boring added that if successful, he guarantees triple pay to everyone hired. Valinda was indignant that her young master was saying such things, since they had spent all their money on the expedition. The young man said the speech was meant to boost morale and thought it would pay off. The guy asked his subordinate if she had once again questioned his words. The young gentleman's mentor said that she was worried and found it hard to believe. Kira said that it would be difficult for the guy to get out of it after such a loud promise. It was a reckless plan. Jillian said that the gentleman had everything in order with the plan. There must be an explanation for this. The young man shouted that from this moment on, the expedition to the Forest of Monsters was declared open. The young, boring heir said they were moving out right now. There was no time for doubt. The Forest of Monsters greeted those who entered with dead silence and an impenetrable thicket of massive trees. The mercenaries tried to clear the way to ensure the best conditions for meeting the unknown. Everyone worked as harmoniously as possible to finish this work as quickly as possible and receive payment. The young heir also worked hard so that his subordinates would not think badly of him. Having felled another massive tree, the guy noticed a small effect from their coordinated actions. The young man said that they were doing well. Sunlight was already reaching this abandoned place. Creed shouted for the mercenaries to continue felling trees, digging around stumps, and loading wood into carts. The guy realizes that in a past life he studied the dolphins' reports. The monster forest is incredibly vast. The young man thinks that they will drive out all the monsters and get the resources of this forest. But now something else is important. The heir to the boring lands understands that profit from this expedition is of critical importance. Kira thought that even their employer had decided to get his hands dirty. Was this expedition really that important? Some of the mercenaries are sure that the guy is showing off when he shows that he also works. Valinda yelled at those who shied away from work because every minute was incredibly important. Creed's mentor said that these guys really stress her out, they hardly work. The girl asked the gentleman why he needed to work if he had hired such a large number of people. The guy replied that the work would go faster if as many people as possible worked hard. Valinda said she understood Creed's decision, but she felt like he was acting according to a preconceived plan. Kira said that they were all being driven straight to hell, and the two's experiences didn't make much sense. Jillian didn't like these words from his new friend, so he decided to give him a little push. The commander of the Cerberus squad shouted, "Was the old man really arguing with him? He wouldn't lose to him." Creed Boring thought that everything was going remarkably smoothly, which was surprising given the forest's notoriety. The young man remembers that after the overthrow of his dynasty, the Duke of Delphine immediately decided to conquer the Forest of Monsters. The mercenaries looked at the prepared equipment and did not understand why it was so expensive. The guy had seen the dolphins' reports, so he knew perfectly well where the monsters and fossil deposits were. Creed was worried why the monsters weren't attacking them. He told the workers not to let their guard down. Everyone saw that the further they went into the forest, the denser, more oppressive and scary it became. The mercenaries continued to work tirelessly, but some asked if it was already night. Some boasted that this forest was not dangerous at all. They hadn't even met an ant, let alone a monster. The men are sure that the rumors about this forest of monsters are greatly exaggerated by society. The mercenaries know that Gordon Steel Muscles didn't even bat an eyelid when he agreed with his employer. The strong man called out to his comrades, his voice trembling and sounding frightened. The man did not know where to begin. The man said they had knocked down a whole bunch of trees while making their way to this place. The mercenaries didn't understand what their comrade-in-arms was getting at, unless he was trying to play a joke. However, the truth was far more terrifying than many of those present could have imagined. Gordon Steel Muscles asked his comrades, "So where is the road leading back to the camp?" Everyone tensed up because the joke, which had started out harmless enough, was no longer so. The young, boring heir did not hesitate to give his order. He demanded that everyone get ready. Everyone present immediately fell silent, obeying Creed's order, and began to listen to the silence of the forest. The mercenaries asked why everyone was so tense, but the boring heir was simply frightened by the rustle. The young man told Gordon to leave the place where he was standing immediately. It was too dangerous there. The former mercenary king told his subordinate to walk towards him slowly, step by step. The strong man quickly came to his senses and decided to accept the order of the young master, who took him into account. The man made a mistake by rushing and underestimating the seriousness of the young count's warning. Everyone watched the awkward and frightened man, who felt a little more than they did. The mercenaries shouted that this strong man was a complete idiot. Why did he even start this stupid prank? However, the more everyone watched the strong man, the more it seemed that something was really wrong. Gordon Steel Muscles couldn't believe that this massive tree could have just appeared out of nowhere. Many believed the fallen man. They understood that something was clearly wrong here. Trees don't move. Young Boring also did not understand what was happening, but he guessed that an enemy stood before them. The self-confident mercenary said that their employer was trembling at every rustle. How should they continue working? The man said that this idiot had simply lost his way. Everything here was too similar, and there were no enemies. The former king of mercenaries said that this fearless one should also return, otherwise he will die. The mercenary shouted that the young man was simply trying to intimidate them to make it easier to control them. The man shouted, "Why else would this brat of aristocrats instill fear and horror in them?" The mercenary didn't have time to realize what exactly was happening to him when he was suddenly pulled back. The hired skeptic only managed to shout something unintelligible because he realized that he was wrong. Everyone saw how a liana shot out from behind the treetops and hit the man right on the head. The young heir of the Boring family thought that the presence of these dangerous monsters was not felt at all. The guy understood that even the most experienced mercenaries would not have been able to predict their sudden appearance. The Boring boy knows he is easy prey for this predator if you don't realize it's nearby. The young lord of the Boring lands told everyone that before them was none other than Ent Iridum. The former mercenary king is confident that they have not been dealt with the most pleasant of opponents. Those who entered the territory of the Forest of Monsters finally realized that they were not offered triple pay for nothing. Once fearless, serious mercenaries began to scream in horror that real monsters had appeared. The group began to shout in panic that the only chance to survive was to run without looking back. However, the fugitives did not understand who they were dealing with. Ordinary mercenaries did not know the peculiarities of the iridiums. The trees showed no mercy to the fleeing people. They instantly caught them with strong vines. The mercenaries who dared to stay put saw their recent comrades being thrown into the meat grinder. Everyone heard the terrifying sound that echoed through the forest every time the monsters closed their jaws. Gordon's steel muscles managed to grab hold of a protruding root to resist the monster that had wrapped itself around him. The survivors quickly came to their senses. They understood that they had to save at least the strong man. The man slashed with all his might at the vine that had grabbed hold of his muscular comrade. The mercenary shouted that these damn vines couldn't be cut. Why were they so hard? In that moment of pain, grief, and humiliation, Gordon Muscles looked at his comrade for the last time. The mercenaries realized that they were about to lose their comrade, who would perish in the jaws of the monster. The young lord of the Boring Lands decided that he could no longer watch his hired workers die. The young man easily cut through the monster's strong vine, putting only a little mana into his blade. The guy realized that Ent Iridum would not leave them alone so easily, so he decided to eliminate him. Young Boring, with one swing, cut the only eye of the giant monster, which roared. The huge monster of the Forest of Monsters was preparing to teach a lesson to the little bugs that had damaged it. The young heir of the Boring family decided that his mercenary subordinates were too inexperienced for combat. The mercenaries shouted out, "Is it really the eyes that are the weak point of these ugly trees?" The young gentleman was convinced that he was commanding a rabble that would have to be trained in real combat. The young man shouted that his subjects were too relaxed and should not be carefree and daydreaming. The rank and file realized they knew nothing about this monster, but their commander had encountered iridums before. The guy gave the order to raise the shields and stand in a tight formation so that the vines would not grab onto them. Creed Boring shouted for the mercenaries to obey and focus on defense until further orders. The mercenaries did not believe in the abilities of the young commander, but they obeyed his orders without reservation. The young man ran up to the supply cart and told Kira to immediately prepare the oil lamps. The guy told the Cerberuses to light the lamps and throw them at the monsters. "We'll burn the creatures." The Cerberus squad's deputy commanders shouted out that the Iridum Ents were looking in their direction. Creed Boring shouted that this was his chance and ordered the Cerberuses to throw the lamps. The subordinate mercenaries quickly figured out what to do, but due to panic, they lacked precision. The Ents of Iridum realized that dangerous objects were flying towards them, capable of causing incredible pain. The giant monsters had no choice but to repel these hostile projectiles with hot flames. The Cerberuses realized that they wouldn't be able to set the monsters on fire this way, and their lamp supplies would run out faster. The Ents of Iridum realized that they simply had to punish the bugs that could harm them. Jillian decided that he had to step in and cover for his allies who had been too slow. A former legendary mercenary from the Rat Task group showed how to counter the durable vines. Valinda also did not stand aside. She had to protect the young master of the Borings. The girl accurately threw her daggers, hitting the monsters of this dark forest precisely in their weak spots. The young man ordered his mentor and Jillian to cover the Cerberus squad and get ready to throw lanterns. The guy decided that they simply had to win this difficult battle. Their lives were at stake. The young heir to the Boring Lands said that he would draw the attention of the Ents of Iridum to himself. The teacher was frightened by the commander's decision and shouted at the young master to be careful. The young man understood that no matter how dangerous these creatures were, they would be unable to resist him. The former king of mercenaries has defeated opponents thousands of times, many times more dangerous than any Ents of Iridum. The monsters continued to attack, hoping that the little man would not be able to withstand their onslaught. However, the young man successfully parried and dodged the swift vines of the bulky monsters. The young heir to the Boring Lands seemed out of reach, the trees unable to cope with his speed. The Iridum Ents decided that they could trap the boy with their vines and crush him underfoot. The mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes. The monstrous trees even had legs. How was that possible? The privates shouted that these creatures would trample their commander now. He didn't have a single chance. However, Creed Boring was not a simple slob, as he was still considered in all the counties. The young man continued to move with ease, not allowing himself to be plunged into panic at the sight of his enemy. The young heir to the Boring earldom accurately killed one of the Iridum Ents attacking him. The mercenaries subordinate to the boy saw how the monstrous trees gradually surrounded the young commander. The young Count Boring's mentor shouted for the Cerberus squad to throw oil lamps. Each of the Cerberus mercenaries was confident that this time their plan would definitely succeed. The Ents of Iridum were not prepared to accept such a trick from their enemies. Their guns instantly burst into flames. The giant monsters froze in confusion, and a heart-rending roar rose above the forest of monsters. The Cerberus squad was completely confident that victory was already in their pocket. The trees would definitely not survive. The young boring heir shouted at the mercenaries under his command not to stop. This was not yet a victory. The young man shouted for the Cerberus squad to not hesitate to burn these overgrown monsters to the ground. The rank-and-file mercenaries couldn't believe their own eyes because they didn't even think they would win. Everyone watched with incredible joy as the monstrous trees of the forest of monsters blazed up. Some feared that with such a strong fire, the entire monster forest could turn to ashes. Recently, those trembling behind their own shields said that it was simpler than it seemed at first glance. The commander shouted at his men not to relax. Their battle was not over yet. It was not a victory. The former mercenary king is certain that the Iridum Ents have not yet revealed their true form. The hired mercenaries did not understand what was happening now, why their fight was still not over. Some wondered why the forest was covered in steam and whether the fire could have gone out so quickly. Valinda and Jillian ran up to the young master of the Borings and asked what was going on. The youth replied that only the outer shell of the Ents Iridum was vulnerable to fire, but not the inner part. Creed Boring said that when the flame reaches the wet core, thick steam is formed. The guy is sure that very soon he will be blown away by the wind and they will see the true appearance of the monsters. The mercenaries saw monsters for the first time in their lives, and here the experience of their commander came in handy. The Iridum Ents were extremely unhappy that their excellent camouflage had been destroyed. The rank-and-file mercenaries were frightened again. Now they were fighting not with living trees, but with something terrible. The young master of Boring raised his sword to restore peace to his subjects with this one gesture. The former king of mercenaries asked for attention and gave a clear order for everyone to take up arms. The young man clearly stated that now they would have to engage in close combat with these clumsy monsters. Creed Boring ordered all able-bodied men to step forward. Now was no time for fear. Ordinary mercenaries did not dare to follow their employer. They did not believe in their own strength. The people who had recently been protected by shields were outraged that these huge monsters would simply trample them. The Cerberus squad was just waiting for such an order. Kira immediately raised his men to attack. The young master of the Boring Lands mentor shouted at him to be extremely careful. Jillian asked the rank-and-file mercenaries why they were hesitating, whether they hadn't heard their master's order. The old legendary mercenary is sure that this is an order from Lord Creed. He must be trusted. The hired people wondered if this guy really knew what needed to be done now. The rank-and-file mercenaries roared that whatever happened, they would find a way out of this mess. The young heir of the Borings shouted that now these monsters can do no more than a simple scarecrow. The young commander shouted for his soldiers not to be afraid of the monsters. They could be defeated without mana. Creed Boring shouted that the mercenaries could crush these overgrown creatures with one blow. The former mercenary king crushed the Ents of Iridum one by one, setting an example for others. The legendary mercenary Jillian did not lag behind the young master. He acted decisively. Kira, in turn, led a squad of fearless Cerberuses, clearing out the monsters on his side of the forest. The young man thought that uncertainty in such a situation was equivalent to a cruel and painful death. The guy realizes that his task as a commander is to free the people who follow him from doubts. Creed knows that to do this, he himself must not show weakness and set an example for others. The young heir of the Borings understands that subordinates follow a competent commander. He is confident that all this is thanks to faith, which can turn the impossible into possible. All sounds of battle died down. The small army of the young heir of the Borings dealt with all the monsters. Ordinary mercenaries couldn't believe what was happening. Could they really have dealt with such terrifying creatures? The mercenaries were at a loss to guess what lay ahead. What other monsters lurked in this cursed forest? The young master of the Boring family ordered all his subordinates to line up. He had an announcement. The former mercenary king said that they were clearing the monster forest. There was no room for doubt. The guy said that even at the very entrance there are plenty of scary monsters, like the Iridum Ents. The rank-and-file mercenaries were not happy with what they heard. They finally realized what kind of adventure they had gotten themselves into. The young heir of the Borings said that the people he hired should not worry about such trifles. The guy said that he will always be ahead. The mercenaries just have to believe him and follow him. The remaining subordinates realized that as long as young Boring led them, they had nothing to fear. The former mercenary king saw confidence fill his men as the group advanced faster. Creed Boring continued to lead his subordinates deeper into the dangerous forest. Their efforts would definitely pay off. The young man saw that the group did not stop for a second. Everyone worked quickly and harmoniously. The Cerberus squad was experienced enough to keep all attacking monsters from reaching the group. The young lord of the Boring Lands did not betray his words. He always walked ahead, showing the way. The mentor understood that this was not the most suitable place for the future Earl of the Boring Lands. She saw that each monster was stronger and more terrible than the previous one, and the progression frightened not only her. The rank-and-file mercenaries continued to shake with fear and wonder how many of these creatures were there. The subordinates believed in their young master, but the fear of this eerie forest still gripped them. The Cerberus squad and the legendary mercenary continued to deal with the monsters that appeared out of nowhere. Kira easily cut down the monsters running out of the forest towards the group of young master. Ordinary mercenaries sometimes felt great danger because of their slowness due to paralyzing fear. However, even in the most hopeless situations, an old man from the legendary squad came to their aid. Creed Boring knew full well that he could rely on his subordinates and comrades. After each fight, the young gentleman checked to see if there were any seriously wounded who should be sent back. Over time, mercenaries became imbued with the confidence that they were completely safe around their employer. Jillian said they were making good progress deep into the monster forest, and Kira and Creed confirmed it. The young man shouted that they still had a long way to go, so they needed to continue clearing a path for the carts. However, not everyone shared the friendly atmosphere that had developed within the group. One of the mercenaries thought that this damn forest was full of psychos. Everyone around was crazy. The first day passed with hard work. The night sky was barely visible through the branches. The young lord of the Boring Lands subordinates couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the lake. The tired people were amazed at the purity of the water in the reservoir, which was located somewhere in the forest of monsters. Valinda expressed concern that something dangerous might emerge from this clear body of water. The young man realized that everything was going just perfectly. This lake was a landmark on the way to the runestone. Creed Boring ordered to set up camp on the coast. It was a fairly quiet place. The former mercenary king understood that his subjects could not be tired and exhausted from work. Ordinary mercenaries said that this was only the edge of the forest of monsters, what awaited them in its depths. The hired workers were happy because the last 2 nights had been incredibly calm. Trembling with fear, Maxim suggested to his comrades that they sneak out of the camp. He had had enough of the forest creatures. The man said that he no longer wants to risk his life. It is more valuable than money. Gordon said that they had already gone through a lot together, and the employer told him that the goal was already very close. Max said that the target couldn't be close. It was not for nothing that the employer was nicknamed the Boring Lands Cutthroat. The comrades said that they had already received an advance payment. Isn't the essence of a mercenary to do what they are paid for? Maxime is sure that the master did not save their lives. Their survival in the forest is simple luck. The man said they would be used as cannon fodder when things got too dangerous. The aristocrats were assholes. Some agreed with the words they heard, but they are not sure that all aristocrats are the same. Maxime thought that he wouldn't be able to get out of the forest alone. He needed meat that could hold off the monsters. One of the mercenaries said that without Creed Boring, they would have been dead long ago, and this is an undeniable fact. The man asked to look back, because right now the young gentleman was providing all possible assistance. A Boring Lands thug spends healing ointments on mercenaries? What other aristocrat would do something like that? The young man told the patient not to let water get on the wound, as it could become infected. The mentor is confident that such an expensive medicine should be saved for the master and not spent on mercenaries. The guy said that that's what medicine is for. To spend it on the sick, there's no point in saving on health. The mercenary is confident that the drugs the young man uses are worth more than their own lives. Everyone agreed with the last statement and acknowledged that he was the best employer possible. Maxime thought that now it would be more difficult to win them over to his side. The old man had ruined everything. The young, boring heir said that the mercenaries should rest more while they had the opportunity. The former mercenary king called Jillian and Kira over. He wanted to talk to them. The head of the Cerberus said that if he were the young master, he would have torn out the tongue of a mercenary like Maxime. Creed Boring told Kira to leave him. The mercenary won't do anything bad because of the monsters in the area. Valinda asked why the young master suddenly asked to count the remaining oil lamps. The young man realized that there were about 20 lamps left, which meant that their number was decreasing. The guy said that from the moment they entered the forest, monsters attacked them day and night. Young Mr. Boringov said that they had spent the last 2 nights in the utmost peace. Jillian understood everything immediately. He said that the group had entered the territory of powerful night monsters. The guy said that this is exactly how it is, so the whole group should be more vigilant and cautious. The young man is sure that somewhere nearby a real danger awaits them that must be taken into account. The young heir to the Boring Lands is confident that they must not make any mistakes now. The whole camp fell silent. The mercenaries relaxed. They thought that there were fewer monsters in these places. Everyone understood that they had to get a good night's sleep so that tomorrow would not seem too difficult. However, not everyone was able to fall asleep. Gordon Steel Muscles tried to dispel the dark thoughts that were creeping in. The feeling of someone else's gaze did not leave him, and Gordon snapped that he was not going to run away with Maxime. The man realized that one of his comrades had made an unfortunate joke and knocked over an oil lamp on him. Coming to his senses, he cried out in horror that the lantern continued to levitate, defying the laws of nature. Gordon Steel Muscles realized that he was too easy prey for the monster that was invisible. The man screamed, rousing the mercenaries who were trying to get some sleep after the hardships they had experienced. The strong man shouted that there was a monster in front of him, which he tried unsuccessfully to drive away with his weapon. The mercenary clearly saw the blurry silhouettes of the terrifying creatures, but he could not touch them. The comrades saw how their comrade, in fear, swung his mace, which only wounded empty space. Gordon Steel Muscles said that he had just seen an incredibly terrifying monster in front of him. The big guy's friend said he was just having a bad dream, which is not uncommon in this area. The rank-and-file mercenaries said that there was nothing in front of the man and that he was wasting his energy. The mercenary nicknamed Steel Muscles looked around. Indeed, there was no one around who inspired terror. The mercenary said that they had seen too many monsters lately, and that it was a hallucination. The deputy commander of the Cerberus squad said that it was not a dream or a vision at all. The man said he saw the oil lantern disappear into thin air right before his eyes. Mercenaries flocked from all sides, telling their stories of what had happened that night. Kira's deputy said that he could only say one thing. This camp housed more than just people. He is sure that there is something lurking in this place, hiding and waiting for the moment to attack. The young heir to the Boring Lands said the man had made an incredibly accurate point. The mercenaries were surprised that the young aristocrat had not slept a wink that night to be on guard. The young man ordered everyone to gather at his tent to discuss the group's further actions. A couple of minutes later, everyone was already armed and awaiting further instructions from Creed Boring. The commander and his deputies were deciding how to proceed in this rather awkward situation. Gordon exhaled that they were surrounded by monsters, and Matthew added that these creatures were also invisible. The young heir of the Boring said that it was not surprising, because this was their main feature. Creed Boring is certain that these monsters have been stalking the group since the lake, but have not yet attacked. The former mercenary king knows that these creatures are the ones that rule the night forest of monsters. The young man knows that these creatures are called Nyctalors, which reflects their nature as hunters of darkness. The young heir of the Borings knows that they blend into the darkness, making them invisible and unharmed. Creed said they follow their prey in hundreds and try to drag it into the darkness where they have the advantage. Valinda said that now it became clear to her why oil lamps were disappearing from the stock. The young man asked Kira not to shout that he would chop them all up and suggested that they wait a little. The teacher said that more than half of the lanterns were already gone. Isn't it dangerous to just wait? The young man is confident that a thoughtless attack will only anger the Nyctalors, who will become more aggressive. The guy is sure that in that case, they will miss their chance to finish them off with just one blow. Jillian asked if the master knew a way to kill hundreds of monsters with one blow. The young man asked Valinda if she had prepared the magic scrolls for the mercenaries he had requested. The mentor said that she had already distributed everything. There were enough packages for each hired person in the squad. Creed Boring said that he would now explain how they would fight these intangible hunters of darkness. The young man said that a pack of creatures had besieged their camp from 3 sides. They were stealing lanterns and narrowing the area. Creed is confident that there are too few mercenaries to cover the entire camp from the advancing Nyctalors. Jillian said they camped by the lake to avoid being surrounded on all sides at once. The young heir of the Borings said that the situation was not the worst, because the initiative was on their side. Valinda asked the young gentleman again what he meant by saying that the initiative was on their side. The young man said that to begin with, they should divide the mercenary squad into 3 parts. Creed Boring is confident that the strong ones should be placed in the defense squad. They will hold the line. The young heir of the Boring family said that the crossbowmen would hold the enemy at bay. The former mercenary king said that a strike force led by him would attack the insidious monsters. The guy said that the shield bearers and crossbowmen would hold back the onslaught of the enemy, who was about to approach. The young man said that in the meantime, the strike force would concentrate all its combat power and break through the enemy's ranks. The young lord of the Boring Lands is confident that this is the best tactic in the current situation. Gordon expressed concern that he was not sure that the mercenaries would be able to stand up to the monsters. The mentor of the young heir to the Boring Lands said that she had a very important question for Creed. The girl asked how the strike force would fight those who could not be physically injured. All those present fell silent, and Kira decided to say that they could use more mana. Creed Boring told his comrades not to worry because they had magic scrolls. The young man is confident that everything will go smoothly. He will never stop believing in his subordinates for a second. The mercenaries shouted for everyone to keep a tight formation, but the employer said that they were not allowed to split up. Someone behind the line shouted that those invisible freaks had taken the last oil lamp. The young Boring heir remembers that the Duke of Delphin's report spoke of the weakness of the Nyctalors. Creed remembered well the lines that said that hunters of darkness cannot stand the light. The young man knows that if he shines the light on the Nyctalors, they will instantly manifest and lose their powers. The young lord of the Boring Lands gave orders to his group to tear up the scrolls immediately. Creed Boring knows that these first circle magic scrolls contain one spell. The former king of mercenaries knows very well how to use them. He has seen a lot in his life. The Nyctalors realized that they had been trapped. The humans had outwitted them with their bright magic. The scrolls used contained a light spell, one of the most powerful spells of humans. The dangerous creatures from the forest of monsters did not know where to escape from this destructive scourge. The mercenaries screamed as the darkness cleared and they saw snake-like creatures surrounding them. Everyone saw that the monsters began to attack furiously, so the mercenaries prepared for battle. Gordon shouted for the crossbowmen to keep an eye on them and ordered them to hold back the onslaught of the advancing creatures of the night. The rank-and-file mercenaries shouted at their comrades to stand to the last. It was important to work as a team. Meanwhile, the third group, holding their breath, awaited the order of the young master of the Boring Lands. Creed Boring said that his people now see the true form of these ugly creatures. The young heir to the Boring Lands thought that now was the perfect moment to counterattack. The young man ordered the shock troops to immediately go on the attack and crush the ranks of the sinister monsters. Creed Boring's comrades immediately obeyed the young master's order and rushed into battle. The Nyctalors were not prepared for such resistance from the cornered Creed, who was advancing rapidly. The young man understood that the ordinary mercenaries still felt fear of the forest of monsters, but they held on. They relied on the faith in the young master Boringoff, who was able to protect them from life. The boy realizes that the Nyctalors have become incredibly adept at blending into the darkness. However, they were very vulnerable physically, and the young man realized that they would quickly deal with them. Creed Boring gave the order to reduce the number of temporarily defenseless monsters at any cost. The young Boring heir saw that over the course of their collaboration, his subordinates had developed tactics. Jillian did a good job of attracting attention, and Kira deftly dealt with the dawdling monsters. The guy knows that the Cerberus commander often forgets himself in the heat of battle, but he has cover. Valinda followed the battle closely and provided support to her comrades who needed her. Creed Boring knows that the mentor is able to create holes in the enemy's defense, weakening them. However, the girl also has her weak points. She is very worried about the young Mr. Boringoff. The young man never forgot his role for a second and continued to lead everyone forward to victory. The young heir to the Boring Lands literally cut a path for his subjects, moving ahead of the group. Creed realizes that his attack force consists of the best warriors who serve the Boring family. Meanwhile, the rank-and-file mercenaries were taking the brunt of the main forces of the Dark Hunters from the monster forest. The crossbowmen did a good job of suppressing the advancing monsters, but there were too many of them. Each of the rank-and-file mercenaries understood that their ammunition was almost exhausted. The crossbowmen shouted that they had nothing more to shoot with. The mercenaries were waiting for the employer's shock detachment. Some are starting to think that Maxim was right. All aristocrats use mercenaries as meat. However, the best warriors of the Borings were able to arrive in time to cut down the advancing Nyctalors. The rank-and-file mercenaries saw that their employer had not lied when he promised to march in the front ranks. The young man found time to tell his subjects that they had held out well until his group arrived. The mercenaries were incredibly happy to see the young aristocrat who changed their stereotypes. The young commander ordered the formation to expand and surround the remaining hunters of darkness. Before the rank-and-file mercenaries could complete the encirclement, one of the Nyctalors let out a deafening roar. The herd of dark hunters immediately hurried to flee into the darkness, as far away from Creed Boring as possible. The young man thought that these monsters did not wait for the ambush. They turned out to be quite smart. The boy ordered his mentor to find the leader of the Nyctalors. He had large horns on his head. The guy said that these creatures are obsessed with their prey. They cannot be let go. They will definitely return. Creed is certain that they must eliminate the pack leader to ensure that the remaining dark hunters disband. The young man understands that his group does not have the strength to survive another attack from the Nyctalors. This is their last chance. Looking at the guy, Valinda noted how he had changed. Now he had become a reasonable and attentive leader. The mentor said that she understood the new order from the young master of the Boring Lands. The girl knows that no one in the young duke's group is faster than her, and that only she is capable of catching up with those who are retreating. Valinda set off in pursuit with determination, Creed Boring's orders above all else. The mentor of the former king of mercenaries closed the distance. Now all that remained was to find the target. The girl quickly realized and looked for the only monster with horns on its head. Having confirmed that it was indeed the creature, Valinda concentrated. Now she needed to stop it. The mentor of the young heir to the Boring Lands accurately threw the hook and caught Nyctalor in a noose. Valicta shouted that she had caught the leader of the Nyctalor pack, who was running away at full speed. The young heir to the Boring Lands was already running towards the voice of his mentor, who was holding back the dangerous monster. Young Boring said that this was who this monstrous hunter of darkness from the Forest of Monsters was hiding behind. The guy decided not to spare his mana in order to break through to the leader of the monsters in one dash and defeat him. The young man crossed the space separating them in an instant, slamming like a wedge into the pack of monsters. The Nyctalor leader could not understand why their usual hunt had turned into such a crushing defeat. Creed Boring pierced the leader of the monstrous pack and realized that now the matter remained only the smallest. The former king of mercenaries shouted at the scum to stop fluttering. Its place was in the afterlife. The young heir of the Boring family, with one precise movement, cut the horned Nyctalor in two. The death of the leader plunged the monsters into incredible shock. Their faith in his powers collapsed in an instant. The young lord of the Boring Lands shouted that he had defeated the leader of the monsters, and the pack lost its coordination. Creed Boring gave the order to immediately prepare for a purge. The Nyctalors no longer posed a threat. The rank-and-file mercenaries shouted that these monsters would now regret having decided to hunt that night. The commander of the mercenary squad, Cerberus, shouted for his men not to hesitate to cut down these monsters. Kira didn't want his subordinates to give in to some old man who was long overdue for retirement. The chase for the scattered creatures continued until dawn. That night turned out to be exhausting. The last Nyctalor fell with the first rays of the sun, and now the expedition could breathe a sigh of pleasant relief. The young Boring heir said that each of his subordinates made a great contribution to the victory. The young man said that all the mercenaries were great because they worked hard on this difficult night. The rank-and-file mercenaries began to rejoice. Just recently, they could not even think that they would survive the night. Amid the joyful shouts of the soldiers, the young man announced that his officers had also coped well with the recent difficulties. The teacher asked if her young master was injured. He had survived such a massacre that night. Creed ordered Valinda to check the group's numbers and Kira to urgently gather all the Cerberuses here. The commander decided to scatter the corpses of the Nyctalors around the camp so that the monsters would be frightened by their smell. Jillian said that these monsters keep all the monsters at bay on the outskirts of the dreaded monster forest. The old man said that the Cerberus squad leader needed to know more about the place he was in. The young Boring heir thought that about 10 days had passed since entering the forest of monsters. The guy understands that they have dealt with all the dangers on their way. All that remains is to develop the vein. The young lord of the Boring Lands could not believe that they were so close to the treasured deposits. Creed's mentor reported that she had checked everything and that the Cerberus squad had no losses at all. The girl said that there were 126 mercenaries left, and the losses amounted to 3 people. Kira confidently declared that with a commander like him, his group would never have any casualties. The young man asked if there were really 3 dead mercenaries. Valinda said that their bodies were not seen. Gordon Steelmuscles asked his comrades where the coward Maxim was. He was nowhere to be seen. The mercenary said that he definitely did not die in battle. Most likely this fool decided that he would run away from the forest. Everyone agreed because they knew Max's bad character, who was now running as fast as he could. One of the fugitives said that a terrible massacre was happening behind them, and it was good that Maxim had invited them along. The fleeing mercenary shouted that they should keep running while the monsters were distracted by the employer and the others. Max said that if they wanted to survive, they couldn't stop, and asked why his comrades had gone quiet. The mercenary asked whether the fugitives had decided to betray him, why they did not go further, why they should return. One of the fugitives found the strength to point out to the indignant man something huge behind him. The traitors watched in horror as the unknown monster lurked near them. Maxime shouted out what the hell this was. Why didn't all the monsters run to Reborn's camp? The fugitives got a good look at the giant snake that guarded the unprecedented deposits of the magic stone. The mercenaries realized that they were facing death. This monster would not even give the poor fellows a chance to save themselves. The giant snake decided not to put off its meal. The fugitives replenished the mountains of animal and monster remains. The monster realized that the people couldn't have gotten here with just 3 of them, which meant the rest weren't far away. Meanwhile, the group of the young, boring heir continued to work without stopping for a second. The squad's movements became unusually coordinated. Now all the mercenaries acted as one mechanism. The captain of the Cerberus squad was surprised that all the mercenaries did their job without any unnecessary bickering. Kira said that he had never seen slackers work so harmoniously before as they did today. The old legendary mercenary said that, unfortunately, not everyone rolls up their sleeves and works. The Cerberus commander said he didn't want to disband such experienced fighters after the expedition. Creed said that Kira need not worry. The young man plans to hire them as personal guards. The boy knew about the prejudices of the counts, who believed that mercenaries were inferior to the regular army in battle. The young man understands that these guys have already surpassed the level of recruits, thanks to the experience they have gained. The Cerberuses arrived and reported that they had scattered all the Nyctalor corpses along the cut corridor. Kira said that the young heir of the Borings was right. They had not encountered a single monster yet. The Cerberus leader is confident that at least one lost monster must have come across their path. Young Boring thought something strange was going on, but hoped his worries were unfounded. Valinda called out to the young gentleman and reported that she had scouted out the situation ahead. The expedition commander in the Forest of Monsters asked if there was anything interesting on their way. The young man saw the delight in his subordinate's eyes. She couldn't hold back and blurted out that something incredible lay ahead. The guy realized that they were about to reach their goal, which meant that the expedition was doomed to success. Creed Boring gave the order, "Everyone make way at full speed, we need to push." The young heir of the Borings exclaimed that the goal of the expedition was almost before them. Boring's subordinates couldn't believe their eyes. Something incredible was revealed beyond the last wall of the forest. The ordinary mercenaries froze, mesmerized by what they saw. Was it really a deposit of runic crystals in front of them? The young heir of the Borings said that everyone understood correctly. This was the goal of their difficult expedition. The squad leader said that this was a huge vein of runestones of the highest quality. The Cerberus commander asked if there really was something so valuable in this damned forest. Jillian said that he had already told everyone that the young master had thought everything through well. Valinda couldn't help but exclaim joyfully how the young heir of the Borings had found out about the deposits. Ordinary mercenaries said that you could never see such stones in your entire life, but there are so many of them here. Max's familiar voice was heard ahead. He muttered terribly that no one would escape from here. Young Mr. Boring quickly realized that something was wrong here. His fears were beginning to be confirmed. The fugitive Maxim squeezed out of himself that everything was already over, but his comrades did not understand what was happening. The mercenary shouted out what this idiot was doing here. Had he really decided to take all this into his own hands? Gordon's steel muscles lunged forward to beat the crap out of the deserter who had betrayed everyone. The young heir to the Boring lands ordered his subordinates to stop immediately and calm down. The young man shouted that his subjects should not relax. There could be dangerous monsters here. The former mercenary king understood that the thick haze at the foot of the ore deposits was not without reason. The young heir of Boriknov swung his sword to disperse the thick clouds of acrid fog. The rank-and-file mercenaries realized that they had run headlong in vain. Their former comrade was already dead. People saw that the entire land at the foot of the giant runic crystals was strewn with mountains of skeletons. The heir to the Boring lands said that apparently they would not be able to get by with simply mining the precious ore. The guy said that there were fresh corpses here, which meant that the place had not been abandoned by its starving owner. The young man understood that the corpse's fumes had mixed with the fog, which was why there was such a thick haze here. The commander gave the order to prepare and thought that the Dolphins' reports did not mention this. Creed Boring realized that they had fallen into the monster's trap, and now it would be very difficult to get out. The giant snake hissed furiously at its prey, which had so recklessly entered its lair. The guy ordered everyone to disperse immediately. This fight would be harder than all the previous ones. The leader of the Cerberus squad and Jillian quickly realized that the owner of the stones was behind them. The mentor realized that her young master was in serious danger, and Gordon was dumbfounded by what he saw. The ancient lizard immediately pounced on the expedition commander, as if he sensed danger. The boring air spared no mana to wound the enormous creature, which was a head stronger. The former mercenary king moved deftly and dealt crushing blows to the reptile's vulnerable spots. The young man realized with alarm that his blows were not harming the snake. Victory seemed out of reach to the boy. The lord of the boring lands saw that there were only scratches on the monster's strong, scaly armor. The old legendary mercenary shouted that even magic could not penetrate the defense of this creature. The giant monster caught Creed Boring, who was frozen in mid-jump, and aimed at him. The ancient serpent spat venom at the agile opponent, causing him to slow down due to pain. The young commander realized that such a monster, of course, had an extremely dangerous poison. Creed Boringoff realized that he would not have time to get away from the line of attack. At the last moment, he covered himself with his cloak. The nasty snake wouldn't let the young man go. Since the poison spit hadn't worked, he would smear him with his tail. The young heir of the Borings realized that he was facing a massive and incredibly fast opponent. The guy managed to take the blow, but the physical strength of the monster from the Forest of Monsters was many times greater. The ancient serpent continued to press on the young lord of the Boring lands, leaving him no chance. The reptile felt superior, so it didn't even strain itself in this senseless duel. Creed Boring desperately resisted the onslaught of the creature, but eventually succumbed to the crushing power. Valinda couldn't believe that her young master couldn't avoid such a blow from the lizard. The giant monster did not stop. It crushed the ground, continuing to try to crush its lunch. Gordon Steel Muscles shouted at his comrades to dodge the creature's attacks. The ordinary mercenaries couldn't understand where such a huge snake could come from on the outskirts of the forest. The old legendary mercenary tried to save as many people as possible so that they would not get in the way. Creed Boring's mentor was not far behind. She tried to pull the mercenaries out from under the giant snake. The mercenaries didn't believe that something like this could happen in reality. Such creatures shouldn't exist in nature. The captain of the Cerberus squad ordered them not to lose their composure. They must avenge the young commander. The Cerberi stood in a tight formation, hoping that their combined strength would be enough to confront the monster. Chaos reigned over the battlefield. Some tried to restore order, others searched for the missing commander. The young man thought that now that he had seen everything with his own eyes, the situation had instantly become clear. The former mercenary king realized that the true master of the rune vein had been the blood python all along. The young, boring heir thought it was a monster he never expected to encounter. The guy understands that usually such creatures live in the depths of the monster forest, and not on the outskirts. The young man realizes that there is practically no chance of victory. The squad must retreat and return later. Young Mr. Boringoff understands that he has no time to delay. The situation is simply at a stalemate. The former mercenary king realizes that if he retreats now, everything he has done will be for nothing. The young boring heir ordered the snake not to interfere because the boy had a huge responsibility. The young man decided to use his last trump card, known only to him, the Third Core Awakening. The ancient lizard noticed a change in his prey. Creed Boring no longer seemed weak to him. Both opponents rushed to attack, but the young man decided not to tempt fate and to pass tangentially. Young Mr. Boringoff was full of determination. He understood that there was no turning back. Creed used all the strength he had to finally get his sword through the blood python's thick armor. The ancient lizard didn't expect that in this part of the monster forest there would be someone who could injure him. The young man did not forget that his opponent had more than just a head. He had to constantly watch his tail as well. The young heir to the Boring Lands tried to avoid all attacks of the monster. He was no match for its strength. However, even with the third core activated, the boy couldn't cope with the power of the blood python. The young man understood well that even if his chances of winning were negligible, he would not stop. Creed Boring is certain that there are battles in this world that cannot simply be run away from or hidden from. The boy remembered his father, who always strives with all his might to fulfill his duty as a count. The young master's men froze. They heard Creed's cry. He was trying to fight off the dangerous snake. The young man understood that the moment had come when he had to accept the fight and go to the very end. The young commander's subordinates saw how desperately he attacked the giant and wounded the lizard. Creed Boring knew that his special mana technique would soon have a negative effect. However, the blood python was still not defeated. The ancient creature of the monster forest was practically unharmed. The young heir of the Boring family carefully watched the enemy who was avoiding him. The young man realized that the blood python was in no hurry to strike, but was waiting for the right moment. The guy thought that he shouldn't keep the third core in an awakened state. It was too risky. Creed Boring's loyal comrades rushed forward to support the young master in battle. Valinda hastily tried to understand whether the young heir of the Borings was wounded. His opponent was strong. The mentor told the young man to retreat immediately. They would somehow delay this monster. The commander reluctantly ordered everyone to immediately retreat to the camp. He would continue the fight alone. Valinda couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could her master say such things at this terrible moment? Jillian asked, puzzled, what young Boring was trying to achieve. What was driving him now? The commander said that even he could not guarantee the safety of his unit because of the snake. The young heir to the Boring lands said he could not afford to lose his subordinates here. The teacher asked what about him? What would happen to him when they retreated back to the camp? The girl asked herself why her master was going so far. The fact that they were alive was already a miracle. The guy said that he had to kill this giant blood python with his own hands. The ancient monster decided that this was the moment when its main target lost its grip. The young man noticed the monster's swift attack and shouted for everyone to leave immediately. However, the mercenaries went against the commander's orders. They wanted to protect the young master. The subordinates instantly raised a dense wall of shields and protected the commander from the caustic acid. Creed Boring realized that his orders did not have absolute power over the people under his command. The rank-and-file mercenaries shouted that they were asking for permission to fight against the lizard alongside their employer. One of the subordinates said that they had never met an employer like Creed. Gordon Muscles said that the Boring boy had saved them so many times already, it was time to pay him back. Kira is confident that they will kill the snake and get his treasures, and Valinda said that she will not leave her master. The old legendary mercenary said that he would draw that giant blood python towards himself. Creed's subordinates said they had trusted the guy, and now it was his time to trust them. The young heir of the Boring family said that this monster was enormous in size and had deadly poison. The guy is sure that the red scales of this creature are so strong that even mana cannot pierce it. The young man is sure that if even one of the snake's attacks hits its target, his comrades will certainly die. Valinda shouted that the young master himself wanted to stay against such an incredibly dangerous monster. The guy said that he had already wounded this creature twice. Deprived it of one eye, they had a chance. The young heir to the Boring lands did not forget that he was the commander of a mercenary detachment. The young man addressed all the expedition members and told them to return home alive. The mercenaries were encouraged, the commander's unwavering determination having driven out their fears. The subordinates shouted that they would not let the young master down and turned their weapons against the monster. The bloody python encountered fierce resistance from the little people. It was an unprecedented rebuff. The ordinary mercenaries did not stand aside. They tried to somehow support the young master. The captain of the Cerberus squad aimed at the monster's weakened eye to inflict further damage. Valinda helped her comrades quickly leave dangerous places so that they would not risk themselves unnecessarily. Jillian caught the gentleman's eye and realized that he needed to try to stop the huge snake. The old mercenary understood that his strength was not enough for much, so he gave it his all. The young heir to the Boring lands wasted no time, setting his sights on the monster's second eye. The guy understood perfectly well that even with a good strategy, things don't always go as planned. The young man knows that there are no perfect plans. No strategy is flawless in everything. However, Creed understands that if he does not act now, many of his subordinates will die. Meanwhile, the enraged ancient serpent hissed fiercely. The insignificant people deprived him of his sight. The young lord of the Boring lands thought that he could not allow the deaths of his subordinates. The guy decided that this would be his last attack. It had to finish off the monstrous blood python. The young lord of the Boring lands understands that only he knows the future of these lands. Everyone saw how the jaws of the huge monster closed and hid the young commander of the expedition. Valinda couldn't help but shout at the young master not to give up and to keep fighting. However, the young heir to the Boring lands still remained alive with an unwavering will to win. The young man split the skull of the huge monster into two halves, breaking free and winning. The mercenaries cast aside their fear to fight alongside the best possible commander to win. Creed Boring emerged from the flesh of the ancient monster, and now the runestone deposits belonged to him. Kira knew that the guy who beat him in a duel couldn't lose to some huge monster. Jillian understood that the young master would not submit even to such a monster from the monster forest. Valinda was delighted when she realized that everything was perfectly fine with her young master Creed. The boy said that he was the future of these fading lands, the future of the entire Boring family. Everyone exploded with jubilation. Now the priceless runestone deposits rightfully belonged to the Borings. Meanwhile, in the Boring family estate, in the council hall, Walter's advisors were restless. Albert shouted that this was no longer a childish prank, but a clear and grave crime against the family. The treasurer shouted that Creed had ignored the manager's orders and entered the forest of monsters. The man said that while Homer was away, the headstrong Creed imagined himself to be the lord of the lands. The head of the household said that it was too late to complain. The heir had been in the forest of monsters for 2 weeks. Homer said that if it weren't for Scovan's false report, they would have reacted sooner and stopped the guy. The treasurer shouted that the heir's antics were getting worse and asked the lord to take action. Albert shouted that Creed needed to be put in jail. Such antics could no longer be tolerated. Commander Rudolph burst into the hall and addressed the current lord of the Boring Lands with a report. The man said that Mr. Walter needed to see everything with his own eyes, nothing else. The commander of the Night Corps said that young Master Creed had returned from the dangerous monster forest. Meanwhile, the caravan of the young heir appeared on the main road leading to the Boring estate. The young man returned home confidently because he knew that his expedition had brought colossal profits. Creed Boring decided not to delay his report, so he headed straight to the estate's conference room. Albert couldn't understand what was on this impudent boy's mind. What else he was going to do? Rudolph was not delighted that the young master had disobeyed his father's words and left without permission. Homer saw before him not the heir of the Borings, but a lousy pest who belonged in prison. Walter Boring did not know how to approach his son, who had returned from such a dangerous place unharmed. The young man started the dialogue first. He said that he had returned and brought with him very good news for the Borings. The head of the 7 Borings said that Creed Boring was forbidden to enter the eerie forest of monsters. The young heir asked the head of the family for forgiveness, but noted that he had to do so. Rudolph snapped, but the boy didn't want to say that this was a good reason to break the Lord's decree. The man shouted that entering the monster forest was a serious crime against the county. The young man said that as the advisors could see, he was still alive and the monsters were not on the mansion's premises. Homer shouted, "How dare this little brat be insolent to his own father's advisors?" Albert asked if such antics really amused young Master Creed. Treasurer Boringov said that this time everything went without incident. They could turn a blind eye. Albert said that there was another reason to accuse the young lord. It would be difficult for him to justify himself. The young heir to the Boring Lands asked if this letter was from neighboring Redfield County. The treasurer said he immediately had a bad feeling about the young man's unexpected visit. Albert said that Earl Redfield was ceasing all support for the Borings and breaking off Creed's engagement. The young man thought that Amelia was not her father's favorite, but the letter was indeed written by him. The guy realized that the girl had joined forces with her enemy to destroy Creed Boring. The young heir thought that any leverage over Amelia was now useless. The guy realized that if he was even a second late, he would find himself in a serious trap. Albert asked how the young Boring heir would get out of it this time, and he couldn't lie. Homer said that the young man should immediately return the stolen 20,000 gold coins. Rudolph sighed, because such a sum would be enough to not have to think about the expenses for the nights. The young heir did not prevaricate or brazenly lie. He replied that he had spent every single penny. The young man said that all this money was invested in the expedition, and it ended with unprecedented success. The conference room became completely silent as Creed Boring finished his thought. Albert asked in a rage if the boy had really spent all his gold on a forest that was teeming with monsters. Creed sincerely apologized. He has no excuses regarding the situation with Count Redfield. Rudolph couldn't stand such insolence and shouted what the hell this damn brat was even allowing himself to do. The man shouted, "What kind of heir is this guy if he is selling the future of the county with his own hands?" Homer shouted that from that moment on, the young man could no longer consider himself a count. He was a criminal. The young man said that he would pay for everything. Creed declared that from now on he was obliged to pay all expenses. The head of the family asked his son what he was saying. Where could Creed get such sums of money? The young heir told Valinda to enter the hall with a gift for the lord of the impoverished lands of the Borings. The young man said that if he had simply wanted to go into the forest and return, he would not have started the expedition at all. The advisors and Lord Walter were surprised by the crystals that the rascal brought as a gift for his father. The young master of the Boring Lands said that these were high-quality runestones from the forest. The men couldn't help but be surprised. Could these really be runestones, and high-quality ones at that? Homer said it was incredibly valuable. Where did Creed get them? Rudolph assumed he bought them. The young man said that he had found a vein in the forest of monsters, and now the Borings would have no problems with money. The treasurer said that if it was a real runestone, it would not be enough to maintain the mansion. The young heir said that this was not enough, because it was only a small part of his gift. The young man invited everyone present to go outside and personally verify the truth of his words. Not far from the Boring mansion, the voices of mercenaries could be heard, who were dragging all the loot. The workers shouted that the cart was full to the top and would have to be unloaded very carefully. Homer asked if the young heir's men had really obtained all this in just 15 days. Valinda reported that young Master Creed had personally prepared everything necessary and led the people. The girl said that Ent Iridum, Blood Python, and Runestones were only a small part of what was obtained. The young man stated that all his actions were aimed at benefiting Boring County. The treasurer made a quick calculation and declared that this would be enough to support the whole of Boring County. Lord Walter Boring's advisors realized that they had been wrong to shout at young Master Creed. Rudolph said that the young count was incredible. He was probably tired after a long absence. The young man said that if his father's advisors needed anything, they could simply ask him. However, the guy said that he had a couple of conditions, without which he would refuse to help the men. Creed Boring told them to immediately release Scovan and Rico, who were carrying out his orders. The young man said that the second condition would be a complete ban on outsiders from visiting the monster forest. The guy is sure that unnecessary rumors will harm Boring County. The counselors agreed with Creed. The young Boring heir declared that he wished to be personally responsible for the safety of the forest of monsters. The advisors shouted that the young man was not entitled to his own personal army. This was an impossible demand. Albert said the boy should beg for forgiveness, not demand complete freedom of action. The young man stated that he was merely creating conditions so as not to rely on Count Redfield's support. Creed is confident that problems like those previously voiced will not now affect the Borings' financial situation. The treasurer shouted that the young heir was literally bargaining with the future of the Boring earldom. The mercenaries saw that the young master had arrived, so they turned to him to resolve the issues. Creed's squad said they worked tirelessly, but were unable to take back all of what they had obtained. Jillian said that the loading of the runestones was already completed. They were just waiting for the order to move out. Kira said that the young master was right. The bark of the Ensiridum could be stored without processing. Creed said that the python's carcass would be butchered soon. They needed to make sure that the poison, blood, and meat were separated. Walter asked for an assessment from an experienced commander. Rudolph said that the number of mercenaries was not impressive. However, the man is confident that the guy managed to get very strong personalities to work together. The head of the Boring family told his son that these mercenaries looked like a real elite squad. Walter said that getting them to work together must have been a very difficult task. Creed Boring said that this was not the case. Without their help, this expedition would have been extremely difficult. The head of the family realized that his son was no longer what he had been before. He had managed to mature and become sensible. Walter said that it was time for them to go back because they still had many issues to discuss. The father of the young heir said that this time he would turn a blind eye to his son's disobedience. However, he clarified that if Creed disobeyed his order even once more, he should be prepared for the consequences. The young man thanked his father, and Walter said that one day Creed would inherit the Boring mansion. The boy looked into the distance at his home and realized that his father no longer considered him a slob. Walter Boring said that his son really does have the spirit of the Northern Wolf in him, and he is glad to know it. The boy knows that the Northern Wolf is a title granted to Count Boring for protecting the border of Ludania. The young man knows that there was no one next to his father, and the dire situation in the lands made everything more difficult. However, Walter Boring did not stop the endless battles on the northern border of the kingdom. The boy knows that in his past life, his father's reward was a miserable death that everyone forgot about. Valinda asked if the young master would now head straight to the mansion to rest. The young man said that the mercenaries must prepare so that they could move out at any moment. Jillian is sure that the young master is putting too much pressure on himself. His body has not yet fully recovered. Valinda said that she had put in a lot of effort to remove the snake's poison from the young master's body. The guy said that he was incredibly grateful to his mentor. She always took good care of him. The young man said that he was counting on the girl to take care of one more important thing. The heir understands that the news that the Borings have found the runestones will quickly spread throughout the area. The guy is sure that this news will not pass by those who want to get their hands on these warlike lands. Young Master Boringov said that they must strengthen their power as soon as possible. The young man dreams of his lands becoming so strong that others would be afraid to attack them. Creed Boring is confident that these lands cannot continue to suffer, they must develop and strengthen. The subjects were frightened because they did not know the condition of the young man, who was completely exhausted. Meanwhile, in the throne room of the Count's castle, the carrier pigeon spread its wings. Gerald Delphin already roughly understood what kind of bad news this feathered messenger brought. The bird obediently landed on the outstretched hand of the man, who was eager to read the message. Lord Delphin hastily unwrapped the package, which spoke of the Borings' beginning of their exploration of the Forest of Monsters. Gerald Delphin realized that he urgently needed to start a territorial war and destroy the Borings. The assembled conspirators realized that they were being ordered to render the Northern Boring Duchy a no-man's land. The Lord of Dolphins asked how many recruited people remained in the poor lands of the Borings. The assembled noble conspirators reported that only a couple of vassals and one knight remained. Gerald ordered the vassals to be sent to the Grady lands. The death of their heir was enough to start a war. Lord Delphinoff announced that he was appointing Victor as the person in charge of this important operation. The conspirators were surprised that Gerald was really going to use the most powerful card in his arsenal. One of the nobles dared to object. He was sure that revealing such a trump card was too risky. The Dolphin Lord said that it was because of the Forest of Monsters that they couldn't let Boringum explore it. Gerald Delphin said that their lord decides everything. There is no need to doubt his impeccable orders. The Dolphin heir rose to his full height to announce the most important news. The man told each member of the conspiracy to begin preparing for war with the worthless Boring County. Lord Dolphin asked if there was anyone else who might know the current situation. Meanwhile, in Amelia Redfield's small estate, her furious screams could be heard. The girl was crying over the news she heard about the recent events in the fading lands of the Borings. Barney said that no matter how much his young mistress was upset, they hadn't lost yet. The girl is sure that this bastard, Creed, got hold of the runestone vein thanks to her money. Amelia understood that even the wildcats sent to her could not finish off this good-for-nothing. The girl said she even humiliated herself and turned to her father to stop supporting the Borings. The Redfield heiress said she looked like a complete idiot, and Barney said she didn't. The girl said that she was too overcome by the overwhelming emotions and it was difficult to cope with them. The young lady of the Redfield lands said that the past cannot be changed. What happened, happened. The girl's personal bodyguard said that she just needed to give the order and he would obey without hesitation. The Redfield's young mistress said the Borings would emerge from their financial crisis and have a party. Amelia said that these Borings had not yet managed to sell the runestones, which meant it was not too late. The girl said that the runestone vein was found a couple of days ago at most, and distribution channels have not yet been established. Mrs. Redfield said she would take advantage of this weakness. She knows who they will try to sell them to. Amelia knows that there is only one place in the north that buys runestones in such quantities. The girl said that this is the Crimson Tower, which is controlled by the Archmage of the Seventh Circle, Helmet. Everyone knows that magic towers always take the issue of supplying runestones seriously. Amelia ordered an ambush at the tower and an attack on the workers transporting the precious stones. Barney was quick to point out that there was another magical tower to the north, the Scarlet Flame Tower. The girl knows that things are going very badly at the Scarlet Flame Tower. They are unlikely to buy ore. Amelia asked why sell the runestones at a low price if there was a better offer. Meanwhile, in the fading lands of the Borings, in the chambers of the young master of these fading lands, the young man had been unconscious for the second day already. He was exhausted from the fight with the blood python. Every now and then, memories of what he had experienced in a recent dangerous battle surfaced in the guy's mind. The young Boring heir understood that the predator was already preparing to swallow its prey. The boy's feverish visions haunted him, and he sank deeper and deeper into his memories. The young man knows that the blood python secretes a poison that softens food in front of the epiglottis. The young lord of the Boring lands understands that the third mana core burns away the poison upon contact. However, this produces toxic smoke, which creates a deadly air environment. The guy understood at that moment that already at this stage most of the victims lost consciousness and died. The young man kept telling himself that this expedition and everything that was dear to him depended only on him. The guy thought that if he couldn't avoid poisoning, he had to take control of it. The young man decided that the poison would inevitably penetrate his body, which meant he had to fight it. The Boring heir tried to direct and concentrate the poison directly into the mana core. The guy knows that the frantic rotation of mana in the core allows him to effectively neutralize incoming poison. The young man knows that such subtle control of mana is not available to everyone. Only superhumans possess it. The Mercenary King decided that he would turn the poison into an alternative fuel that he would use to win. The guy realized that everything he saw was actually memories of days gone by. The young man was surprised that he had managed to survive such an experience and wondered if he was okay. The boring heir thought his father had forgiven him, but he could not remember anything else. Elaine noticed that her older brother had finally woken up, the moment she had been waiting for so long. The girl couldn't stand it and rushed at Creed, who had just woken up after a long sleep. The younger sister said her brother left without warning, returned, and suddenly lost consciousness. Elaine said she was very happy to see her brother, who had made her terribly worried. The young heir to the Boring Lands was surprised that his younger sister reacted this way in this situation. The young man called out to Elaine and decided to tell her something, but the girl thought that her brother had misunderstood her. The young lady ran quickly to call Valinda because her older brother had woken up. The guy wondered if he had really wasted so much time until he couldn't move due to exhaustion. The former Mercenary King realized that he had been mining runestones for 5 days after the battle. Creed Boring thought he wanted to hold out until the stones were sold, but his youthful body couldn't take it. The young heir understood that his body was heavily strained, but his condition was very good. The young man realized that he had fully recovered in just 2 days, and his regeneration had noticeably improved. Creed didn't understand why he felt like his overall mana had increased noticeably. What was going on? The young heir to the Boring Lands came to only one conclusion. The nature of his mana had changed. The young man thought that when he neutralized the poison, his mana mixed with the energy of the blood python. The guy thought that he hadn't even imagined such a way to become so much stronger. Creed knew it was unintentional, but the risk to his life was definitely worth it. The young man realized that with the help of such training, he could become tens of times stronger. The young heir decided that selling the runestones should be his priority. Creed understood that over the past 2 days, everyone who wanted to had already learned about the runestones from the Forest of Monsters. The guy decided that he needed to urgently gather all the mercenaries. They shouldn't have scattered too far. The young heir heard a knock at the door and thought it was Valinda, whom Elaine had called. The young man said that the teacher did not have to knock at all when she wanted to enter his chambers. The guy didn't expect to hear the scraping of armor behind the door. He thought it was his Ferdinand. However, the head of the Boring family entered Creed's room, followed by Elaine and Valinda. Walter Boring noted that it was a good sign that his son woke up on this wonderful day. The young heir to the Boring Lands realized that the head of the family was concerned about his condition. The man said that Valinda told him about the battle with the python, how the young man jumped into its mouth. The boy said that everything was fine with him. His father need not worry. Walter was happy with this news. The teacher said that her young master lost consciousness so suddenly that everyone was very scared. Father approached Creed Boring. He wanted to discuss a small matter with him. The young heir to the lands realized that if the head of the family addressed him, it meant it was important. The man decided to say that he had a small request for his own son. The young man did not understand what Walter Boring meant. He usually did not ask him for small favors. The boy thought that training with his father could be beneficial for him. After all, he is a strong opponent. The young heir to the Boring Lands thought that this was the first time they had done anything together. The young man understands that in his past life he did nothing but avoid the Lord, fearing reprimands. Walter apologized for such a sudden request, and Creed said that he didn't see anything wrong. The guy said that he felt just fine, but he still didn't understand what the Lord's request was. The head of the family thought about how he could tell his son that he wanted to spend time with him. However, nothing came to the man's mind. All sounds in the training room had died down. Creed Boring thought that this was exactly what his mother had talked about when he was a child. The young lord of the Boring Lands understood that she meant precisely these moments of silence. The woman told Creed that his father simply didn't know how to show his feelings openly. The young man's mother said that he was talking about being an unwavering support for the estate. The lady of the Boring Lands was convinced that Walter put others before himself and did not show his feelings. The woman is sure that the only exception was his declaration of love to her. Creed Boring's mother told her son to forgive his father for being awkward. He just doesn't know how to express his feelings. The head of the Boring family told his son, the young heir, to raise his sword and prepare for sparring. Creed Boring couldn't believe that he would stand against his father, an incredibly strong man. However, the young man immediately obeyed. It was a good opportunity to test his abilities. Walter closed in on his son in one lunge and without hesitation attacked his prearranged defense. The man easily twisted the training sword to gain a greater advantage. However, the young heir did not lag behind. He could not allow himself to be wounded so easily. Walter had a clear sense that Creed was a capable boy who knew how to fight. The young lord of the Boring Lands tried to take advantage of his father's elusive moments of weakness. The head of the Boring family was prepared for such tricks from his opponent, so he quickly attacked in response. Creed understands that his father is not a simple warrior. For many years, he defended the border almost single-handedly. The young man thinks that Walter Boring's sword feels incredibly heavy. It almost crushes him. The boy understands perfectly well that his father has enough strength to pacify the wild barbarians from the north. Creed Boring admits that he feels a softness that can protect these lands. Walter Boring never ceased to be amazed at the abilities of his son, who fought with dignity. The Lord of the Boring Lands tried to break through the youth's defenses, but continually failed. He understood that his son had not wasted his time. He had trained well to become stronger. Walter Boring realized that he had made an unforgivable mistake, which the boy was about to take advantage of. The head of the Boring family manages to block his son's swift attack at the last moment. Creed Boring managed to convince his father that he was capable of surviving in the frightening and dangerous forest of monsters. Walter no longer doubted the abilities of his son, who was no longer an unruly child. The Lord of the Lands and the young heir understood that their little sparring had come to an end. Creed Boring managed to surprise his father with his abilities, which surpassed many knights. Walter already understood that his son could become one of the greatest swordsmen in history. The man said that the young heir's skills had improved significantly and that he should not abandon his training. The young man was incredibly happy that his father praised him again, so he expressed his sincere gratitude. However, the Lord of the Boring Lands noted that his son should lessen the pressure on the blade. Walter Boring is confident that his son has the strength and reflexes to defeat the enormous monsters in the forest. The man said that a real enemy could very easily understand Creed's intentions. The boy realized that this was the first time someone was teaching him. Usually the young man acted intuitively. The young lord of the Boring Lands thought that his fencing was based on practice and experience. Creed realized that due to lack of proper training, he may have missed some important points. The young man realized that his father accurately pointed out his shortcomings and helped him realize them. He learns from others well. Creed Boring thanked his father for his guidance, from which the boy learned a very valuable lesson. The man said that he initially intended to scold his disobedient son, who disobeyed an order. Walter Boring said that whatever Creed's merits, he had broken the rules of the Boring Lands. The head of the family said that if everyone started to disregard the rules because of their achievements, chaos would ensue. The boy understood perfectly well what exactly his father was talking about, so he decided not to betray his expectations. Walter Boring said his son had changed from his glory-seeking days. The head of the Boring family said he felt strongly that Creed's goal was now much bigger. The father said that his son should think about the Boring Lands, his loved ones, and fulfilling his duty as an heir. The young man asked himself what kind of duty his father, Walter Boring, could be talking about. The boy thought that he still hadn't heard the main reason why the Lord had approached him. Creed Boring said that the head of the Boring clan wanted to ask him for something, but never said what. After the guy's words, all sounds on the training ground died down. Walter didn't know what to say. The man nevertheless decided to ask his son for a small request, which he was quite capable of fulfilling. Walter Boring asked the young man if he had some pocket money. A short time later, Creed Boring approached his own garrison near the Forest of Monsters. The subordinates immediately lined up to greet their young commander. The young man realized that he had finally received the complete trust of those who had recently doubted him. The young heir to the Boring Lands asked how his subordinates were doing and whether they were satisfied with everything. The mercenaries shouted in unison that everything was just fine with them and that the young master was worrying in vain. Kira said that Creed was looking better already. Jillian asked how the young master was feeling. Creed Boring apologized for keeping them waiting and asked how Rachel was doing, if everything was okay. The legendary mercenary became silent, but soon said that he never thought she would be able to walk again. Jillian said that it was all thanks to the young heir to the Boring Lands. Creed agreed because he was truly the only person who could help. The young heir, Borigov, said that he urgently needed to discuss something with his subjects. The youth declared that the Boring Lands were in danger due to their very disadvantageous position. The old mercenary understood what the young master was getting at. Everything really was exactly like that. Valinda did not expect to hear such harsh words. She did not quite understand what the young man was talking about. The Cerberus commander understood only one thing. A major battle was coming soon that could not be missed. The young, boring heir decided to tell everything he knew about the attack on his sister. Creed Boring said that the Boring's enemies wanted to kill Elaine and use it as a pretext for war. The young man also spoke about the body of the Grady family heir being found, and also about the fact that they were being followed. The guy said that people who harbored grudges against the Borings had been operating in their lands for a very long time. The young Boring heir is confident that they have neither the time nor the resources to repel the attack. Valinda said she wanted to rest after the creepy forest, and Kira said you won't get bored at the Borings. Jillian is sure that the Boring lands are simply an ideal target, incapable of fighting back adequately. The young man said that everything was exactly as the old man said. They would definitely not leave the Borings alone. The mentor is sure that the boy should have immediately informed the lord and his vassals about such an incident. The young heir of the Borings is sure that even among the vassals there may be spies of Duke Delphin. The guy is sure that by saving Elaine he bought time, but after finding the runestones, everything changed. The young man is confident that his enemies will no longer hesitate. They have already begun to act. Everyone realized that the meeting had reached a slight impasse, leaving everyone deep in thought. The Cerberus squad leader said that Creed Boring just had to tell them what to do. The mercenary said that it was always interesting to be around the young master. They would definitely get out of this. The legendary mercenary said that he had already dedicated his life to his master and that he would be with the young man until the end. Valinda suddenly exclaimed, "Who else but her could protect the young master from all troubles?" The guy understands that his team is already strong enough to deal with even powerful enemies. The young man thought that the main enemy of the Borings was the entire Duchy of Delphins. The young Boring heir knows that Duncan and Amelia are just doing their dirty work. Creed Boring said that they were now heading to the Scarlet Flame Tower to sell the stones. The mentor asked why the boy didn't turn to the Crimson Tower, which was more profitable in all respects. The young man said that in the Scarlet Flame Tower there would be fewer unnecessary problems prepared by the enemies. The old Rat Task commander said that when transporting valuable cargo, uninvited guests often appear. The boy knows that the Scarlet Flame Tower is trying to restore its former glory, but it is very difficult. However, the young man admits that he is going there not out of caution, but because of one girl. Meanwhile, in one of the halls of the Scarlet Flame Tower, a girl was sitting, telling fortunes. She still couldn't decipher the words of her mentor, who left a real riddle for her. The girl asked in a barely audible voice when the light her teacher had once spoken of would appear. Sometime later, the young heir to the Boring lands arrived at the Scarlet Flame Tower. The detachment of the young heir of the Borings slowly rolled carts loaded with high-quality runestones. Ordinary mercenaries admitted that they did not even expect to see such a tall and beautiful tower. The rank-and-file mercenaries understood that the Boring lands were hopelessly lagging behind the rest of the kingdom. Creed's subordinates said that they had now seen the place where all magical items were created. The mercenaries shouted, "Are these real magicians in front of them? Let everyone see these miracles." The men didn't understand how these people could use magic without scrolls. It was impossible. The mages looked with hatred at the passing villagers, who were surprised by ordinary things. The miracle workers knew that such simpletons could only come from the most wretched lands of Ludania. The mages decided that they should no longer be seen by such rabble that visited their city. The ordinary mercenaries shouted that these sorcerers had just disappeared, that they were showing such tricks. Many of the guy's subordinates found such abilities to be incredibly cool. Creed said they used invisibility magic. It seems young Boring's visit is not welcome. Valinda said that even though it had lost its former grandeur, the mages of this tower were still impressive. Jillian said that the lands of Brevard are the richest in the entire kingdom of Ludania. The Boring heir thought that this mighty tower should not have fallen into disrepair. The guards watched as the carts filled with runestones rolled up to the tower gates. The young man said that they had arrived at the place, and Kira said that his neck hurt from looking up. Valinda asked why she didn't see any guards. Was there really no one to guard this place? The girl said that there is only armor lying around here. Could it be that the guards left their post? The young heir to the Boring lands heard the cry of the magician, who ordered an immediate stop. The mercenaries saw how the guard's armor began to rise into the air and come together into one whole. The magical armor gathered in front of the Boring caravan and blocked its path, crossing weapons. The mages shouted that without permission, entry into the Scarlet Flame Tower was strictly prohibited. The guards shouted for the caravan representative to state his name and the purpose of his visit to the Great Tower. The man thought that with such security in these carts, there was something cheap that would not interest them. Valinda said that this armor moved so unnaturally, as if they were some kind of dolls. The old legendary mercenary shouted that it was Count Boring's heir, Creed Boring. Jillian told the guards to call the person in charge of trade. They brought excellent goods. The magician shouted that they were not interested in this proposal and told them to turn around immediately. The young man's mentor shouted that these guards didn't even see what exactly they had brought for sale. The guards said that only materials from low-level monsters could be brought from the Boring lands. The man shouted that he saw no point in wasting time on people like them and ordered them to get lost immediately. Valinda screamed, "How dare this worthless magician call the young master of Boring a beggar?" Jillian asked what the young heir to the Boring lands would order. It seemed they didn't want to let them through. Creed Boring decided to have his say and asked if the mages of this tower had vision problems. The guy said that since the guard is a magician, he should be able to see the quality of the goods in the carts. The man said that he saw no point in looking into the poor people's carts. There was nothing good to be found there. The mage suddenly realized that the young Boring heir was holding a stunning runestone in his hands. The guards exclaimed, "Could all these carts really be full of these excellent runestones?" The young man asked if the Great Scarlet Flame Tower was not interested in purchasing these jewels. The magicians apologized for not recognizing such important guests of their great magic tower. Silver introduced himself and said that he was in charge of trade at the Great Scarlet Flame Tower. The young man said that they had a lot of goods, and he wanted to meet with the one who would complete this deal. The young heir to the Boring Lands said he wanted to meet with the head of the magic tower. The treasurer said that he would report to the head immediately and asked him to wait a little in the guest room. Valinda asked if the mages couldn't treat them with dignity right away. Creed Boring heard strange sounds coming from the neighboring rooms of the magic tower. The young man asked if something had happened there, and the magician asked them not to worry. The attendant of the dear guests said that these were the usual sounds of magical research conducted by the students. Meanwhile, a trio of experienced magicians entered the room where this strange sound was heard. One of those who entered said that he had already told the girl more than once not to even think about entering this laboratory. The guy is sure that she is just taking up space here and hasn't learned how to use magic yet. The heir of this tower was accompanied by those who said that Alfie could not be considered a disciple of the tower. The second attendant said she should be grateful to be there at all. The girl said that she also had the right to use this laboratory. All students were equal. The guy asked if it was true and thought it was a great opportunity to teach her a lesson. The heir of the magic tower said that he agreed to consider the girl a full-fledged student of the magicians. The guy is sure that if this is really the case, she will easily repel such a simple attack. The man who entered told Alfie not to hesitate and to quickly show him her protective magic. The girl realized that she was in big trouble because she could not use magic. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower said that this is Fire Throw, the magic of the first circle. Alfie screamed, trying to cast a protective magic spell, but nothing happened. The one who was inept at magic realized that this was the end, because the Fire Throw could no longer be stopped. The young heir to the Boring Lands was able to understand that this was not magical research, but the enmity of the students. The young man easily dispelled the small fireball that was intended to set the girl on fire. The arrogant students immediately realized that someone had stood up for the stupid girl. The young heir of the Borings said that it was now clear to him what kind of magical research was going on in this tower. The young man asked if such humiliations were really carried out in the magical tower of the Scarlet Flame. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the head of the Scarlet Flame Tower, his cry, full of surprise, was heard. The man shouted how his subordinates could allow this to happen, how the runestones could run out. Harvey shouted, "How could they have come to this? The gap with the Crimson Tower would only widen." The head of the tower shouted that he had told everyone in advance to stock up on stones, which is what the elders were doing anyway. Advisors said they had tried to arrange supplies but had been met with a resounding refusal. One of the old men is sure that it is not about the runestones. The head of the Crimson Tower has reached the 7th circle. Harvey shouted that if he had the runestones, he would have caught up with that guy in a flash and overtaken him. The man thought that Helmet had bought up all the runestones so that they wouldn't fall into the hands of the laggards. The treasurer burst into the conference room and called out to the gentleman, saying that it was a very urgent matter. Harvey shouted that his subordinate was showing the height of disrespect. What kind of impudence was this? Silver shouted that there was an unprecedented amount of first-class runestones down below. The treasurer is confident that the head of the Scarlet Flame Tower needs to come down immediately and complete the deal. Meanwhile, on the first floors of the Magic Tower, a skirmish between Creed and Harvey's son was escalating. The Boring heir realized that this was clearly not the warm welcome he had expected. The young man easily cut down every flame that was thrown by the arrogant student of magic. The son of the head of the Scarlet Flame Tower did not stop. He used more powerful magic. The young lord of the Boring Lands knew that such magic could not harm him. Creed Boring cut through the fireball flying towards him to protect himself and the girl behind him. No one could believe what they saw, how some unknown guy could dispel magic with such ease. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower shouted out who the bastard was who dared to cut his magic. The guy thought that the rope shouldn't be spinning around him like that. What the hell was this? Valinda decided not to expose the young master to any more danger, so she subdued the upstart. The girl asked how this worthless fellow dared to attack the young heir to the Boring Lands. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower ordered an immediate stop to what these people had done here. Harvey shouted what a mess these poor traitors had made. How could they have allowed this to happen? Alfie said that the Master Archmage, the head of this once great magical tower, had arrived. The young lord of the Boring Lands ordered Valinda to release this boy immediately. Vance immediately screamed when he saw the teacher who arrived, who was his own father. The head of the magic tower asked what exactly was going on here, why there was such a mess in the laboratory. The guy said he wanted to protect Alfie, but she suddenly attacked him and he had to defend himself. Valinda said that this arrogant boy whines just like some pretty girl. The magic student without magic said that she just wanted to go to the lab. And then this happened. The young man thought that his eyes could not deceive him. He really did meet Alfie. The former mercenary king knows that this girl will become a true red nightmare in the future. Creed Boring thought that even such a talented magician had such terrible times. Harvey shouted that this girl not only broke into his tower, but also tried to hurt the students. Valinda asked what the young master would order. This situation looked incredibly dangerous. Creed Boring said that he apologized for the late introduction to the head of the magic tower. The young man said that he was the heir to the Boring earldom, Creed Boring. The lord of the Northern Lands said that he came here to discuss a deal regarding the runestones. Harvey was stunned. Did he really just want to incinerate his last chance to get up? The son of the tower's leader shouted out that such poor people could have dug up a runic stone somewhere. Creed Boring said that his workers are waiting at the gates of this magical tower. There is no need to delay the deal. The young man said that he would show his goods before selling them. Trust is the basis of trade. The elders and the head of this once great magical tower could not believe what was happening. The old magicians exclaimed that this was just some kind of dream. Where did the young man get so many runestones from? One of the mages said that there were at least 10 carts of first-class runestones here. The elder asked the head of the Scarlet Flame Tower what they should do. This is an excellent suggestion. Harvey shouted that with that many gems, they would be able to overtake the Crimson Tower. The man is sure that this is definitely a sign from above. They should not miss such an opportunity. The head of the Magic Tower said that there were fewer stones than he expected, and their quality was mediocre. Kira shouted, "How dare this mage treat the first-class runestones from the Boring Lands like that?" Alfie said that this is simply a huge amount. One cart will be enough for a couple of weeks. The head of the Magic Tower shouted, "What does this lousy girl know anyway? Get out of here." The man said that this damn Ronald left them with such a headache without abilities. Harvey said the worthless girl should at least learn to think with an empty head. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower approached the elders, as they believed that this product was clearly of poor quality. The old men said that now they too had noticed that the quality of the crystals was indeed rather low. Valinda shouted that the young master had obtained these stones with such difficulty, and they were called fake. The elders said they weren't concerned about the difficulty of obtaining the goods, as there were so many scammers out there now. Creed said that he understood everything. The Scarlet Flame Tower refused to buy his goods. The young man told his servants that they were leaving immediately, as they could not sell the runestones in this place. The head of this once great magical tower made it clear by his whole demeanor that the elders must intervene. The old magician said that they would still buy it, considering that the seller had come all this way. Harvey said that he could not argue with the wise magicians, and with his great mercy he bought the stones. The Archmage of the Sixth Circle said that, of course, he would do it at a price slightly below market price. Creed ordered the captain of the Cerberus squad to leave one cart and remove the rest. The young man said that they had agreed to sell only one cart, which they had bought out of pity. The representatives of the Scarlet Flame Tower couldn't believe their ears when they heard how this kid came up with such a thing. Kira said that he forgot about it, how inconvenient it turned out, but they weren't planning on buying here anyway. The commander of the Mercenary squad, Cerberus, ordered his men to remove all the carts except the ransomed one. Harvey shouted out what was going on, and the young, boring heir said his men were mistaken. The guy said that they were going to the Crimson Tower and stopped here to get some cash for the road. The man thought, how dare this impudent man say such a thing, right in the face of the head of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Harvey said they had just met, so he joked and suggested they go up to the conference room. The young heir to the boring land said he was willing to come into the room to negotiate the deal. Sometime later, the young man was already sitting opposite the head of the magic tower, surrounded by old men. The Archmage of the Sixth Circle asked permission to introduce the elders of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Harvey said they had reached the 5th lap, and Creed Boring said it was an impressive achievement. The young master said that it was an amazing power, as expected from the second most powerful tower. The man said that the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower still holds the lead in the north. Valinda said that Creed was unnecessarily offending the mages, and Jillian said that he should have his own opinion. Harvey said he'd had enough of the empty talk about how much he wanted to sell his junk for. The man said that the goods were generously priced here, and the guy wouldn't get even half of it anywhere else. The young man said that he would take twice the market price because he knew his product. The old men shouted that this guy doesn't understand how the world works, which is twice the size of the market. The head of the tower said that he didn't know who taught the boy to bargain, but he was doing it completely wrong. The young man stated that he considered such a price to be quite fair for the Scarlet Flame Tower. The old men shouted that the boy did not quite understand where he was when he was mocking them. The head of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower told the young man to listen to him carefully. The man said that it irritates him when a guy starts showing off without understanding anything. Harvey said the guy was too young and therefore entitled to make mistakes, which was understandable. The head of the tower said that out of the kindness of his heart, he was forgiving the young man, who should become more serious. The man said he was willing to pay a little more than the market price if the guy sold everything. Creed Boring said he offered a very competitive double price, but the buyers were not in the mood to talk. Harvey yelled at the boy to stop right now as they weren't in the mood for a serious conversation. The man said that the guy was in too much of a hurry because the tower was not refusing to make a deal with him. The young, boring heir thought that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. They would definitely buy the stones. The subjects of the young lord of the boring lands did not even know whether it was Harvey's desperation or Creed's persuasiveness. The man said that the guy definitely has character. The Scarlet Flame Tower is ready to give in. The young man said that he was willing to sell the first-class runestones at double the price. However, Creed Boring said that he was only selling 1 cartload of crystals for the agreed price. Harvey asked what young Mr. Boring was talking about. He had to sell them all the carts. The young man said that their tower was being bought at double the price, which meant that competitors would be happy to offer triple the price. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower shouted out what he was talking about, who would pay triple the price for the junk. Creed said he saw no point in talking to those who were not prepared for serious negotiations. The man shouted for the young man to stop because the magic tower was ready to buy at an exorbitant price. The guy realized that he had successfully put pressure on the Archmage. This was a very pleasant deal from which everyone would benefit. The young man said that now they understand each other. This is a worthy decision of the best tower of the north. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower told Creed Boring to sit here. He is now organizing the money. The man thought that he had allowed some redneck to manipulate him. Why was this happening? The young lord of the boring lands said that he had one more small condition. Archmage Harvey couldn't stand it and shouted at the guy, asking what else he had in mind. They had already agreed to everything. The guy said he saw a girl named Alfie. Creed Boring wants to take her with him. In the meeting room of the great magic tower of the Scarlet Flame, everyone present fell silent. The man asked if he had heard correctly that the young gentleman wanted to take that very Alfie. The young man said that the Archmage understood everything correctly. Creed wants her to become his personal mage. The young, boring heir knows what Alfie was able to achieve in his past life. The king of mercenaries told his comrade that he did not know how to cook meat. It would burn. The man was indignant because Creed forced the one-armed man to cook. Was he really kidding? Boring asked if his comrade was forgetting himself, and he shouted that he had not said anything bad. The man asked if Captain Creed knew about the girl Alfie who burned down the north of the kingdom. The heir of the dead Boring family asked if she was the one nicknamed the Red Nightmare. Boring's subordinate said she had reached the 7th circle, Captain, as you can imagine. Creed said that the 7th circle and the nickname Red Nightmare sounded too strong. The subordinate said that she had completely lost her mind. The girl was studying mana development techniques. The man said that she burns everything everywhere and kills everyone. The lords are ruined, but no one stops her. The king of mercenaries thought that this girl was very interesting. There had been no magicians like her before. Creed said that she is a 7th circle mage who uses techniques instead of magical power. The former heir of the Boring family thought that the Red Nightmare could be a good help. The Mercenary King said he wants to see her as a comrade. Creed thinks everyone will be for it. The young man thought that he hadn't been able to meet her then. Alfie had lost control and died. The heir of the Boring family realizes that she has the talent to reach the 7th circle without learning magic. The young man decided that if he channeled the Red Nightmare a little, she could shine even brighter. The guy's subordinates decided that the girl didn't look special, so why would Creed need her? The elders decided that they had cared enough about her to remain loyal to Ronald. The Archmage said that Alfie is an excellent mage who is valued by the Great Magic Tower. Young Master Boringov said that he was also taking battle mages from the 3rd circle. The guy said that the Borings would need them to protect the lands and future territorial wars. The elders were outraged. What other territorial wars? The young man had completely lost his mind. Creed listed the conditions: triple market price, Alfie, and the placement of mages on the Boring lands. The young lord of the Boring lands' subordinates realized what exactly he had planned. The elders of the Great Magical Tower of the North did not understand how such conditions could be set. Harvey realized that this brat was completely insolent, since he was asking him for such conditions that were impossible to fulfill. The man showed his rage when he released some of his mana to intimidate the obnoxious man. The young Boring heir did not even move, because he did not see any threat to himself. The boy's servants saw how powerful streams of the Archmage's mana smashed windows and overturned furniture. The head of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower addressed the young aristocrat who had made a mistake. The man said that the heir to the Boring lands had no respect for him at all, and that was very bad. The Archmage said that the kingdom's rules forbade the tower's mages from participating in territorial wars. Harvey said that the boy had insulted the magical tower of the Scarlet Flame itself with such words. The subjects of the young lord of the Boring lands feared for Creed's life due to pressure from the Archmage. The young man continued to calmly watch the performance that was performed by the one who had reached the 6th circle. Creed decided that all he had to do was say why exactly the guy was asking for the magicians. The young heir to the Boring lands said that Archmage Harvey would regret today. The guy said that huge deposits of runestones had been discovered on the Boring lands. Creed Boring said that these deposits are tens of times larger than what they brought in the carts today. The young man said that all this information was already spreading throughout the northern lands of the kingdom. Harvey said many will want to get their hands on these deposits, which means there will be territorial wars. The young heir to the Boring lands said the man was very knowledgeable on the matter. Creed Boring said his family is not starting a war. They are just asking for help until they get stronger. The guy said that if the Scarlet Flame Tower helps the Borings, they will supply stones only to them. The young man is confident that the Scarlet Flame Tower will soon surpass the Crimson Tower and become the greatest. The young Boring heir decided that such details would change the furious man's mind. Harvey thought this opportunity would guarantee a prosperous future for Scarlet Flame Tower. The man didn't like the fact that he had to agree with the words of some brat. However, the Archmage of the Magical Tower of Scarlet Flame accepted the proposal of the young heir of the Borings. The Archmage decided that his son simply had to go to the northern lands of the Borings. Vance shouted that it would be better if his father sent another magician instead of him. He didn't want to go to the wilderness. Harvey said that he was sending his son as the most responsible and talented magician from the tower. The man is confident that this experience will help his son manage the tower when he becomes its head. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower said that in just a year his tower would surpass the Crimson Tower and become the best. Harvey said his son only needed to hold out for a year, during which time a lot would change. Vance placed his complete trust in his father, who convinced him to travel to the fading lands of the Borings. However, the guy could not even imagine how big the difference was between his idea and reality. When the Tower Mages arrived on the Boring lands, they saw a mansion built in an ancient style. The young heir to the northern lands of the Borings said that he was glad to see the magicians sent to help. The magician said that there is no luxury here, but it is quite practical, and the space is organized based on proportions. Vance thought that this was some village that he had to come to because of a big request from the teacher. The heir to the Scarlet Flame Tower introduced himself, and Creed told the mages not to relax prematurely. The Boring heir said that the mages would have a lot of work, and Vance thought that they were being mistaken for servants. The heir to the Red Tower thought that as soon as he became the head, his first decree would be to take revenge on the Borings. The young lord of the Boring lands asked the leader of the squad of magicians where they lost Alfie. Vance assumed that the girl had fallen behind and was still trudging along somewhere behind them with their luggage. The young heir to the northern lands thought that the Red Nightmare was not considered human at all. Alfie saw that the young lord of these lands was already meeting them in front of the boring estate. The girl said that her name was Alfie, and she was glad to welcome the young master of the boring lands. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower shouted at her to hurry up and not keep them waiting. Creed told the girl to leave the luggage, but Alfie said she hadn't brought the others' luggage yet. Vance told the guy to leave the girl who was doing the menial jobs she could handle. The heir to the tower did not have time to say that the girl did not know how to use magic, so she worked as best she could. The magicians were afraid for the young master, who hadn't even said anything bad, but had already taken it. Vance shouted at what this unbearable semblance of an aristocrat from some backwater in the north was allowing himself to do. Creed Boring said that Alfie is now his person, which means the mages can't treat her the same way they used to. The young man said that this time he would turn a blind eye to such an offense, but the magicians should not repeat it. The boring heir is confident that no one has the right to treat his people like filthy scum. Vance shouted that this redneck was going too far when he treated a magician like that. The boys shouted that it was simply unacceptable to treat a master of the third circle and the heir of the tower like this. The young man shouted that even if Creed was an aristocrat, such behavior was too much. The offended magician shouted that if he wanted, he could instantly turn the lands of the Borings into a sea of fire. Creed Boring's subordinates instantly raised their weapons and surrounded those who dared to threaten their master. Vance screamed that he couldn't believe such savagery, how they could raise weapons against a magician. The young heir to the Boring lands told the leader of the mages to shut up immediately. Creed said that no matter how he treated Vance, the contract with the Scarlet Flame Tower was still a contract. The Boring heir said that he had made a deal with the head of the tower and could now command those who had arrived. The young man said that in his lands, these magicians are something like a reserve source of living mana. Vance shouted how this poor man dared to call him, the heir to the tower, a source of living mana. Creed ordered Jillian and Kira to carry out educational work because the mages were getting too out of control. The captain of the Cerberus squad asked if the gentlemen magicians were living well in the Scarlet Flame Tower. The legendary Mercenary said that they would now teach their new comrades how to behave properly. The young heir to the northern lands of Ludania addressed the girl who stood to the side. The guy said that from now on, Alfie should listen to orders only from the young Boring heir. The young lord of the Boring lands said that the girl would be his personal magician from that moment on. Alfie didn't expect to hear something so kind from an aristocrat from the impoverished northern lands. However, she quickly realized that such words could not make much sense in her situation. The girl said that she would not be able to become a personal magician because she did not know how to use magic. The young heir of the Borings told Alfie to follow him. He would teach her how to use magic. After some time, the young lord of the northern lands brought the girl to the castle's training ground. Alfie couldn't understand what this guy was up to because she knew for sure that she didn't have magic. Creed Boring asked to what level the girl had studied magic so that he could understand her level. The personal mage of the young Boring heir replied that she knew the theory up to and including the fifth circle. The young man said that mastering the fifth circle at her age was an incredibly impressive achievement. Alfie thought that even if she knew the theory of the seventh circle, nothing would work in practice. The girl said that all this knowledge was useless because she could not use magic. The young heir to the Boring lands asked if Alfie had any reason to think so. Creed Boring's personal mage replied that she had not felt any magical power since childhood. The girl said that she studied magic diligently because she believed in her ability to learn to cast spells. Alfie said the more she studied magic, the more she realized she would never master it. The personal mage of the young master of the Borings is sure that she was kicked out for this very reason. The young man thought that the fifth circle was a very strong force, comparable to the elders of the magic tower. The guy understands that magic cannot be simply mastered by memorizing the theory. Creed Boring believes that you need to understand the principles and have the ability to put your will into it. The young man thought that the girl understood everything with her mind, but her body could not cope with the level of knowledge. The heir to the northern lands thought that Alfie's efforts were not in vain, but that the path was simply wrong. The boy remembered his friend's words that the Red Nightmare was a mage who mastered mana techniques. The former mercenary king completely agrees with his old comrade. This is complete madness for a mage. Creed Boring realizes that he can teach the girl simple techniques for working with mana. The young man said that now he would teach the girl techniques for working with mana. This was her key to success. Alfie thought that her young master had absolutely no idea what he was going to teach her. The guy explained that spells are similar to mana techniques, and they are based on the same control principle. The young man asked, His personal magician had never tried to use such a practice. The girl said that using magic through mana techniques is complete madness. Alfie screamed that if something went wrong, she would be crippled for the rest of her life. The guy said that he wanted his personal mage to at least try this kind of use of magic. The young heir to the northern lands of Ludania is confident that the girl is already capable of using spells. Alfie doesn't understand why the young master wants her to use magic through techniques. The girl wondered if she would really be able to use spells that were previously unavailable to her. Alfie didn't believe she could master magic, but she wanted it more than anything in the world. The personal mage of the young heir to the northern lands decided that she would definitely trust this opportunity. The girl thought that her life would only get better if she could apply her knowledge in practice. Creed Boring thought that in his past life he had had exactly the same look as Alfie had now. The guy believes that the endless thirst for magic causes the girl to fall into a bottomless abyss of despair. The young man knows that in her past life, the girl mastered mana techniques well and turned into the Red Nightmare. Creed thinks he can stop Alfie if she loses her mind and gets out of control. The young heir to the Boring Lands thinks he can stop the girl from falling into that abyss. The guy decided that he had to help his personal magician so that she would not experience this grief. Creed Boring knows that he can interact with another person's mana, and that will help. The girl experienced a strange, unfamiliar feeling that spread unpleasantly throughout her body. Alfie felt an incredible heat that was simply impossible to contain inside herself. The young heir of the northern lands shouted at the girl to shut her mouth. The mana flows were distorted. The guy shouted that his mana was now entering Alfie's body. She should not miss this feeling. Creed shouted for his personal mage to feel the flow of mana coursing through her body. The girl felt the mana spreading through her body, going around the edges and rushing towards the mana core. Alfie felt the mana pulsing and flowing through her veins. The feeling was truly mesmerizing. The young heir to the Boring Lands tried to maintain a smooth flow so as not to harm the girl. Alfie remembered the conversation between her teacher Ronald and the current head of the Magic Tower. The teacher shouted that the girl had talent. She had already proven the law of converting mana into energy. Harvey said he recognized such talent, but the girl still could not use magic. The head of the Scarlet Flame Tower is sure that no matter how smart Alfie is, she cannot be called a magician. Ronald shouted at Harvey for saying such a thing, and the boss said that the girl would definitely be of no use. Alfie thought she could see herself as a child now. She remembered this conversation well. The girl looked back and saw another childhood memory of herself apologizing. Alfie said that if she had more talent, the teacher definitely wouldn't have had to leave the tower. Ronald said that he was not leaving the Magic Tower, but was going on a long journey. The teacher told his student, without magic, to raise her head and look at the boundless, pleasant sky. Ronald said that in this world, darkness cannot last forever. Sooner or later, light will come. The teacher assured Alfie that the day would surely come for her too when the blinding radiance would descend. Ronald was sure that the light would come to his smart student, and she would definitely master magic. The girl thought that her mentor was indeed right. Now she was observing this light. The personal mage of the young Boring heir thought that her teacher was absolutely right. Alfie understood perfectly well that a light had indeed come to her, which had dispelled all the darkness. That night, somewhere in the domain of Count Grady, the pain-filled cries of guards could be heard. People were shouting that this psychopath had already killed 4 people. What kind of monster was he? The man shouted that these weaklings seriously thought of defeating him with these useless pieces of iron. The attacker shouted at this self-confident strongman not to make fun of him. Swords are serious weapons. However, the man, without straining himself, walked around the inept guard and with a precise movement cut him down. The strongman threw the attacker over himself and slammed him hard against the stone floor of the room. The second guard decided that now was just the perfect moment to attack from a blind spot. However, the man heard the sound of his opponent approaching and decided to act preemptively. The strongman swung his limp body to knock down the man running up and get rid of both of them at once. The blow was so strong that the guards broke through the wooden wall and flew outside the house. The man said that he hadn't even warmed up yet, and all his opponents were already down. The strongman's subordinates said that these scum tried to interrupt the feast of the greatest warrior. The servants said that in these parts there would be no one equal to them in strength. Victor would quickly defeat everyone. After some time, the man lay on the shore and waited for a fish to catch his hook. The strongman heard someone's voice behind him. The stranger asked him how his training was going. Victor did not answer the stupid question, but asked in response what had happened that was so important. The man said that they had received orders from Earl Duncan to set out immediately. The messenger told Mr. Victor to hurry up. The Count must not be kept waiting. The strong man slowly reached for his piece of armor. Even he couldn't disobey Duncan's order. Victor didn't ask where they were heading because he knew only one thing: war was coming. The strong man told the messenger who informed him of the Count's order that he was ready to set out right now. The man added that the order came at just the right time because he was already dying of boredom. Meanwhile, in Walter Boring's chambers, all voices fell silent. The Lord received a letter from a neighboring county. The man read the lines and tried to understand what was on Count Grady's mind. Walter realized that Creed Boring was accused of murdering Earl Grady's own son, Gil. Lord Boring ordered an immediate meeting of the council. They cannot allow such slander. Walter Boring stated that war had been declared against them, and this required immediate and decisive action. Rudolph shouted that these Gradys were completely crazy. When would Creed have even managed to kill Gil? The advisors shouted that the Gradys wanted to start a war under false pretenses and that they needed to be taught a lesson. Homer shouted out what benefit they could possibly hope to gain by fighting the impoverished lands of the Borings. Creed Boring theorized that the true cause of the conflict was a massive vein of runestones in the forest. The young man remembered that two vassals had recently set out on an embassy to the lands of Grady. The advisors were outraged. How dare the guy so easily accuse his vassals of betraying the county? Walter thought that it was not uncommon for actions taken for the good of the estate to result in a serious crisis. The Lord of the Boring Lands thought that his son knew in advance what the discovery of the deposits could lead to. Rudolph shouted that the Boring troops were superior to the Grady warriors in any case. Experience decides everything. The commander of the Knights Corps shouted that they must be made to pay for the heir's false accusations. Scovin burst into the hall and shouted that they were in big trouble. Count Grady's army appeared on the horizon. The garrison commander shouted that the enemies were already very close and there was critically little time to prepare. The Lord of the Boring Lands stepped onto the castle walls and saw the banner of the Earl Grady family flying. The army of the neighboring county has set foot on the withering lands of the Borings. The war has already begun. Victor led warriors to crush the worthless Borings on the orders of Earl Duncan. Grady's army marched straight to the Boring estate. The invaders knew there would be no resistance. Advisors, keep an eye on the soldiers approaching the castle walls. There was no time to prepare. Albert shouted that they had only recently declared war, and they had already managed to prepare so well. Scovin reported that they counted 6,000 armed soldiers in Count Grady's army. The garrison commander shouted that the enemy had plenty of siege weapons, and the castle walls would not be able to withstand them. Albert shouted at Rudolph, asking why the poor Gradys had such a huge army. What was going on? Walter Boring ordered all his subjects to pull themselves together immediately. There was no time for empty cries. Lord Boring ordered all soldiers to immediately take up positions on the walls to defend the castle. Walter ordered that the inhabitants be allowed inside the walls of Boring Castle and that all the gates be tightly closed. The commander-in-chief gave orders to all subordinate soldiers to hold their positions until their last breath. Lord Boring shouted that the battle would begin any minute. Everyone needed to hurry immediately. In front of the Borings' castle, all sounds died away, except the lonely clatter of horses' hooves. Thomas Grady stepped forward from the line, saying he would avenge his own son's life. The man said that although his son was useless, now there was a reason to attack the Borings. Earl Grady exclaimed what a magnificent castle his brother Walter Boring had. Thomas ordered Victor to follow him. He wanted to talk to his older brother. The Lord of the Withering Lands of the Borings approached the invaders and asked what madness was happening here. Thomas Grady asked what kind of madness the Earl of these worthless lands was talking about. The man claimed his beloved son, Gil Grady, had died on that damned Boring land. Thomas screamed that his son had died at the hands of Creed Boring, heir to those worthless Boring lands. The intruder on the Boring lands asked what parent would not be angry at the death of their child. Lord Grady declared that if his elder brother surrendered now, they could avoid bloodshed. Creed thought that now he fully understood the collapse of the Boring family in his past life. Rudolph shouted, "How dare he lie like that?" And Albert shouted that further conversation was pointless. Creed thought that even though he slept with Elaine, after Gil's death, this war was bound to happen. The young man realized that the multitude of siege weapons indicated that the enemy wanted to destroy the Boring castle. Walter Boring has publicly stated that his son did not kill the heir to the Grady family home. The Lord of the Withering Lands of Boring declared that if the enemies valued their lives, they should go away. Those who started the war realized that even if surrounded, Boring Castle would not surrender and would fight. Victor thought that Walter Boring was a worthy commander who defended the North. Thomas Grady said that before him was indeed the Northern Wolf, because of whom much blood would be shed. The attacking lord shouted that Count Boring would bitterly regret his short-sighted decision. On the walls of the Boring castle, everyone understood that war was now inevitable, and that vile slander was to blame for everything. Rudolph asked for permission to command. He is sure that the enemy is a rabble with a numerical advantage. Homer screamed that even with the strength of the Knight Corps commander, the enemy's numbers were too great. Walter's advisors began shouting that they must request help or retreat to the northern fortress. The Lord of the Boring Lands thought that the chaos around him was making his thoughts confused. Everything was happening too quickly. The commander-in-chief understood that they had only just declared war on them, but they were already fully prepared for it. Walter guessed that such a number of troops was beyond Grady's capabilities, and that someone was supporting them. The young heir said that they needed to prepare for defense. There was no need to plunge into chaos. The guy said that the enemy had almost 7,000 soldiers, against 2,000 soldiers from the Boring troops. The young man said that the difference in numbers was 3 times greater, but the Borings had a castle. Creed Boring said Grady's troops were fully trained and their morale was very high. The guy is sure that the best solution now would be to immediately request help and defend the castle. Walter Boring said that this is what people usually do, but he sees no way out of the current situation. The young heir realized that his father must know about the plans the boy had set in motion. The young man whispered that he had guessed about such an outcome, so he had prepared his subordinates in advance. The Lord of the Fading Lands of Boring realized that his son's calm was not at all accidental. The young Lord of the Boring Lands decided to act 2 weeks before the clash occurred. The guy understood that he had to do everything to turn around the lousy situation at the front. The young man understood that this war was inevitable, so he told his subordinates everything. Jillian realized that dark times were coming for the already weary northern lands of Ludania. The Cerberus squad leader lost his former cheerfulness because he understood the seriousness of the situation. Valinda emphasized that the war had already begun, and the Borings would be notified of this at the very last moment. The young Boring heir said his mentor had assessed the situation correctly. The young man turned to his subordinates, preparing to explain the plan of action and each person's role in it. The guy said his men would launch a surprise attack on the enemy army's supply forces. Creed Boring is confident that if they cut off the enemy's supplies, it will be difficult for them to continue a protracted war. Valinda said that the castle was already full of Count Grady's troops, and it was impossible to leave the castle unnoticed. The young man asked Kira and Jillian if they had forgotten to follow his recent instructions. The captain of the Cerberus squad said that he had already placed a squad of mercenaries in the creepy monster forest. The old legendary mercenary said that they gave everyone a dark poncho made from Ent Iridum. The guy noted that you can't hide a large army, but a small detachment under camouflage is harder to detect. The young man said the only problem was that they didn't know the location of the supply detachment. The young heir to the Boring Lands ordered his mentor to correct this misunderstanding. Valinda confirmed that the task was completely clear to her, and the young master had nothing to worry about. The young man thought that this was not an easy task, because the girl would have to infiltrate the enemy camp. Creed Boring thought that his mentor was the only one among his subordinates who could do something like this. The guy thought that there was one last step left in his almost flawlessly thought-out plan. The young heir to the Boring Lands understands that Alfie will put an end to this senseless war. A few days after Creed Boring outlined his plan, the mercenaries went into action. Paul, a former vassal of the Borings and commander of the supply detachment for Grady's army, was celebrating in his tent. The former vassal said he was right to choose Duncan Dolphin's side. The Borings will fall. The man shouted that the filthy Borings would say goodbye to their land, which would pass into his hands. The revelers from Grady's army supply detachment shouted at the top of their voices that they would now say goodbye to the damned Borings. The young heir to the Fading Lands thought that today these traitors would be punished according to their deserts. The young man did not give the order to attack because he was waiting for the most opportune moment. Jillian said it was a dark night, and the Cerberus captain confirmed that it was pitch black. Creed Boring said that today was perfect weather for launching a surprise attack on the enemy. The young heir to the Boring Lands ordered his subordinates to take no prisoners that night. The guy said that not a single one from the enemy camp should meet the dawn. Everyone should die. The young lord of the Boring Lands noticed that the sentries had relaxed and gave the order to move out immediately. The guards at the camp of Grady's army supply detachment met Creed Boring's mercenaries with horror on their faces. The Cerberus commander rushed forward, cutting down enemies who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The young heir to these lands did not lag behind. He had to lead his people into battle. Jillian bore the brunt of the enemy's attacks, clearing the way for the young master. Some of Grady's knights still try to raise the alarm and notify the others about the attack. However, Creed Boring's subordinates continued to rush forward, stepping over fallen enemies. The young man gave the order to act according to the plan. No one should escape from the enemy supply camp. One of the traitors to the Borings shouted in horror to Baron Paul that the camp had been attacked by unknown persons in cloaks. The man shouted that they had 1,000 brave warriors on their side and there was no need to panic. The one who raised the alarm reported to the Baron that about 70% of his subordinates had been killed. The mercenaries of the young heir to the northern lands of Ludania confidently advanced through the camp. Creed saw that his men were acting according to the plan. Everything was going just fine. The Cerberuses caught up with the fleeing ones, not allowing anyone to hide in the darkness outside the illuminated camp. The boy clearly understood that there was no question of mercy. The Borings' possessions were at stake. The Baron who betrayed the Borings did not understand how something like this could happen, how outsiders found out about them. The man ordered his subordinate to sort this out because Paul did not want to lose the northern lands. The Baron realized with horror that it was too late. Those who had attacked the camp had already reached his tent. The young master's mentor easily eliminated her former comrade's subordinate. The girl said that she was very pleased to see a familiar face, the Borings' former vassal Paul. The man realized that the attackers were Borings' people and not random bandits from nowhere. The heir to the Boring lands ordered the camp to be burned to the ground to make it look like an accident. Young Boring understood that now the neighboring county would be without a supply detachment and 1,000 warriors. Creed's subordinates understood that they had made a significant contribution to victory in the coming war with Grady. The boy's mentor said that this was Paul, a former vassal of the Borings who had defected to Grady. Valinda said he was selling information and was appointed head of Grady's supply squad. The man piteously begged Mr. Creed to spare him because he had surrendered himself to him voluntarily. The young man clearly asked the captive who was the instigator of this causeless war. Paul shouted that it was all because of Count Duncan, who had forced him to betray the Borings under threats. The young heir to the northern lands thought that Duncan could indeed supply Grady with troops. Paul cried out that he might have made a mistake today. But hadn't he served the Borings faithfully and truly? The man said that he could still serve the Borings, and Creed ordered the vassal to raise his head. Paul cried out joyfully in gratitude to the young heir who had given him a second chance. However, Creed Boring had no intention of forgiving the man who so easily betrayed his patrons. Paul didn't understand why this idiot would so easily kill his family's vassal. The young man said that he was not going to deal with scum who were ready to betray him at any moment. The young heir to the northern lands said that the fate of those who betrayed the Borings was predetermined. Creed understood that time was still passing, and he needed to return to the castle as soon as possible. Valinda thought that the young master had killed a rather important person without thinking. The Cerberus commander approached the heir to the Boring lands and asked for his instructions. The young man said that they were heading to the besieged Boring castle to defeat the enemies. The guy said that Grady's army should have already begun attacking the estate, which means they need to hurry. Creed stated that they would strike behind enemy lines and sow chaos among their ranks, and victory would belong to the Borings. The young Boring heir ordered Kira and Valinda to head to the left wall of the estate. The young man said that he would take the right wall, but he had a special order for Jillian. Creed said that the legendary mercenary will attack the headquarters and he will have to fight with a large army. The guy said that they had the element of surprise, but it was a risky attack. Would the old man be able to handle it? Jillian replied that he would naturally overcome any adversity if my lord ordered him to. The Cerberus squad leader noticed that this old man was so funny, as if he could do anything. The mentor asked Creed Boring which of his subordinates he would send to the gates of the Boring castle. The young man replied that no one should go to defend the estate gates because it was unnecessary. The guy's subordinates wondered why he was talking like that. Was it really not necessary to protect the entrances? The guy said that this war would be the starting point in a new history of the Great Boring lands. The young man is confident that they will be able to crush such a powerful enemy and prove their invincibility. The head of the Boring family ordered everyone to get ready immediately. Shells were about to rain down on the walls. Everyone saw how accurately the catapults of Grady's army struck. The assault had begun. Rudolph ordered the soldiers to fire crossbows to prevent the enemy from approaching the fortress walls. The defenders shouted that Grady's army was already climbing their walls. There were too many enemies. Walter Boring ordered his subjects not to be afraid and to go on the attack. The castle walls would withstand any assault. Thomas Grady laughed as he heard the Borings' cries as they tried to keep his soldiers from getting past the wall. The man said it was very exciting. It was clear at first glance that it was all over for the Borings. Lord Grady of the land said he did not wish to delay and ordered the catapults to prepare a second volley. Victor thought that he was now witnessing the end of the Northern Wolf. Surely there would be no worthy resistance. The commander of the army, appointed by order of Earl Duncan, realized that his hopes were not justified. In his opinion, the rulers of the Boring Lands surrendered without a fight. They didn't even go beyond the castle walls. Rudolph said that the walls would withstand such an attack, but the gates would definitely be broken through very quickly. The man asked the master what he would order them to do, how many men to send to defend the gate. Walter Boring said in a calm voice that the castle gates would have to be left undefended. The commander-in-chief ordered that only the walls of the estate be defended. The gates were not so important. The head of the Boring family asked Scoven what was going on with the reinforcements and why the messengers hadn't returned yet. The garrison commander reported that all the places where they sent messengers responded with a refusal. Rudolph was indignant at how no one would be able to help the failing Borings. One of the guards from Grady's army reported to the count that they were having problems with the supply detachment. The soldier reported that the supply detachment had been attacked by unknown persons and was now out of contact. The speaker said that the soldiers who were sent to get supplies have not yet returned. Thomas Grady ordered his subordinate not to jump to conclusions. The Borings were not to leave the castle. Victor looked in the direction where the supply detachment's camp should have been located and saw smoke. The man wondered if there was anyone left in the Boring Lands who could develop a strategy. Victor said that it was quite interesting because he did not expect to meet a smart opponent. The head of the Grady family shouted what they should do now. Mr. Victor must give a clear order. The strongest knight sent by Count Duncan said that they should not be paid attention to. The man said they shouldn't be of any interest to Grady's army. They were just some kind of cattle. Victor declared that they would take the castle without any problems and crush all the Borings by dawn. The strongest knight declared that he saw no point in delaying. Insignificant enemies remained insignificant. The man noticed that the Borings had completely forgotten to build a defense for the castle's main gate. Thomas Grady sees that the siege of the castle walls has been going on for a long time, but without success. Victor realized that the elite Boring squad, together with the Northern Wolf, were holding the defense of the walls. The man sent to command the battle thought that, compared to the walls, the gates were not protected at all. Victor declared that now everything was clear to him. He had exposed the weak point of this worthless Boring fortress. The man raised his sword to attract attention and gave a new order to the troops under his command. The man sent to command the battle declared that Grady's troops would enter through the main gate of the castle. Victor is confident that they can beat against the walls for a very long time, but the gates will quickly be broken down. The man prepared for a quick assault, and for this he needed a hardy horse. The man sent by Count Duncan asked if his faithful comrade Isaac was ready to break through the castle gates. Behind the strongest warrior of the country of Ludania, the massive hooves of a heavy warhorse were heard. Thomas Grady saw a horseman clad in armor. He looked like a real mountain of steel. The heavy knight raised his weapon, which meant he was fully prepared to carry out Victor's order. However, the man sent to command the battle said that he would break through the gates himself, and Isaac would defend the rear. Victor ordered the knight to stay here and hold the defense, while he himself went to the gates of the Boring castle. Isaac accepted the order. He realized that he had to warmly welcome the troops who had destroyed the support camp. Count Grady's army continued to mindlessly break through the strong walls of the Boring castle, carrying out orders. Walter Boring fought bravely to defend his homeland from the deadly threat of a neighboring county. Scoven shouted out that he saw something unpleasant behind the walls. The enemies decided to use the siege towers. Victor ordered Grady's army to roll up the prepared towers to draw attention away from the gate. Walter did not believe that the enemies knew the height of the castle walls, and Rudolph shouted that they had no chance. The lord of the defending Boring Lands shouted where their catapults were, why his subordinates were hesitating. The castle soldiers replied that they had prepared the cannon and were ready to fire, but were only waiting for the count's order. Rudolph ordered the immediate halt of the siege towers of Grady's army, all catapults, to the battle. Thomas's subordinates shouted that they saw shells in the sky and that the Borings had assembled catapults. Victor decided that he could not allow the defenders to destroy their assault towers so easily. The strongest knight took aim and with a precise throw hurled his spear at the flying enemy projectile. A knight acting on Count Duncan's orders successfully hit a boulder covering the allied tower. The elite Boring squad couldn't believe their eyes. The projectile fired from the catapult was intercepted. Rudolph shouted, "What kind of person could possibly do something like this? Could they really have such a monster on their side?" The head of the Boring family realized that his opponent was Victor, the strongest knight in the kingdom. Walter Boring wondered if the Grady family had the guts to win him over to their side. Victor said that all the Borings' efforts were in vain, because their death had already been predetermined by fate. Sent to command the army, Grady shouted for his warriors to prepare a battering ram. Thomas Grady's men pushed the war machine with all their might to break down the castle's undefended gates. Victor shouted for the battering ram to immediately knock down these worthless castle gates. Meanwhile, the siege towers had already reached the castle walls, and Count Grady's warriors went on the attack. Walter Boring hoped that the young heir to these lands would arrive in time and turn the tide of the battle. The head of the family understood that in a little while it would be too late. The castle would fall, and the lands would be scorched. The Boring subordinates heard the powerful battering ram hitting their steel-bound castle gates. Ferdinand carried out the orders of the young lord of the Boring lands. The old man watched over the mana reservoirs. Vance screamed to be released immediately because the tower's mages were forbidden from getting involved in wars. The old knight said that the Boring heir wished to use the mages. They must obey. Victor shouted that if the Borings had let the ram get so close, it meant they had admitted their defeat. The soldiers of Thomas Grady's army cried out that this miserable fortress was about to end. Alfie said that the heir to the magic tower was worried for nothing. The young master would think of something. The girl said that the war was not lost yet, which meant Creed Boring could fix everything. Vance screamed that Alfie was making fun of him because the guy only knew how to torture people. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower shouted that the girl should not follow the orders of this madman. The girl cut him off. The young master of the Boring lands is not crazy at all, that's for sure. Alfie knows for a fact that Creed Boring really did try to help her master magic. The young Boring heir's personal mage apologized because she was just learning to use spells. The guy said that everything was fine. Now it was enough that she could use them at all. The young man is confident that the missing magical power will accumulate gradually, not all at once. The young Master Boringoff brought his personal magician to the walls of the castle, where the tower magicians were working. The girl asked herself why Vance's squad was burying runestones underground near the gate. The heir to the magic tower approached Creed and asked why the mages were given the hard work. Vance shouted that the Borings had plenty of subordinates. Why force the magicians to bury expensive crystals? Gordon Steelmuscles told the guy not to talk while working, productivity drops. Creed said the simplest and most powerful practice in war is suppressing an enemy that outnumbers them. The heir to the lands said that no matter how much they resisted, they would not be able to withstand the endless onslaught. However, young Mr. Boringoff is confident that there is one way to achieve a crushing victory. The young man declared that he knew a way that would allow them to turn the tide of the battle in an instant. Alfie exclaimed that this couldn't be true, that the heir to the Boring lands could really have planned something like this. The girl woke up from her memories and asked herself if she would be able to realize Creed's plan. The personal mage of the young lord of the Boring lands decided that it was time for her to complete her training. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower shouted that it was impossible, that what was planned could not be realized. Vance shouted that simply transferring mana would not help a man who couldn't even cast spells. Alfie ignored the screams of the tower mage, who shouted that she had gone mad, just like Creed Boring. Meanwhile, the Boring heir was rapidly approaching the estate, ready to engage in battle. The defenders of Boring Castle shouted that they were obliged to hold the gates until the appointed signal. Rudolph shouted for the head of the Boring family to turn his attention to the rear of the enemy army. The commander-in-chief of the Boring Castle defense saw the cavalry rapidly approaching. The man said that he was familiar with this detachment. Could it really be that his son had managed to arrive before the gates were broken through? Walter Boring shouted that it was Creed. His men had managed to deal with Grady's supply detachment. Thomas Grady's subordinate ran up to report to the man sent to command the invaders. Victor realized that he had miscalculated when he firmly decided that he should not worry about the rear of the army. A soldier in Count Grady's army reported that an unknown cavalry had attacked from the rear on both sides of the army. Creed understood perfectly well that he had made it at the very last moment. The battering ram was already at the gate. The young heir to the Boring lands drove into the rear of the attackers, crushing everyone in his path. The young gentleman rushed forward, clearing his path from the enemies who were storming the castle walls. Thomas's soldiers cried out that it was an attack from the rear, but they were told that the Borings would not receive reinforcements. The attackers shouted for the crossbowmen to quickly take down this knight before he crushed their ranks. Creed Boring noticed the threat in time, and the squad of crossbowmen quickly turned towards him. The young man instantly directed his horse into a powerful jump, trying to soar as high as possible. The soldiers under Count Grady screamed in terror as they saw the enemy's horse flying across the sky. The young, boring heir saw that he had managed to take Thomas Grady's gunslingers by surprise. So Creed didn't hesitate. As soon as his horse stepped onto the ground, the boy swung his massive sword. The former mercenary king, son of the Northern Wolf, showed everyone how the Boring warriors fight. The soldiers of the army that attacked the lands of the Borings could not believe what they saw. What kind of monster entered the battle? Creed Boring raised the blade of his sword, drawing the gaze of every soldier on the battlefield. The young heir to these lands ordered his warriors to immediately stand in line and raise their heads. The young lord shouted that it was now their turn to attack the enemies. The Borings would not forgive slander. Creed Boring instantly raised the morale of his men, who immediately rushed into the attack after him. The plan of the young heir to the northern lands of Ludania worked brilliantly, and both flanks of the enemy were pushed through. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Thomas Grady's army, the screams of dying soldiers could be heard. Count Grady's men were shouting in panic that the headquarters was under attack and they needed to regroup immediately. Jillian ordered Gordon and Thorne to spread out and disable key facilities. A mercenary nicknamed Steel Muscles shouted that Grady's army would soon have no headquarters. Thomas shouted in rage, asking what was going on here. Why did some unknown people take them by surprise? The old legendary mercenary did not waste any time. He immediately identified the enemy commander. Jillian ordered Thomas not to resist. Now he was effectively a prisoner of the Borings. The count of the army that attacked the lands of the Borings shouted that this would not happen while his warriors were alive. The old man quickly realized that he had overlooked one very powerful piece on Count Thomas's board. Isaac intended to knock his enemy out of the saddle with one swing, but Creed's subordinate parried the blow. All the soldiers in the camp saw two strong warriors engage in a fierce duel. The old commander of the legendary Rat Task group realized that he had a very strong enemy in front of him. The knight noted that such audacity would be hard to find, to attack an army headquarters with a small force. The man defending the rear of the headquarters, on Victor's orders, introduced himself to his opponent as Isaac Pass. The man said that he wanted to hear the name of a strong opponent. He was used to knowing enemies. The old legendary mercenary said that he no longer had a name by which to introduce himself. Jillian said that he was just a weapon of the young master of the Boring lands. Meanwhile, at the left wall of the Boring fortress, Creed's subordinates were still pushing back the enemy ranks. Valinda told the Cerberus squad leader to prepare to receive new guests. Kira quickly reacted that he should provide a little help to his master's mentor. The guy swung his arm to take out two enemies with one blow, literally flying towards him. The commander of the Cerberus squad skillfully defeated Count Grady's warriors, who did not even have time to offer resistance. Valinda shouted at Cyrus to be careful when swinging his sword. Blood was flying in all directions. Kira told his aunt to dodge. He was in too much of a hurry, and the girl was outraged by his attitude. Meanwhile, on the right side of the fortress, defended by the Borings, Creed Boring fought. The warriors storming the castle saw the abilities of the guy who was crushing their allies left and right. The young Boring heir ordered his men to show no mercy to Earl Grady's soldiers. The young Earl of the Boring lands said that he would destroy the siege tower so that the enemies would not climb the castle. Creed Boring's subordinates shouted that they would destroy these bastards for their captain. An officer of the army that attacked the castle promised a cruel death to anyone who turned their back on the enemy. The man ordered his subordinate spearmen to immediately close ranks and keep the formation unbroken. The young Boring heir did not slow down, urging his horse straight towards the soldiers' spears. The spear squad decided that the dark horse of this war was finished. Creed Boring was doomed. However, the soldiers quickly realized that their spears had not even touched the steed of the desperate heir of the Borings. Thomas Grady's subordinate troops cried out that the youth had disappeared right before the blades of their spears. The young heir to the Boring lands pushed off his horse to find himself above the heads of his hesitating enemies. The soldiers could not expect such a clever maneuver because they had never encountered anything like it. The youth charged straight at the central spearman in the row, using him as a support. Creed Boring swung his sword in a wide arc to cut down all of Count Grady's soldiers at once. The former mercenary king demonstrated unrivaled skill in fighting dozens of people at once. The soldiers who had attacked the Boring lands were already beginning to realize that they were in a deadly trap. They thought that the storming of the castle was a miscalculation by the command, which did not develop a better plan. The young man saw that he had almost reached the tower, where soldiers were climbing the walls. However, hundreds of knights were ready to rush at once at the former king of mercenaries who stood alone. The guy thought that the condition of the castle walls was worse than he thought. They could collapse before the gates. Creed Boring understands that his subjects are holding back the onslaught, but the difference in numbers is too great. An officer of the enemy army shouted that the walls would soon fall, but for this to happen, the young man had to be detained. The boring heir thought that he had no time left at all. He couldn't lose the initiative now. The young man decided that he had to give it his all to stop the walls from collapsing. Creed Boring wasted no time in continuing to crush the soldiers who dared to attack the Borings. The young Boring heir decided to break through to the siege tower to quickly finish it off. The soldiers under Thomas Grady's command ran headlong towards the boy who made them tremble. The former king of mercenaries deftly dealt with every enemy who dared to attack him. The invaders of Boring Castle did not even realize how great the gulf in power was between them. The young Boring heir won without difficulty again and again, leaving behind mountains of bodies. Creed Boring's opponents couldn't understand how a young man his age could master such skills in fighting in chaos. An officer of the enemy army shouted for the crossbowman to shoot at the guy. He needed to be stopped immediately. The man shouted that no matter what happened, Creed Boring was not to be allowed near the siege tower. The young man heard this order and realized that he needed to immediately speed up his run. Thomas Grady's army officer couldn't understand why the knight in front of him was winning every fight. The Boring heir crossed the distance to the man in an instant and delivered a crushing blow. Creed Boring used all his strength to throw the officer's body, so the soldiers could see him die. The young man did not spare his own sword to carry out his plan and break the enemy's fighting spirit. Count Grady's warriors were frightened by the heavy sword that pierced the support of the siege tower. The boy realized that he could easily climb to the very top by pulling himself up to the hilt of the sword with a mana thread. The former mercenary king easily took off from the ground, rushing towards the top tier of the tower. The assaulting army realized that Creed had passed their defenses, literally flying over their heads. All the warriors on the right wall of the Boring fortress, subordinate to Thomas Grady, did not believe the magic they saw. The crossbowmen realized that the guy was about to burst onto the wall, meaning their efforts were in vain. The army storming the castle knew terrible fear before the power of the heir to the fading lands of the Borings. The young man swung his heavy sword to finally complete his plan and destroy the tower. The guy used all his mass and gained speed to bring this power down on the siege tower. The army besieging the castle heard the massive beams that made up the tower's structure creak. The former king of mercenaries had broken through all the ceilings to the ground, and the tower's fall was inevitable. Those storming the right wall of the Borings castle shouted that they would definitely not be able to get back up now. Victor thought that only a madman would try to destroy the enemy's siege tower. The man thought that this man had devastating power. Apparently, he was the commander of the reinforcements that had arrived. Meanwhile, the former mercenary king reached the remnants of Count Thomas Grady's army. Victor demanded of his subordinates how the main gate of the worthless Boring castle was doing. The soldiers reported that the assault was dragging on. The gates turned out to be stronger than they had initially expected. The speaker assured that they would break through the defenses and enter the worthless castle in just 10 minutes. Victor said that he gives the ramming ram only 5 minutes, during which time he will deal with Creed Boring. The man snapped that this was an order, and if the soldiers failed, they would fall under his heavy hand. Count Grady's subordinate shouted that the army commander's order was completely clear to him. Kira's voice was heard behind Victor, calling the enemy's armor an ordinary tin can. The subordinate of the young heir of the Borings asked where the man was rushing off to. Was he really scared? Victor stopped. Such a provocation from an unknown person angered him. He asked to introduce himself. Kira gave his name and introduced himself as the commander of a reckless mercenary squad called Cerberus. The former mercenary king's subordinate didn't hesitate to offer his strong opponent a chance to warm up. The Cerberus squad leader immediately jumped up to engage in combat with the enemy army commander. The man grinned, with the self-confidence of a fighter subordinate to the young heir of the Borings. Victor didn't even look back when he gave the command to his mount to kick the horse of the approaching mercenary. Kira almost missed the moment that could have easily cost him his life. The commander's blade was rapidly approaching. The man cut the neck of the strong horse, which could not dodge as dexterously as its rider. The Cerberus squad leader hoped to repeat the success of his young master by crushing Victor. Kira confidently swung his sword to unleash all his power on the enemy and gain the upper hand in the battle. However, the commander of Count Grady's troops, who stormed the castle, skillfully parried the mercenaries' attack. The subordinate of the young heir to the Boring lands realized that this fight would be very difficult. The guy decided that Victor would definitely not be able to withstand the second attack with the same ease. However, the commander of the castle siege forces blocked this attack as well, showing the mercenaries' gap in experience. Victor twirled his heavy sword and said that he had met such self-confident fools many times. The The man is sure that they are only posing as strongmen, but in reality, they are despicable rabble. Kira only just managed to put his sword in place to stop his opponent's crushing swing. Victor continued to press down on the blade of his sword to finally deprive Kira of her remaining strength. The squad leader Cerberus realized that the metal would not withstand such an onslaught. The sword would break sooner. The commander of the main forces of Count Grady's army said that he would not lose to some beast. Victor is confident that it is very easy for him to deal with someone who relies only on their own instincts. Kira thought that this bastard was very strong. Surely he wouldn't be able to hold him off at least for a while. The commander of the mercenary squad, Cerberus, thought that the young master was right in describing Victor. The former mercenary king stated that this man was Count Duncan's main trump card. Kira asked if this Victor was really stronger than the young master, and the young man said that this was not so. The guy declared that Duncan's trump card was stronger than any person the Cerberus commander could meet. The young man is confident that the enemy commander will storm the walls, but will deliver the main blow at the gate. The young heir to the fading, boring lands declared that everything would go according to his plan. However, the guy is confident that everything will be fine as long as the siege commander is at the main gate. The young lord of these lands said that Victor should not leave the area in front of the main gate. Kira knows that Creed Boring is counting on him because he is the one who must detain the assault commander. The Cerberus commander thought that the young master had not entrusted him with this mission for nothing. Kira shouted, "Why the hell was this knight crucifying himself in front of him like that? He was so tired of such arrogance." The commander of the detachment of daring mercenaries shouted that their battle was not over yet. The winner was still unknown. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the army that had attacked the Boring Lands, a duel between Jillian and Isaac was raging. The legendary mercenary from Rat Task fought on equal terms with Victor's comrade, who covered the rear. Thomas Grady's subordinates begged the Count not to risk himself. He must hide behind their backs. Gordon shouted for his comrades to destroy as many enemies as possible and not interfere with Mr. Gillian. The old mercenary thought that he did not have time to linger in this place. The legendary mercenary thought that he had not met an opponent with such a huge shield for a long time. The old man knows the weak points of his opponents. He has studied all possible weapons and tried them out personally. The man delivered a crushing blow with his 2-meter axe on the enemy's massive shield. Jillian shouted that he couldn't waste so much time on one knight in the enemy headquarters. The knight deftly pushed aside his opponent's heavy axe to open an opening for himself to attack. Jillian blocked Isaac's dangerous lunge with the steel handle of his axe, which did not fail. The heavy knight realized that he had failed to catch the Nameless One. It was time to change tactics. The knight, ordered to protect the rear of the main part of Grady's army, eliminated Jillian's steed. The old man thought that this loss made him an easy target, and that it would probably determine the outcome of the battle. The legendary mercenary did not manage to jump off his horse in time, so he fell along with it. Isaac Pass told his opponent to surrender immediately. Victory was already decided. The knight decided to put pressure on the fallen old man, so he brought his shield down on him with all his might. Jillian felt the force of the blow he had received, but admitting defeat was out of the question. The captain of the Cerberus squad tried to hold out a little longer, hope for Creed's plan not fading. Meanwhile, the battering ram of the army that had attacked the lands of the Borings continued to crash into the cracked gates. The steel could not withstand the monstrous pressure. The final blow tore the door off and threw it into the courtyard. The elite Boring squad understood perfectly well that there was no turning back. They had just surrendered the castle. Victor realized that he had dragged out the fight with this despicable little bug from some Cerberus for too long. The young lord of the Boring Lands realized that the decisive moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Vance shouted that the gates had already been broken through. The girl had to do at least something with his mana. Alfie replied that it was still too early. All that was left was to wait for the very least she would definitely cope. Victor shouted that the Boring gates had fallen and ordered all troops to immediately rush into the attack. Grady's army rushed towards the gates from all directions. The fortress walls were no longer needed. Count Duncan's most powerful knight ordered the head of the Boring family to be brought to him immediately. Victor said he would deal with the Boring reinforcement commander. This war was already over. Kira shouted that he would not let the enemy commander escape because the knight had nowhere to run. The commander said that Kira, as the head of the mercenaries, must understand who is worth giving his life for. Isaac told the old man to listen carefully. The gates of Boring Castle had already fallen. A heavy knight on a sturdy horse declared that the Boring Lands had just lost this war. Victor said that their surprise attack was effective in its own way, but the result was not changed. Isaac Pass said the Borings made a mistake when they recruited mercenaries for their key unit. The comrade of the kingdom's strongest man declared that mercenaries could never defeat trained knights. Army Commander Grady said a true mercenary must know when to retreat. The man said that this mercenary commander had nothing to give his life for in this war. Isaac said that this nameless old man fought well and should not give his life. The Cerberus commander stated that only he could decide whether he should give his life for the young master. Kira shouted that whether it was another mercenary or knight in front of him, the outcome of the battle would always be the same. Jillian shouted that there was something more important on the battlefield than the life of some unknown mercenary. Creed's subordinates declared that this thing was victory, to which they would also contribute. The comrade of the continent's strongest knight shouted that the excuses of the losers were worthless. The legendary mercenary, who wished to remain anonymous, deftly wrapped his enormous axe. The old man realized that he had successfully blocked the weapon of his opponent, who had become too arrogant. Jillian used all his strength to snatch the weapon from the hands of the heavy knight on the powerful horse. Isaac wondered how the old fool had been clever enough to grab his weapon with an axe. The legendary mercenary decided to repay the enemy in the same coin, preparing his strike. The old man cut the strong horse's neck to force the heavy knight to dismount immediately. Isaac Pass collapsed to the ground, his heavy armor preventing him from getting up quickly enough to defend himself. The man roared. How dare this pathetic old mercenary do such a dirty thing? Jillian prepared for the final blow that would mark his victory over the enemy. However, the comrade of Ludania's strongest knight did not give up. He tried to cover himself with a massive shield. The old legendary mercenary stated that every defense has a weak spot, and there are no exceptions to this rule. Jillian stated that he gave his life to become a weapon for the young master of these lands. The old man finally prepared himself for the decisive blow, which could no longer be blocked by the clamped shield. The mercenary who once commanded the legendary Rat Task squad declared that he would bring victory to the Borings. Isaac Pass screamed in rage at his own helplessness, realizing his helplessness at that moment. The mercenary didn't hesitate. With a precise movement, he thrust the dagger into the viewing slit of Isaac's helmet. Meanwhile, the commander of the Cerberus squad rushed towards the strongest knight of the kingdom of Ludania. Kira understood perfectly well that he was no match for Victor and could very well die in this fight. However, the Cerberus commander remembered that the young master had ordered him to detain the strongest knight. The guy thought that if he managed to land even one hit, it would already be a huge success. The former mercenary king asked what exactly the Cerberus squad leader wanted to know. Kira shouted that the young master had forgotten his dodge maneuver used in Mariana's confession. The mercenary asked to be taught this incredibly cool move so that he could use it too. The young heir to the fading boring lands said that the movement itself was not really that important. The guy said that if a strong opponent is fighting him for the first time, it's quite possible to fall for it. Kira, remember well the words of the young gentleman who shared his special fighting technique. Victor said that this mercenary reminds him more and more of a wild animal that rushes forward. The Cerberus squad leader remembers the main condition of the reception. The enemy must underestimate his capabilities. Kira already understood that it had been completed and even secured, which meant it was time to give it his all. The mercenary decided to further distract the enemy so that he would finally relax. Victor thought that this barbarian had finally gone mad at the end of his worthless life as a mercenary. The kingdom's strongest knight declared that fools always make rash decisions. The man said that people like him don't even realize that this will be their last mistake in life. Sent by Earl Duncan to command the army besieging the Boring estate, he swung his sword. Victor shouted commandingly at this worthless mercenary from the Cerberus squad to prepare for death. Kira thought that this was it. This was the very moment when his enemy was finally convinced of victory. Creed's subordinate knows that in battle it is sometimes useful to hide one's true strength. The Cerberus squad leader thought that everything was going perfectly. His plan was turning out to be a success. Kira grabbed Victor's outstretched hand to use it as a support for the jump. The young heir to the Boring Lands subordinate easily reached for the shard of his sword. Victor thought that this madman had become much faster. Before he seemed like a sleepy fly to him. Sent to command Thomas Grady's army, he realized that this pathetic mercenary had been pretending all along. Kira used his chance to perfection to land at least one good blow on the enemy. However, the Cerberus commander's broken blade was unable to damage the heavily armored one. Therefore, the subordinate of the young lord of the Boring Lands decided to lose the strongest knight of mobility. Kira thrust the sharpened sword into the back of the knight's horse, and the horse could no longer move. Victor thought that this insignificant mercenary had pulled off an atypical move to deceive him. The strongest knight realized that the boy, even in a hopeless situation, was able to lay the foundation for a turning point. The man is confident that only someone who is ready to accept their death can decide on something like this. Victor admitted that the mercenary in front of him was far from being a simple, brainless, boring animal. The commander of Count Grady's army said that this mercenary was a good fellow. He fooled the noble knight. The strongest knight said that sometimes a person is able to surpass himself on the threshold of death. However, the man is completely sure that Kira not only missed, but that he picked on the wrong person. The man sent by order of Count Duncan generously asked the mercenary for the last word. Kira croaked that he had finally reached the right place, and thought that now Victor couldn't escape. The commander of the Cerberus squad said that he had not missed at all. Now the strongest knight was without a horse. The man sent to command Count Grady's army shouted what this uneducated dog was talking about. Victor realized that sharp needles were heading his way and he would have to dodge them. The man decided that he had dragged out the fight with the commander of the Cerberus squad, and the enemies came to his aid. Valinda understood that Kira had done an excellent job with the task, and now they had to leave. The girl deftly threw her hook to save her careless ally from certain death. Kira no longer hoped for salvation because he didn't have much time left. The mentor of the heir to the Boring Lands understood that Alfie was about to strike. Victor didn't even try to catch up with the clueless mercenary, who only survived by the will of fate. Valinda picked up Kira's exhausted body, and a moment later her horse was already racing to safety. The strongest knight asked what the mercenary meant when he said that he had struck his blow. The commander thought that Kira was so stupid that he risked his life to hit his horse. Victor realized that the mercenary's true goal was not the final blow, but something more. The strongest knight in the kingdom of Ludania thought he needed a new, strong horse. The man wondered why the mercenary had killed his horse, and what purpose he could have had with this action. Victor thought that there was a trap prepared for his people behind the main gates of the castle. The strongest man said that he should not be told that the Boring still had a strong trump card. The soldiers under Count Grady were already setting foot on the grounds of the inner courtyard of the Boring castle. Alfie was fully prepared for the attack that could change the outcome of the entire war. Victor realized that the mercenary named Kira was simply trying to delay him until a certain moment. The girl thought that when the gates were broken through and the enemy burst into the passage, her exit would come. The young man said that with the magical power of his personal mage, she would change the course of the entire battle in an instant. Alfie asked the young master how he could count on her when she had no magic. The young heir to the Boring Lands told the girl not to worry, she could handle it. The former mercenary king's personal mage realized that she couldn't wait any longer, she had to act. Those who had broken through the walls of the Boring's castle realized that they would not be allowed into the inner courtyard. The soldiers of Thomas Grady's army fell into a cunning trap set by the young heir to the Boring Lands. Victor realized that he had made a serious mistake when he considered the gate to be the castle's weak point. Alfie cast a fiery blast to use a powerful fifth circle spell. The girl tried to direct her magic so that the runic stones underground would strengthen it many times over. A moment later, an explosion thundered, covering all of Count Grady's advancing warriors. The young heir to the Boring Lands saw a hot stream of dust escaping from the broken gates of the castle. Creed understood that such magical flames were difficult to control, but victory was more important. Walter Boring couldn't believe his own eyes. His son's plan had been an unprecedented success for the family. Valinda understood that the final defeat of the Borings who had attacked the castle was only a matter of time. Jillian thought that Creed Boring had seen through his enemy Victor and had come up with a brilliant plan. The young man thought that Alfie had exceeded all his expectations. He had not thought that she would do so well. Those who were recently confident of their flawless victory fled, just to save themselves from the hellish fire. Thomas Grady's men screamed in terror for their comrades to flee from Boring Castle. The young heir to the fading lands of the Borings met those running out with his blade. The young lord of these lands ordered his subordinates to immediately surround the gate. The guy shouted that his people should not let anyone out. Those who attacked the Borings would not return home. Meanwhile, Victor tried to understand how something like this could have happened to him. The subordinates shouted that things were very bad for them. Most of Grady's soldiers were burned alive. The man turned to the commander, begging him to give the order to retreat. It was simply impossible to continue. The man sent by order of Count Duncan shouted in rage that everything that was happening was driving him crazy. The man stated that this damn war had been carefully planned for years in complete secrecy. Victor declared that he had cut off every escape route for the Borings and threatened all allies. The man understood that the destruction of the supply detachment and the sudden attack in the rear were not accidental. The one sent by order of Count Duncan thought that this stupid, crazy dog was from the Cerberus squad. Victor didn't understand where the Borings got so many talented subordinates, including the Supreme Mage. The man decided that all these factors coincided too perfectly to be a simple coincidence. The commander of the assault on the castle shouted in rage that he had really walked straight into the Borings' trap. Victor said that there would be no order to retreat. There were no forests nearby, and it would be impossible to hide. The man ordered the remaining soldiers to regroup as soon as they left the fire area. The man sent to command Count Grady's troops ordered Isaac Pass to be summoned immediately. The commander of the failed assault on Boring Castle said that this war had gone on too long. The old legendary mercenary realized that the real commander of the enemy army stood before him. Jillian, wanting to confirm his guess, asked if this man was the commander of Grady's army. Victor froze in horror when he saw the head of his faithful comrade in the hands of the old boring mercenary. The man sent to command by order of Count Duncan cautiously asked if Isaac had fallen. A mercenary from the legendary Rat Task squad said that Count Grady's headquarters and army no longer exist. Jillian ordered the strongest knight of the Ludania kingdom to surrender immediately, admitting defeat. Victor couldn't believe that his plan to take the worthless Boring Castle in one night had failed miserably. The subordinates of the young heir to the Boring lands mercilessly finished off the soldiers driven mad by the flames. The fire still raged at the walls of the Boring's castle, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for anyone. Victor burst out laughing because it had been a long time since anyone had asked him to give up and accept a crushing defeat. The mightiest knight ordered this worthless mercenary to stop making him laugh at once. The man shouted that the old man was in vain, hoping that the war with the Borings was already safely over. Victor shouted that he would personally cut everyone up and put an end to the Northern Wolf family. Jillian realized that he had been given a very difficult opponent, who did not want to calm down. The kingdom's strongest knight cried out in rage that his war was only just beginning. Walter Boring ordered the crossbowmen to open fire on the retreating troops. They had nowhere to run. The young heir to the Boring land's subordinates shouted that they would not let anyone escape. Creed stated that the Boring forces had an ideal chance to turn the situation to their advantage. The young man ordered that no one be spared, and that all who dared to attack the lands of the Borings be killed. Valinda called out to the young gentleman, who seemed to be already expecting to talk to her. The mentor asked if Creed was wounded. The young man replied that he was safe and asked how his subordinates were. The girl said that she was completely fine, but the captain of the Cerberus squad got a good beating from Victor. The mercenary couldn't answer, so he gestured that there was no need to worry about him. Everything was fine. Valinda stated that if she were even a second late, things would be very sad for Kira. The girl said that when she heard the young master's plan, she considered it impossible. The mentor said that she would not sign up for something like this again, and all the runestones shattered into pieces. Valinda said that they tried to get them, but the master ordered to destroy everything in one fell swoop. The young heir to the Boring lands asked his mentor if she had seen Jillian and where he was. The former mercenary king sensed something was wrong and rushed to find the old legendary mercenary. The girl called out to the young gentleman. She didn't want him to run into the kingdom's strongest knight. However, the heir to the fading lands of the Borings was already rushing to the aid of his subordinate. Meanwhile, the fight between Victor and Jillian was just beginning to escalate, the knight pressing the mercenary. The commander of the legendary Rat Task group understands that he can only defend himself in this battle. The most powerful knight, sent by order of Count Duncan, did not hesitate to use all opportunities. The man knew full well that the old man was no match for him, but he still defeated Isaac Pass. Jillian realized that he was facing an incredibly powerful enemy who would not be so easy to crush. The old man saw the incredible speed of the enemy commander, who decided to fight alone. The legendary mercenary thought that Victor was making some unimaginable attacks. Thomas Grady's army commander knew he had to win this battle for Isaac's sake. Jillian tried to keep up with the enemy, but all his attempts were in vain. Victor remained out of reach. The strongest knight, carrying out the orders of Count Duncan, decided that he needed to act more confidently. Victor managed to wound the slow old man, who had to put his hand under the blow. Jillian knew perfectly well that the commander of Count Grady's army was insanely strong and fast. The old legendary mercenary thought that the protection of the strongest knight was also not inferior to the title. The commander of the disintegrated Rat Task squad realized that at this rate he would soon run out of steam and die. Victor shouted that this dirty mercenary had too high an opinion of himself, but in reality he couldn't do anything. Jillian saw the rapid attack of the army commander Thomas Grady and decided to stop it. However, the strongest knight of the Kingdom of Ludania quickly figured out how to use the situation to his advantage. The old legendary mercenary realized that Victor had managed to hook and block his enormous axe. Victor easily twisted his sword to disarm his enemy and end the battle. The young heir to the Boring Lands subordinate realized that he had made a fatal mistake. The old man thought that he had failed to save the young master from fighting this incredible monster. The strongest knight of the Kingdom of Ludania shouted that this old bastard had crossed the line. Jillian saw the man involuntarily relax when his opponent lost his weapon. The legendary mercenary bravely took the blow from Victor, who wanted to take the old man's life. The young Boring Heir's subordinate knew what he was counting on, so he went all the way. The strongest knight realized that his opponent was not such a bald old man. Victor noticed that the legendary mercenary had turned his blade to protect his organs. The man sent to carry out Count Duncan's orders realized that the victory over Isaac was no accident. Army Commander Grady said it was very foolish to waste all his energy on Isaac and come here. Victor shouted that it was time for the old man to accept his death. He was only wasting other people's time and energy.